Chapter 1. Reverse Izayoi. This is the name of the protagonist in the anime of a previous life called Problem Children Who Come From Another World. It has a powerful power and is the final fantasy of mankind. The gift possessed is unknown, the source is unknown, the name is unknown, and the effect is unknown. This gift is the biggest characteristic. It is a contradictory gift that has miracles but can destroy miracles. Being able to throw objects at the speed of the third universe, the third perpetual motion mechanism that he hosts endows him with unparalleled energy, that is, he will never tire. It's so boring. Izayoi is 16 now, and if he remembers correctly, Hakaniwa's summoning letter was received when he was 17. One more year, it's too long. Izayoi sat up and picked up a stone from his side. Whoosh! The rock burst out at the third cosmic velocity, hitting the ground across the river. Boom! The ground exploded with a bang, smoke and dust spread everywhere, and a large pit several meters deep appeared. It's so boring. Izayoi didn't even look at the smoke on the opposite side. He was not used to this level of power. At first, he didn't know how excited he was when he knew that he had become a reverse Izayoi, but after 16 years of this excitement, there was still some leftovers left. I don't know how much. Well, go back. Izayoi patted his butt and stood up. I've waited for 16 years, and it's not less than this year or two. Ding. Suddenly there was a crisp sound in my head, and Izayoi paused. What sound? Starting. Host binding. Binding completed. Host, retrograde Izayoi. Age, 16. Possession, unknown. What? Izayoi frowned at the translucent screen in front of him. Could this be my golden finger? A message suddenly appeared in Izayoi's mind. Digesting the information that came into his mind, Izayoi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, funny, funny, really funny. Izayoi spread out his palm, and saw a lifelike imprint of a bronze door on the originally white palm. Is this the gate of Shuttle? Izayoi whispered excitedly, and the message just passed into his mind told him that he was bound by a mysterious thing called the gate of Shuttle, and had the power to travel through dimensions. Open it, the gate of Shuttle. The bronze door in the palm of his hand flashed in front of Izayoi, and then began to rotate violently, getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a man-high bronze door. The bronze gate exudes an inexplicable brilliance, and then it slams open, and what Izayoi sees is the colorful Madara Uzumaki. Hee, another world, Mr. Izayoi is here. Izayoi laughed, strode in, and then the bronze door slammed shut with a twist and disappeared. Academy City is a super large city with a population of more than 2.3 million people. Although the population is quite large, most of them are students. Except for students, there are some scientific researchers. It was evening, and this was a small alley in Academy City, and Izayoi came out of nowhere in a twisted space. Is this another world? Izayoi looked around. It's no different. I don't know if it's the world I'm familiar with. Hey, boy. Just when Izayoi was thinking about it, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him. Izayoi turned his head to look, and saw 5 people who looked at him arrogantly. What, something? Izayoi raised an eyebrow. Hey, boy. The leader among the gangsters stood up. If you are sensible, hand over all the valuables on your body. Am I being robbed? Izayoi said with a weird face. It's really funny. You must know that he is back to Izayoi. In the previous world, when the gangsters saw him, they all fled in a panic, not to mention robbing him. Interesting. The gangsters looked at each other. They wouldn't have robbed a mentally ill person. It just so happens that I also want to ask you some things, and now answer my questions honestly. I can consider letting you go. Izayoi said jokingly. Bastard, don't get carried away. The bastard leader was furious, and without thinking, he rushed over with his fists. Boom! IZAYOI raised his leg, and the gang leader flew upside down like an unloaded cannonball, hitting the wall not far away, smashing a big hole in front of him, and the smoke and dust splashed everywhere. Okay, now you can answer my question. IZAYOI said lightly. Are you a capable person? The rest of the gangsters turned pale in shock, and they wanted to run away. Hello. IZAYOI dodged in front of them. Did I say let you go? Hey, guys over there, what are you doing? Suddenly there was a voice from behind, but it was not the arrogant voice before, but a clear girl's voice. IZAYOI turned to look, and saw a girl with double ponytails standing on her hips, with a UI-colored armband embroidered with the 4 characters of Discipline Commissioner on her arm. You are Kuriko Shirai. IZAYOI showed a stunned expression. So that's the case, is this Academy City? Kuriko frowned and gave IZAYOI a strange look. You know me? I don't know. IZAYOI shook his head. He had only seen it in anime, of course he didn't know him in this world. Whether you know it or not, now I'm going to arrest you on charges of breaching morals. Kuriko said loudly. I'm not interested. IZAYOI curled his lips, and then he appeared behind the remaining 4 gangsters with a kick. Boom! The ground exploded, and the 4 of them screamed and flew up and landed at Hisa's feet. They'll be handed over to you, I'll go first. After speaking, IZAYOI dodged and disappeared. Bastard, stop for me. Kuriko was furious as if chasing after him, but after glancing at the gangsters screaming at her feet, she still stopped. Bastard, don't let me see you. IZAYOI appeared on the street in a good mood. He didn't expect that he would actually come to the world of Magic Ban. Every time the shuttle door shuttles through the world, it shuttles randomly, and only the shuttled world can be positioned for the next shuttle. Well, just think about how to pass the time now. Crackling. Suddenly, there was a sound of lightning and thunder not far ahead, and IZAYOI showed an interested smile at the corner of his mouth, and shot in the direction where the sound came from. Misaka Miking is very unhappy now. She wanted to experience the feeling of being a gangster after a long absence today, but she did not expect to be disturbed when she was about to succeed. I wanted to teach this nosy guy a lesson, but he didn't expect that his attack would be blocked by that guy. 02 Misaka Mikato. Kamijutuma felt that he was unlucky. Today, he had a bit of money on him after a long absence. He wanted to go to a restaurant and have a good meal, so as not to lose the money again, but he did not expect to meet that discharge girl there. And the discharge girl was actually being molested by the gangsters. That scene was terrifying. He didn't know the identity of the discharge girl when others didn't know. She was one of the only 7 superpowers in Academy City. As a good and brave young man, of course Mr. Kamiju would not watch those gangsters step into the abyss of despair, so he stepped forward to stop it, but now he is entangled. Come on, fight me. Mikato's forehead bangs flickered, looking at Kamijutuma's eyes full of excitement. Kamijutuma's face was bitter, and God is pitiful to see that he is Lonel Zero of Academy City. Let him duel with level 5's super railgun, it would be as simple as killing him. Lightning gun. The lightning flashed in Mikato's hand to form a lightning spear, which shot straight at Kamijutuma. Boom. Crackling _. The lightning guns were scattered, the entire bridge deck flickered with electric lights, and the lights in the surrounding residential areas were also flickering, apparently affected by Mikato's electricity. Hey, I'm so welcome as soon as I come. A lazy voice came from the electric light. Mikato was taken aback. He heard that it was not Kamijutuma's voice. He stared at it, and saw a slender figure standing in the flash of electric light. It was a boy with short light blonde hair. The boy's hair was pressed by an earphone. Bright star eyes looked at her with a smile. Who are you? Mikato asked, frowning. IZAYOI, back to IZAYOI. The electric light dissipated, and IZAYOI'S figure appeared. IZAYOI? Never heard of it? Mikoto shook his head and pointed at Kamijutuma, who was about to run away. Get out of the way, I'm going to duel with that guy. Kamijutuma froze all over. He originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he didn't expect that Mikoto would not give him a chance at all. IZAYOI also glanced at Kamijutuma, and focused on Kamijutuma's right hand. He wanted to test whether Kamijutuma's right hand could disable his third perpetual motion mechanism. Hello, I'm retrograde IZAYOI. IZAYOI stretched out his right hand. Hello. Kamijutuma was stunned for a while, but then quickly extended his right hand and shook IZAYOI. I'm Kamijutuma. When he released his hand, IZAYOI'S eyes flashed. Kamijutuma's fantasy killer really lived up to his reputation. As soon as IZAYOI held it, he found that the power in his body disappeared in an instant. Your right hand is interesting. I'm sorry. Kamijutuma patted his head embarrassedly. My right hand has the ability to eliminate superpowers for some reason. Your ability just now has also been eliminated, sorry. It's alright. IZAYOI clenched his fist with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although Fantasy Killer immediately lost his power, the third perpetual motion machine immediately restored his power, which means Fantasy Killer couldn't kill him. The third star particle. Hey, you two. Mikoto's suppressed voice came, did you two forget something? I'm sorry, Miss Cannon. IZAYOI smiled, come on, duel. Who's Miss Cannon? Mikoto was furious, and without thinking about it, a lightning bolt shot at him. Haha. IZAYOI laughed, let me see how awesome the railgun is. Boom. IZAYOI jumped up and slammed the lightning gun with a punch, and there was a crackling sound. The lightning gun was smashed by IZAYOI with one punch, and the light blue arcs scurried everywhere. Haha, not enough. Not enough. IZAYOI swayed, came to Mikoto in the blink of an eye, smashed his fist. Mikoto's complexion changed greatly, and he instantly appeared behind IZAYOI with the help of the surrounding electromagnetic force. Dang! The coin was ejected, and the powerful electricity covered it. Mikoto flicked his fingers slightly, and the orange light speed broke through the air towards IZAYOI. Haha! IZAYOI laughed, looked at the orange beam and slapped it with a palm. Boom! The super railgun exploded, and the blasted arc covered the entire bridge deck. The steel deck creaked, and it was about to die. How is that possible? Mikoto was shocked, the super railgun she was famous for was scattered like this? Nothing is impossible. IZAYOI shook his head and said, if you don't have any powerful moves, this duel is my victory. Humph. Mikoto snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and patted the bridge deck. The surrounding ground began to rustle, and the black iron sand was collected by her through the manipulation of electromagnetic force. Sword of iron sand. The black iron sand swirled around her, suddenly turning into a long whip and lashing towards IZAYOI. Snapped. There was a crisp sound in the air, and the whip of iron sand danced like a long snake and went straight to IZAYOI. IZAYOI'S expression did not change. With a crisp sound of pop, IZAYOI crushed the iron sand whip, and then IZAYOI stretched out his hand and shook the remaining iron sand in his hand, and IZAYOI threw it towards Mikoto at the speed of the third universe. The shield of iron sand. The iron sand swirling around him condensed into a shield to block the dull sound of the iron sand shards thrown by IZAYOI. Fun, fun. IZAYOI laughed, appeared in front of Mikoto with a shake, and slammed the iron sand shield with a punch. Pick me up again. Boom. The iron sand shield exploded, black iron sand exploded everywhere, and Mikoto had already used electromagnetic force to escape when the iron sand shield exploded. After smashing the iron sand shield, IZAYOI'S fist smashed directly onto the bridge deck. With a bang, IZAYOI smashed the entire north of the bridge with a punch, and the Myokuro splashed everywhere, and smoke and dust were everywhere. In the smoke, IZAYOI jumped up and appeared above the broken Mukuro on the bridge deck. He didn't look at the ruined bridge but looked at Mikoto, who was stunned on the other side, and said, "Do you have any other moves? Use them all." Mikoto stared at the ruined bridge, then she glanced at IZAYOI and stammered, You ruined it? Is there a problem?" IZAYOI raised an eyebrow. Third chapter. "Of course there is a problem, don't you know that this is to be compensated?" Mikoto was furious. "You destroyed this bridge, do you know how much it will cost?" I don't know." IZAYOI shook his head nonchalantly. "Never mind that, our duel isn't over yet." Mikoto was about to go crazy. "You actually said no? Then I don't care, goodbye." Oh. IZAYOI looked at Mikoto with a bewildered face. She actually ran away? IZAYOI was very speechless. He glanced at the bridge that had turned into a ruined Mukuro, and then glanced at the cleaning robot not far away with UI light coming towards him. "Looks like I have to run too. However, I'm hungry." IZAYOI touched his stomach. "Looks like I'll have to find Mr. Kamiju, who is helpful, and have a meal." 03 Purpose. Kamijutuma glanced at his wallet, and then he wanted to die. IZAYOI, right, you really don't have a place to live? Kamijutuma asked cautiously. IZAYOI put his hands behind his head and let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, so I decided to live at Kamiju-san's house." "What the hell?" Kamijutuma looked bewildered. "Shouldn't it be up to me to decide to live in my house? Why do you decide to live in my house? Don't worry about these details." IZAYOI waved his hand. "How long until we get there?" "Oh, it'll be there soon." Kamijutuma replied with meaning, and then reacted, "No, now is not the time to say this. When did I promise to let you live in my house? Do you want me to sleep on the street?" IZAYOI looked at Kamijutuma with a scumbag expression on his face. "I didn't expect you to be such a cruel scumbag. I really misjudged you." Kamijutuma was speechless. "How could I be wrong?" "Forget it." In the end, Kamijutuma accepted his fate. "Just live if you want." "That's right." IZAYOI smiled, and after running away with Mikoto, he left quickly before the cleaning robot found it, and then found Kamijutuma, who was on his way home, and blackmailed him for a meal, and then he had to take an inch. Asked to live in Kamijutuma's house. Am I too bad? IZAYOI rubbed his chin and thought for a while. What the hell, it's better than sleeping on the street. The two Kabuto walked around for 5 minutes, and finally came to the downstairs of Kamijutuma's house. Hey, Tuma, is this still in Academy City? IZAYOI asked, pointing to a cheap rental house in the old days. This is Academy City, of course. Tuma looked natural. IZAYOI looked at the high-rise buildings full of fantasy technology behind him, and then glanced at the cheap and dilapidated rental building in front of him and sighed, okay, I see, this is Academy City. Dangma looked puzzled. Let's go up. There is such a place in Academy City, an all-round closed room. There is a nutrition tank filled with green liquid in the room. A figure in a white robe hangs upside down in the nutrition tank. He is the chairman of Academy City, Ares Tower. Back to IZAYOI. Several bubbles appeared in the nutrient tank. Question, what are you going to do? Another voice came from the empty room. Alistair said slowly, I don't allow all accidents to happen. Hey, Tuma, did you dry the quilt? IZAYOI pointed to the unknown object hanging on the balcony. No. Oh, that's fine. IZAYOI pulled the sliding door, only to be stopped by a hand. Can't you have a little sympathy when you see a beautiful girl lying there? Well, the first thing I saw was not a beautiful girl, but a young girl. IZAYOI touched his chin, and this young girl also broke into a private house. Seeing that IZAYOI was about to close the door again, the young girl hanging on the balcony hurriedly said, as a kind, Sunny and handsome young man, do you have the heart to see a nun who is about to serve the gods starve to death? IZAYOI'S hand closing the door paused, looking at the face you said after saying kindness and sunshine, I reluctantly let you come in for a meal. Really, you are such a good person. The nun on the balcony jumped up, I'm Index, how about you? IZAYOI, back to IZAYOI. IZAYOI nodded, you don't need to introduce yourself, I know you belong to the prohibited book catalog of Puritanism. How do you know? Index's eyes suddenly became vigilant, are you also the one who came to arrest me? Don't worry. IZAYOI shook his head and walked into the room with Index, I didn't come to catch you, and I won't grab your magic book. That's right, IZAYOI really won't grab it, but he will find a way to change it. What's the best way to deal with a foodie? Of course, it's food. For the magic book IZAYOI in Index's mind, he didn't intend to ask for it, but he remembered that he would go to Hakoniwa in a year. So he wants to refer to the magic book of this world to see if there is a way to enhance his own strength. As the final fantasy of human beings, IZAYOI is the third perpetual motion mechanism. His strength is not even an opponent of ordinary gods, but his background is too weak after all. Traveling through the worlds and learning the knowledge of these worlds, IZAYOI believes that these will be turned into his background, and his strength will be improved to a higher level, so he is not ready to let go of these 103,000 magic books. Really? Index's face brightened with joy, then she sank again, then I'm hungry. IZAYOI'S face darkened, and he thought of eating it just now while he was still in doubt. Sure enough, I don't understand the world of foodies. 04 Index. Pulling Index into the house, IZAYOI called towards Tuma in the kitchen, Tuma, make an extra breakfast, there are guests. What? When Ma ran out with a kitchen knife, he managed to convince himself to agree to IZAYOI'S stay here, but after just one night, there was another person, he was not a shelter. Deng Deng ran out, when Ma saw IZAYOI holding a young girl sitting on the edge of the table, and then his eyes changed, looking at IZAYOI like a scum, I didn't expect it, IZAYOI, it's a Lilikan. IZAYOI'S face darkened, and a dodge appeared behind Tuma, and slapped the back of his head. Boom! Before Tang Ma could react, his head planted on the floor, smashed a big hole in the floor, and twitched all over his body. Bastard, what are you talking about? IZAYOI didn't even glance at the twitching Tuma, don't you know that talking nonsense will kill people? You bastard, when Ma Zhong's head was pulled out of the hole in the floor, then growled, and charged towards IZAYOI. It's useless, you can't hit me. IZAYOI'S figure swayed. Although Tuma had honed his fighting skills because he often fought physically against the gangsters in Academy City, he was still inferior to IZAYOI. At least he can't match IZAYOI'S speed, so even though his fist dance is airtight, he hasn't even hurt a single hair of IZAYOI'S hair, which is not unfortunate. Okay. IZAYOI grabbed Toma's fist and shook it, and Toma's whole body cracked and squeaked, and then his body went limp. What have you done? Why am I so tired? Tuma said weakly on the floor. You loosened your bones. IZAYOI shrugged. You have to thank me for helping your body grow. Thank you, sister. Dangma complained fiercely, but after looking at IZAYOI'S eyes, he still didn't dare to say it. Index. IZAYOI exclaimed suddenly. Is it good to eat? Index's eyes lit up. As a standard foodie, she didn't respond to the interaction between IZAYOI and Tuma just now. For her, it was not a big deal to fill her stomach. Now hearing IZAYOI call her first reaction is to eat well. Nothing. IZAYOI gave her a brain break, ignoring her pained voice, but said to herself, our landlord is lying here now, it seems that he can't make breakfast. Hey. Index's face suddenly collapsed, why, I'm so hungry. There's no other way. IZAYOI sighed regretfully, it seems that I'm the only one doing it. Really, do you know how to cook? Index looked happy and said quickly, do it quickly. Pushing Izayoi into the kitchen, Index asked, is there anything I can help you with? No. Izayoi shook his head, just sit and wait. After sending Index out of the kitchen, Izayoi started cooking for the first time in this world. The closed room where Alistair is located. A screen appeared in the empty room. On the other side of the screen was a luxurious room. On the desk in the room sat a beautiful girl with long blonde hair. She was the Bishop of Puritan Laura. Why are you hanging, man? Free to contact me. The situation has changed, and the list of banned books has been in contact with unknown persons. Unknown people. Laura on the other side of the screen seemed a little surprised, and there are people you can't find. I checked the databases of various countries and found no trace of him, as if he appeared out of thin air. Really? Laura finally looked up a bit. What are you going to do? Kill him. I see. Laura nodded. Just do as you say. In Kamijutuma's cheap rental house, Index burped happily, I didn't expect you to cook so delicious. Yeah, Izayoi, I'll leave the cooking to you in the future. Tuma was also convinced. Don't even think about it. Izayoi refused without hesitation, joking, who is he? Izayoi, how could he be a chef? No, after eating the food you made, I feel like all I eat is pig food, don't be so cruel. Tuma screamed and threw himself on Izayoi. I'll let you die. Izayoi slapped Kamijutuma's paw, I just wanted to eat a good meal today after a long absence, so I started cooking. As for what you eat in the future, who cares? Tube. Ah, no. Index exclaimed suddenly, I have to go now. Izayoi glanced at her, then looked at the door behind him and said, it looks like you can't leave, the person who arrested you is here. 05, Kanzaki Kaori, first update? What? Index was taken aback, I'm timid, don't lie to me. Izayoi, what's the matter with her arrest? Tuma also looked curious. Izayoi ignored them, but looked out the door and said lightly, come out, hiding is not your style. Squeak. The door opened, her slender legs moved, and the tall Kanzaki Kaori walked in. She was very revealing, wearing a t-shirt tied at the waist and jeans, but the jeans were from the left leg. The root began to cut off the entire trousers, and the degree of seduction was quite high. Whoa, you bastard came to catch me so soon, no, I'm going to run away. Index's expression changed when she saw Kaori Kanzaki, she stood up and wanted to run. When Ma looked at Kanzaki Kaori, he was also confused, who is this guy, dressed like this? Hearing that, Index's footsteps stopped suddenly, and then she glanced at Kanzaki and nodded in agreement, it's too seductive to wear, I'm not ashamed. Kanzaki's face turned black at once, and she looked at Tuma as if she wanted to have a cramp out of her bones. Ah, haha, just kidding. Tuma rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Index pouted, you're right, as a magician of the church, she wears such a seductive dress, which is disrespectful to the gods. Izayoi gave Index a brain break, ignoring her painful cry and said, how can you say that, although her dress is a bit seductive, but this is people's hobby, we shouldn't laugh at it, we should embrace them with appreciation. Izayoi gave a thumbs up and showed a bright smile at Kanzaki, although your dress is in love with you, it's very sexy, well done. Kanzaki lowered her head and trembled, she couldn't help but want to kill now, you bastards. 7 flashes. With a flash of sword light, 7 cracks burst in the direction of Izayoi and the others. Wow, what's going on? I'm going to die. I'm going to die? When Ma Shen called, he couldn't figure out what was going on when he looked at the 7 cracks that suddenly burst out. Haha. Izayoi laughed loudly, raised one in one hand and threw Index and Tuma towards Chuangfu, and then stepped on the ground began to crack with the sound of clack, and his figure dodged the steel wire in the space and came. Kanzaki was punched in front of him. Kanzaki's expression changed, and 7 swords in 7 days slashed at IZAYOI'S fist. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded, and the air waves shot out into the sky, and Tuma's room was destroyed in an instant. Ah, my house! Dangma screamed. He had just been thrown out of the window by IZAYOI, and when he turned around, he saw his house exploded and rubble scattered. Haha! In the smoke and dust, IZAYOI rose into the sky. Not enough, not enough, show your strength as a saint, or don't blame me if you are killed by me. I'm not ashamed to say it. Kanza also flew up, and 7 swords flashed in his hand, and 7 swords of light struck again. In mid-air, IZAYOI shook his body and kicked the 7 sword lights with a whip leg. Boom! The sky-high air waves spread out in a circle, covering a radius of dozens of meters. Haha, too weak, too weak. IZAYOI laughed in midair, and when he stepped on the footsteps, the atmosphere made a dull sound. IZAYOI made a second use of his strength to shake his body and suddenly appeared behind Kanzaki. Eat me! The atmosphere exploded, IZAYOI kicked the air, and in an instant, he came to the sky above Kanzaki's head. Kanzaki's face changed, and he blocked IZAYOI'S kick with 7 knives in 7 days. Whoosh! Boom! Kanzaki fell from mid-air involuntarily, and slammed onto the ground with a bang. The ground undulated like a water surface, stretching for hundreds of meters, followed by a loud bang, and a large pit of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, and the smoke and dust rose into the sky. He rose, covering a radius of kilometers. Ah! Don't you want to be so exaggerated? Tuma was stunned. He pulled index and started running. Let's run, they are all too strong. Big sister. Steel ran out of nowhere, and was shocked when he saw Kanzaki being shot down. Yo! IZAYOI landed, you're that young Steel. Humph! Steel's face darkened. He was already inferior when he looked like this, and now it's strange that IZAYOI can still have a face when he can't lift it. What's the matter with premature aging? When Mara brought index to IZAYOI'S side, she heard the words curiously. IZAYOI smiled, pointed to Steel and said, how old do you think he is? I know. Index jumped up, 30 years old. Tuma, what do you think? IZAYOI laughed. 40 years old. Tuma asked cautiously. It's not right. IZAYOI couldn't help laughing as he clapped his hands. He's only 14 years old this year. What? Tuma and Index looked at Steel in disbelief. He's only 14 years old. Yes. IZAYOI nodded. I don't know what his parents gave him to eat to make him look so sad. It's really pitiful. 06 Battle, second update? You bastards. Steel was trembling with anger, and the burning cigarette at the corner of his mouth was almost crushed by him. You are just courting death. Hunting the Witch King. Boom. The flames galloped to form a huge fireman 10 meters high, the air began to twist, and the high temperature made a chee-chee sound. Wow! What is that? Tuma was taken aback. It doesn't look like a superpower of Academy City. It's magic. Index said. Fire magic. Magic. Don't lie to me when Ma looks like I'm still young. Isn't magic something that doesn't exist? Of course magic exists. IZAYOI nodded. It's just that Academy City believes in the supremacy of technology, so it covers up the existence of magic. Bite him, hunt the Witch King. Boom. The tall fireman roared straight towards IZAYOI like a demon. The 3,000-degree high temperature made it difficult for IZAYOI to breathe, and his blonde hair was dry, but he was not afraid but showed an interested smile and was eager to try. Haha. IZAYOI laughed. Let me see if you, the Witch King, can hunt me down. Fire UI's fist hit IZAYOI's head with a high temperature of 3,000 degrees, and IZAYOI threw a punch without dodging. Boom. The air collapsed, and IZAYOI'S punch hit the Flame Witch's fist. The Flame Witch's body shook visible to the naked eye, and then burst open with a click sound, turning into sparks. How is that possible? Steele's eyes were about to pop out. He knew that killing the witch was his strongest move, but he was smashed by IZAYOI with one punch, which was too shocking. IZAYOI released his fist and sighed, "It's not as strong as it looks." "Bastard, don't get too complacent." Steele scolded and shouted with both hands open, "Bring me together. Call." The dissipated sparks began to condense, and after a while, the tall fire-eyed giant formed again, roaring and charging towards IZAYOI again. "Have you seen it? The witch hunter is immortal." "Humph." IZAYOI sneered, "Then kill the caster first." IZAYOI swayed, jumping over the witch hunter's attack and kicking out behind Steele. Steele's face changed greatly. IZAYOI'S speed was too fast, and he was about to be kicked before he had time to react. "Are you going to die?" Boom. There was a booming sound from the back of the head, but Steele didn't feel the pain coming. "What's going on?" Turning his head to look, Steele saw that Kanzaki appeared behind him at some point, and his black hair fluttered, blocking IZAYOI'S attack. At this time, the two were at a stalemate. "Huh." IZAYOI smiled. He looked at Kanzaki. "Is this the Sage mode?" At this time, Kanzaki's aura was violent, and IZAYOI'S eyes were full of coldness. After entering the Saint mode, her strength showed an explosive growth, with supersonic mobility, and the time to draw out and retract the sword. No more than 1/100th of a second. It can be said that it is not scary. "Steele, step back, leave it to me here." Steele nodded when he heard the words. As Kanzaki's partner, of course he knew that Kanzaki in the Saint mode was terrifying, and he didn't believe that IZAYOI could survive. "My magic name is Salver 000. Kanzaki said suddenly. "Oh." IZAYOI smiled. "Are you serious?" "I am IZAYOI, IZAYOI, IZAYOI." Clang. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron came, and Kanzaki's figure suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, there was a flash of sword light coming straight to IZAYOI. "Good, good, good." IZAYOI laughed, and disappeared with a flick of the body. Bang, bang, bang. There was a constant crashing sound. The silhouettes of IZAYOI and Kanzaki kept flashing and colliding in the air, and the monstrous air waves covered thousands of meters. "Hey, this is too exaggerated. The superpowers in our academy are not so powerful, right?" Dangma said, stunned. "Of course, Kanzaki is a saint with no more than 20 people in the world, far from being comparable to the superpowers mass-produced by your academy city." Steele said, "But what surprised me the most was the guy named IZAYOI, who was able to fight as well as the saint. Where did he come from?" "Yeah." Tuma nodded meaningfully. "I don't know where he jumped out from." "No." Tuma suddenly shouted, "We are enemies, right? Why do we chat so friendly?" "Don't worry about the details." Steele waved his hand. "Anyway, you can't beat me, so let me take Index away." "No." Tuma refused without thinking. "I won't give Index to you." "Really, that's really a pity." Steele shook his head. "It seems that there is only a hard grab. Come out, hunt the Witch King." Looking at the King of Witch Hunts radiating terrifying heat in front of him, Dangma was sweating coldly on his forehead, and couldn't help swallowing. "Index, you said you were a nun, right? Do you have any way to deal with this flame man?" "I can't do magic." Index shook her head, "But I know the principle of this magic. There are two ways to crack this magic. One is to defeat the caster like IZAYOI just now, and the other is to find the rune of this magic and destroy it." 07 Let's learn about it. 3 shifts. Where are those runes? He refused the first method without even thinking about it, joking that he wasn't as ruthless as IZAYOI, who was fighting at high altitudes, and could attack Huanglong. The scope of this technique is limited, You just need to look around and you will find it. Index ran away a few steps and yelled at Tuma. Hey, you nun is too unruly. Tuma couldn't help complaining when she saw Index had left him and ran away. Bite him, hunt the Witch King. Steele manipulated the hunt for the witch's dynasty and smashed Tuma with a fist. Dang Ma's face changed drastically, and God was pitiful. Although he lives in this place, Academy City is full of superpowers, but he is an ordinary high school student without any superpowers. At most, his right hand is a bit special. Now that he saw this powerful witch hunter king with a strong magical color, he ran away without being scared, but he was very courageous. Now looking at the huge flame fist that hit, Dangma was almost frightened. In a hurry, he only raised his right hand to resist the blow. I hope my right hand is useful for magic. With a puff, Steele's face became dull, while Tuma was ecstatic. I didn't expect that my right hand could even erase magic. The moment the Witch King's fist hit IZAYOI'S right hand, the flames went out with a puff, and the huge body disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Steele was stupid. IZAYOI was able to destroy his witch-hunting king because of IZAYOI'S powerful strength, but what's going on now? Why did the witch-hunting king dissipate with a touch? Just as Steele was sluggish and Tuma was ecstatic, the battle between IZAYOI and Kanzaki in the sky changed again. Haha, take me a punch. In mid-air, IZAYOI and Kanzaki stood opposite each other, and the violent air wave exploded around the two of them, clearing the space for thousands of meters. IZAYOI laughed loudly, and swung a fist in the direction of Kanzaki, with strong wind pressure on his fist, like a chain going straight to Kanzaki on the opposite side. Only flash. Not to be outdone, Kanzaki flashed 7 knives for 7 days in his hand, and the chain-like knives swept across the sky and headed straight for IZAYOI'S fist. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion came, the wind surged in mid-air, and the violent air waves scattered in all directions. Whoosh! A figure in mid-air appeared next to the big pit, with a headphone on his blonde hair and a smile in his dazzling star eyes. Who is not IZAYOI? Cough cough. A palm stretched out from the big pit, and Kanzaki crawled up in tatters. She was in a very bad condition at this time. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and the violent momentum just now had disappeared, and the momentum was very sluggish. Kanzaki. Steele was taken aback. He didn't expect Kanzaki to be defeated. He had to know that he was a saint. There are less than 20 powerful beings in the world, and now he was defeated by a little-known guy. How can he not be surprised? I'm fine, don't come over to Steele, you can't beat him. Kanzaki shook his head and stood up tremblingly. Then she looked at IZAYOI and said, "It doesn't matter what you want to do with me, but please let Steele go." Haha. IZAYOI smiled. He is unscathed now, and his breath is not disturbed at all. Although Kanzaki's saint mode can burst out the strength of the realm of the gods, it is also a short burst of fullness, but IZAYOI is different, his own strength it is far superior to ordinary gods, so Kanzaki can't beat him no matter what. You said you were at my disposal. IZAYOI smiled and looked at Kanzaki narrowly. That's right. Kanzaki nodded solemnly, as long as you let Styles go, I'll do whatever you want. She knew that the terrifying fellow in front of her was no match for herself as a saint, and she didn't even leave a trace on him. Scar, let alone Steele. Hee hee. IZAYOI laughed, then you can stay and be a maid for me. Did you hear that, that fiery guy over there, you can go. Steele bit Kiba. He knew that Kanzaki, a saint, did not leave any scars on IZAYOI. He had no way to do it with ordinary fire techniques. Now he can only rely on the strength of Puritanism. Kanzaki, I'll find someone to save you. Style shouted, then turned and left. He knew that IZAYOI was here, and the catalogue of banned books could not be recovered, and now the most important thing was to go back to rescue soldiers. Seeing Steele leave, IZAYOI smiled and helped Kanzaki up, then said to Tuma and Index, who were stunned, "Let's go, let's find a place to talk about Index first." Bar. What do you want to do to Index? Kanzaki asked quickly when he heard what Izayoi was going to do to Index. Don't worry. Izayoi shook his head, I just want to give you some scientific knowledge. 08 Yuiang Xiaomeng, Happy Dragon Boat Festival? Tuma, do you know where we can stay? Izayoi asked. Ah, oh. Tuma was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the ruined house, and said with a sad face, we can go to Teacher Xiaomen's house, she will definitely take us in. Yeah, that's the legal loli. Izayoi nodded, let's lead the way then. Tuma nodded, he walked ahead and led the way, Izayoi followed, Index stood on Izayoi's right hand, and righteously looked at the silent Kanzaki on Izayoi's left. Kanzaki, your mission today is not just to bring Index back. Izayoi asked suddenly on the silent street where only the sound of footsteps remained. Well? How do you know? Kanzaki said subconsciously. Hey, isn't the main purpose of your villain to catch me? Index asked in surprise. Izayoi gave her a brain break and said, don't be a bad guy, she's my maid now. It hurts. Index exclaimed bitterly, Izayoi is a big badass. Izayoi smiled and touched her head, think about it, we live together, this maid is going to take care of our lives, you can torture her as much as you want, isn't it cool? Hey, yes. Index's eyes lit up, and Guhi laughed, I'll let her do this. Guhi, and then, that, Guhi. Are you the devil you? Dangma spat. Izayoi ignored him, but said to Kanzaki with an ugly face, as for why I know that your task today is not as simple as catching Index, it is because this is Academy City. Academy City is a technology city that has been ahead of the world for decades, and its intelligence agencies are very complete. An unknown person like me suddenly appeared here, and he was so close to Tuma, he can let me go. That's weird. Who is he? Tuma wondered, and why won't you let go of you when you get close to me? He is the president of Academy City, A-lister. As for why he won't let me go when he gets close to you, it's because you are A-lister's illegitimate child. Hey. Tuma said in horror, I am the illegitimate child of the chairman. What? Is he the illegitimate child of the president of Academy City? Kanzaki also looked shocked. Haha. Izayoi couldn't help laughing, I lied to you, believe it? Haha. Bastard. When the blue veins on Ma's forehead were exposed, why are you so vile? Kanzaki is also full of black lines, Index is also full of curiosity, what are you talking about? Izayoi smiled and patted her head, you are still young, you don't need to understand the dirty adult world. Oh. Index nodded. No. Tuma suddenly said again, isn't she a magician? The chairman should not be able to direct them. Izayoi shook his head and sighed, this is a dirty political deal, you don't understand the world of adults. Bastard. Tuma's forehead burst into blue veins, you look younger than me. Izayoi ignored him, but looked at Kanzaki and said, I'm right. Yes, we suddenly received an order this morning to destroy you. We were afraid that you would hurt Index, so we rushed here. Kanzaki nodded. Izayoi nodded, no wonder he felt that Kanzaki and the others came earlier than the original. That's why. We're here. As Izayoi was thinking, Tuma suddenly pointed to the dilapidated apartment in front of the single-family house. On the way to knock on the door, Izayoi suddenly asked, Tuma, do you know the absolute memory ability? What is that? Tuma looked inexplicable, I don't know. Hearing Izayoi's question, Kanzaki looked at Izayoi with eyes like lightning, what do you want to do? Izayoi ignored her and laughed at Tuma, it's a shame that you are still a student of Academy City, since you don't even know your absolute memory ability, if I were your father, I would definitely shoot you on the wall. Bastard. When Ma was furious, "What did you say?" "Izayoi, what do you mean by shooting on the wall?" Index asked curiously. Kanzaki also looked puzzled. "It's a ritual for human beings to pass on from generation to generation. Tuma doesn't appear after being shot on the wall." Izayoi smiled. "Oh." Index looked confused. Kanzaki's face turned Yui's face, and he spat secretly. Dangma's face was also Yui's face, but it was angry. "You bastard, I'm going to fight with you." Just when Toma roared and rushed towards Izayoi, the door behind him suddenly opened, and a young girl in a red UI-colored dress came out, looking like 12 or 13 years old, yawning at this time. "Yes. Who is hanging around in front of people's houses in the middle of the night? You are Mr. Xiaomeng." Izayoi slapped the roaring Tuma on the ground with a slap, and then lifted it up again. "We are friends of this guy, so I'm sorry to bother you." "Hey, Kamiju." Teacher Xiaomeng glanced at the humanoid object in Izayoi's hand and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Only then did she realize that it was Kamiju, and she immediately exclaimed. 09, looking for trouble. What's wrong with him? Hey. Izayoi sighed. We are friends of this guy. We wanted to stay at his house today, but when we went to find him, we found that his house was in ruins, and this guy became like this. When we didn't know what to do, this guy said we could come to Mr. Xiaomeng. It seems that Mr. Xiaomeng is very popular with you. Hey. Teacher Xiaomeng smiled embarrassedly. I'm not as good as they say. By the way, you have no place to live now, so stay at my house tonight. That's so embarrassing. Izayoi said embarrassedly. It's okay, come in. Teacher Xiaomeng waved her hand indifferently. That's troublesome. Izayoi nodded, and glanced proudly at Kanzaki and Index. The corners of Kanzaki's mouth twitched. She had never seen such a brazen person before. Why did they go like this? Obviously you just knocked people unconscious. A few people entered the room. Izayoi threw Tuma on the ground, and said to the stunned teacher Xiaomeng, we have 2 illiterates here, so I want to ask teacher Xiaomeng to teach them a question. No problem. Teacher Xiaomeng said with a smile, ignoring Tuma who was left on the ground by Izayoi. This guy. Izayoi pointed at Kanzaki. She thinks that if a person with absolute memory ability does not perform amnestics for a year, their brains will explode with a bang. Come and tell her if this is true. What? Kanzaki was taken aback and looked at Izayoi in disbelief. No. Teacher Xiaomeng didn't see Kanzaki's surprised words, but said to herself, the human brain can theoretically store 140 years of memory, so even those with absolute memory ability can know brain exploding. How is that possible? Kanzaki stumbled. She did not doubt the reliability of the news. From Izayoi's conversation just now, she already knew that the memory guy who looked like a young girl in front of her was a teacher in the most developed place in the world of science and technology. And it was the first time they met and there was no reason to lie to her. But Kanzaki said as if he had remembered something, but what's the matter with Index getting headaches every year? Izayoi sneered, if you were a Puritan bishop, would you let the list of banned books go beyond your control? It's just a control measure. How could? Suddenly, Kanzaki's whole person was sluggish. Then what have we been doing all these years? No. Kanzaki shook his head sharply. I want to go back. No. Izayoi shook his head. It won't help you to go back now. Can you let the Puritans lift Index's spell? Then what should I do? Kanzaki sat down, unable to hold back tears. Don't worry. Izayoi said, I have a way. What can you do? Kanzaki stood up abruptly. That. Teacher Xiaomeng, who had been disconnected just now, went online. What were you talking about? That's right, Izayoi, what were you 2 talking about? Index was also confused. Nothing. Izayoi shook his head and said nothing. Immediately, IZAYOI glanced at Tuma, who was still lying on the ground, and then kicked him without hesitation. "Get up." When Ma groaned and opened his eyes, when he saw IZAYOI, he wanted to pounce. "You bastard, I'm going to fight with you." "Okay." IZAYOI shook his head. "I have something to ask you for help." "Hey." Tuma was stunned. "What's the matter?" As a good-natured person, as long as he heard someone ask him for help, he would usually agree. "Follow in." IZAYOI shook his head and said nothing. "What did you say?" Kanzaki asked in a low voice on the way to the resting room. "That's the guy." IZAYOI pointed to Tuma. Kanzaki was taken aback. "Kamijo Tuma? Can he do it?" "Of course." IZAYOI nodded. "Don't underestimate him, that guy's right hand is known as a fantasy killer. At that time, the spell on Index will disappear with a puff." After arranging IZAYOI'S room, Mr. Xiaomeng yawned and said, "You all sleep here today, the teacher will go to bed first." "Thank you, Teacher Xiaomeng." Tuma lowered her head and said, "No, no, the teacher will not ignore the lost little lamb." Teacher Xiaomeng shook his head and smiled. After Mr. Mo left, Kanzaki asked IZAYOI, "Is Kamijo Tuma's right hand really okay? Is it okay with my right hand? My right hand has always been fine." Tuma complained aside. "Shut up." IZAYOI snorted, then said to Kanzaki, "Don't worry, it's all right. Index, come here." "What's the matter?" Index yawned. It was almost midnight now, and she was already sleepy. "Open your mouth." IZAYOI said. "Why?" Index asked pitifully. "Open." When Index opened her mouth, IZAYOI said to Tuma, who was standing beside him, "Come here, see that glowing thing inside, touch it with your hand. By the way, don't do anything weird." "No way." Dangma spat out, and then carefully put his hand in. Puff. It sounded as if the bubble burst, and then a strong force came, and when Ma flew upside down, IZAYOI caught it. Warning. The first and third barrier of Index Librorum Prohibitorum's collar has been confirmed to be broken. Index floated up, exuding a bursting aura, terrifying like a demon. "What's going on?" Tuma was stunned, and Kanzaki was also incredulous. "This is the church's ultimate defense." IZAYOI said, "Tuma, get ready, it's coming. In order to ensure the safety of 103,000 magic books, when the priority is to meet the invaders. Warning, chapters 1 to 3 confirm that regeneration cannot be done. Activate specific magic against intruders. The Sanctuary of St. George?" The buzzing sounded, a huge magic circle emerged out of thin air, and the strong momentum made the space begin to distort. "How is it possible? How can this child use magic?" Kanzaki said in horror. "Nothing is impossible." IZAYOI shook his head. "To put it bluntly, the church is lying to you. Dragon/King Sai? Boom. The milky white beam shot up into the sky, cut through the sky, and came to Tuma in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha ha." IZAYOI burst out laughing, and came to the mother's body in a flash, and slammed into the beam with a punch. Boom. "Give me up." IZAYOI shouted loudly, and slammed into the milky white light beam in a circle. The atmosphere vivi trembled, and the light beam was lifted by IZAYOI and shot into the sky, blasting a big hole in the roof, and the whole sky was as bright as day for a time. "Tuma, it's your turn." IZAYOI picked up the sluggish Wen Mahjong and threw it to Index's side. "Touch the magic circle with your right hand." "Ah, oh." Tuma was stunned before he reacted, and quickly put his right hand on the magic circle in front of Index. Immediately, with a poochie sound, the magic circle flickered and disappeared like no electricity, and Index fell from the air like no electricity. "It's finally over, it scared me to death." When Ma sat on the ground, what he experienced on this day was more exciting than what he had experienced in his life. It's not over yet. IZAYOI strode forward and mentioned Tuma. See, those falling feathers, that's part of the magic just now. If it touches you, you'll have to see Hades. What? Tuma was taken aback. That feather is so powerful. That's right. Kanzaki nodded. This feather is exactly the dragon/king's sigh, but as long as you don't touch it, you'll be fine. That's good. When Ma breathed a sigh of relief. This, what's going on? Teacher Xiaomeng felt like she was dreaming. After arranging IZAYOI'S group, she went back to her room to sleep, but what happened? It exploded for a while, and night turned into day again, and what happened to this roof? Why is it gone? Tuma. Seeing Mr. Xiaomen's appearance as if he had seen a ghost, IZAYOI directly pulled Tuma out. I'll leave it to you. After dismissing Tuma and Xiaomeng teacher, IZAYOI glanced at Kanzaki beside Index and said, I'll leave it to you here, I'll go out and do some errands. Hearing this, he stood up suddenly. What do you want to do? IZAYOI Shangmu Hangong flickered. Of course I'm looking for trouble, the thing that wants to kill me is not over yet. After speaking, IZAYOI stepped into the sky. Alistair, try to resist my anger. 10 Alistair. Academy City, where Alistair was, the room was silent. Isn't even a saint an opponent? The man in white robe hanging upside down in the nutrition tank muttered to himself. Not only that, but I didn't even get hurt. Question, what are you going to do? This was the voice coming from the void, empty and indifferent. Alistair Vivi was silent for a moment before saying, looks like I need to talk to him. The voice in the void continued, are you sure? Of course. Alistair nodded, everything is in the plan. Really? The voice in the void said, his strength is very strong, he did not use his full strength. I know. Alistair nodded. He's here, it seems our guests can't hold their breath. Looking at the woman in front of her who had her chest wrapped in bandages, IZAYOI Vivi frowned, can you take me in, the guide is Dangzi. No, I didn't receive the chairman's order. Jibiao Dangzi shook his head without hesitation. IZAYOI frowned. He didn't believe that Alistair didn't know that he was here. The entire Academy city was covered by a stagnant loop. The Academy's every move could never be hidden from Alistair's eyes, but now he was not allowed to enter. It seems that Alistair is trying to give him a slap in the face. Humph. With a cold snort, IZAYOI looked at the building in front of him. Alistair, since you won't let me in, don't blame me for being rude. Boom. The violent aura emanated from IZAYOI'S body, and the atmosphere trembled in Vivi, looking at the building in front of IZAYOI'S eyes flashing coldly. What are you doing? Jibiao looked at IZAYOI in horror. IZAYOI ignored her and punched the building in front of her. Ha! The fist wind swept through a white wave in the atmosphere, like a white chain shaking the air, hitting the building straight. Rumble. Underscore. The atmosphere was trembling, the fist wind was fierce, and the bursting wind swept all around, and IZAYOI'S punch slammed into the building. Hum. A light film appeared on the surface of the building. This was the building's defense system. It was stimulated by IZAYOI'S attack, but it was useless. IZAYOI'S fist hit it, and the light film began to tremble and crack. It shattered suddenly, turning into a little white light and dissipating. IZAYOI'S fist was castrated unabated, smashing through the defense system and smashing hard on the entity of the building. Rumble. Underscore. The building began to tremble and crack. With a click, the building collapsed with a bang, strong winds swept all around, and mushroom clouds rose into the sky, stirring up air waves hundreds of meters high. What have you done? Yubiao Dangzi looked horrified. What did you do? IZAYOI withdrew his fist. Just smashed a building. Ha! Jibiao Dangzi looked confused. What does it mean to just smash a building? This is the building where the chairman is located? Izayoi ignored her, frowning at the gray layer caused by the collapse of the building in front of him. It's too dusty. Call. Izayoi waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind rolled up out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, the gray layer was rolled up. What appeared in front of Izayoi was a nutrition tank several meters high. Inside, a hanging man in white robe was not blinking. Blink at him. Yo, you are Alistair. Izayoi walked to the edge of the nutrition tank and looked at Alistair inside. Alistair's expression was indifferent. Are you out of breath? Huh. Izayoi smiled. If it was you, would your anger go away? Yes. Alistair said indifferently, because it means nothing to you. It doesn't make sense. Izayoi sneered. At least I'm in a better mood. Really? Alistair nodded. What is your purpose now? Purpose? Izayoi laughed. Of course I came to kill you. Kill me? Alistair shook his head. You can't kill me. Really? Izayoi nodded, then looked at the void beside Alistair. Come out, I have found you. Void Vivi swayed, and a beautiful figure appeared, with long golden hair, a tall figure that shone with light, and a loose white cloth covering her limbs and torso. She was beautiful and delicate and did not resemble anything in the world. She was IZAYOI'S, a scholar, the true face of the top secret dragon in Park City. The mass formed by the condensation of a mass diffusion force field, has appeared as a production line adjusted using Hughes wind slash. You are Ava's. Izayoi narrowed his eyes. That's right. IZAYOI'S nodded with an indifferent expression. Who are you and where are you from? Oh. Izayoi smiled. You don't know. I don't know. Alistair said, I checked all the information in the world, and there is no information about your intentions. Really? Izayoi laughed and turned to leave. Alistair, don't come to provoke me. Next time I will definitely kill you. IZAYOI'S can't stop me. 11 foodies. Leaving where Alistair was, Izayoi ignored the horrified staring at his knot, but fell into contemplation on his own. IZAYOI'S strength is very strong. Izayoi felt that even if he burst out with all his strength, he might not be her opponent, so Izayoi retreated. He is lawless, but it does not mean that he has no brains. Now he may not be IZAYOI'S opponent, but not after that. It seems that I need to get the 103,000 magic books in Index's mind as soon as possible. At that time, with the huge magic power of my third perpetual motion mechanism, those magic tricks will definitely greatly improve my strength. Izayoi secretly said. Back at Mr. Zioman's house, Izayoi found Kanzaki standing at the door of the room. What's the matter? Izayoi asked. Where are the two of them? It's okay, the two of them have already slept. Kanzaki shook his head. I'm here to thank you for saving Index. It's okay. Izayoi shook his head. I'm not asking for nothing. As long as you do your work as a maid. Yes. Kanzaki nodded solemnly. I will definitely not disappoint you. Yeah. Izayoi nodded, then yawned. Go and rest now. The next day, while Izayoi was still in sleep, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm, as if he was bitten by something. Yeah. Izayoi opened his eyes and saw the white nun biting his arm with her mouth full of white fang. What are you doing, Index? Izayoi, I'm hungry. Seeing Izayoi awake, Index looked at him pitifully. Hungry? Izayoi raised his eyebrows. If you're hungry, let Kanzaki do it. She's a maid now. She cooks unpalatable food. She is not a qualified maid. Index cried. It's unpalatable? How bad is it? Izayoi asked with a smile, and then he saw the black unknown object on the table not far away. That's what you did. Izayoi looked at Kanzaki with an embarrassed face. Kanzaki's face was full of embarrassment. As the former pope of the crucifixion sect and the current Puritan saint, when would it be her turn to cook? Now that she can bring out such a finished product is her talent. Where's Tuma? Izayoi asked, and teacher Xiaomeng? No, it's there. Index pointed under the table. Izayoi looked down, and saw Tuma and Xiaomeng teacher were slumped on the ground and foaming at the mouth. What happened to the two of them? Mr. Xiaomeng said that nothing should only be seen on the surface, so he encouraged Tuma to eat Kanzaki's food together, so it became like this. Index said. Izayoi glanced at Index strangely, and Index was inexplicably looked at by him. What's wrong? Yes. Izayoi nodded. I was just thinking, as a foodie, why didn't you eat Kanzaki's cuisine? How is it possible? How can I eat such an unknown object? Index cried. Really? Izayoi rubbed his chin. He remembered that in the original book, Index even ate the expired vegetable salad with relish. How did he change his sex now? Index nodded, of course. She ate, but she had a good stomach. Kanzaki opened his mouth at this time. Ah! Index screamed, I can't help it, people are hungry, but it's too bad, I want to eat Izayoi's food. Really? Izayoi stood up, if you want to eat the food I made, that's conditional. I agree to any conditions, any conditions. Index hurriedly said. In exchange for a magic book. Izayoi laughed. No. Before Index could speak, Kanzaki hurriedly said, I can't give you the magic book. Why not? Izayoi asked with a smile. It is recorded that the magic that can destroy the world cannot be passed on casually. Kanzaki said. Oh. Izayoi laughed. According to you, the Puritans with 103,000 magic books can destroy the world at any time. This. Kanzaki was speechless. Izayoi continued, the ability to destroy the world is not up to the magic book, but the person who uses the magic book. Or do you think I'll destroy the world if I get the magic book? No, that's not what I meant. Kanzaki said hurriedly. If not, then you have no reason to stop me. Izayoi smiled, then he looked at Index. How about it, Index, have you thought about it? No. Index shook her head, I'm a nun, I can't promise you. Really? Izayoi sighed regretfully, I originally planned to cook some dishes that you haven't eaten before, such as fish-flavored shredded pork, diced chicken, mapo tofu, etc. It seems that there is no good fortune to enjoy. Really? Index's eyes lit up at once, sucking. I really want to eat. You can eat it if you want, just exchange the magic book. Izayoi said with a smile, looking like a big bad wolf tempting a little lamb. Then you have to promise me. After struggling with hard thoughts, Index finally lost to her foodie nature, you have to promise me that I can't give the contents of the magic book to anyone else. Okay. Izayoi laughed, I promise you, I will not give the contents of the magic book to anyone in this world. 12 Goodbye Misaka Mikoto. On the street, Izayoi, Index, and Kanzaki were walking slowly. Kanzaki's face paled. Yoi, do you really want to buy it? Of course. Izayoi nodded. Isn't the maid being a maid? But. Kanzaki was in a hurry. As one of the less than 20 saints in the world, she used to be flattered no matter where she went, but now it would be killing her to wear a maid costume. She is still suffering. It's nothing. Izayoi interrupted without hesitation, don't forget this is what you promised. Okay. Kanzaki said dejectedly. Izayoi, I want to eat that. Index pulled Izayoi and pointed to the store selling ice cream next to her. Huh. Izayoi was speechless, didn't you just eat it? I don't care, I just want to eat. Index said coquettishly, pulling Izayoi's hand. Okay. Izayoi sighed and went to the ice cream shop to buy her one. Yeah. Izayoi is the best. Index cheered. Izayoi shook his head amusingly, let's go, I don't know where there are maid outfits. Looks like I'm going to ask someone. Yo. Izayoi looked around, and suddenly exclaimed with a hint of joy, Sister Canon, long time no see. Who's Sister Gun? Misaka Mikoto exclaimed, then turned around and saw Izayoi's smiling face. Izayoi, why are you here? Izayoi pointed to Kanzaki and Index behind him. I'm going to take them to buy something. But we don't know where to buy it. Are you busy now? If it's alright, please take us to a store that sells maid clothes. Maid costume. Mikoto glanced at the two people behind Izayoi, and found a young girl in a nun's clothes, a mature woman in a very seductive dress, and then she looked at Izayoi like a scumbag, no thinking of your interest. Izayoi knew what she was thinking when she saw the look in Mikoto's eyes, and pulled Kanzaki over. This guy is my maid now, but she is not wearing a maid costume. You talk about it, is this a real thing? It's just an evil way, so I had to come out and buy her a maid outfit. It's okay if he doesn't explain, but once he explains Mikoto, he gets further away from him. Izayoi smiles bitterly. Okay, it's okay if you don't agree, but can you tell me where there is a maid outfit? Cough cough. Mikoto coughed awkwardly. Come with me, I'll take you there. Didn't you take us with you? Izayoi asked curiously. No road race. Mikoto exclaimed. I just happened to be going over there. Mikoto strode over to Kanzaki and Index, pulled them up, and left. We don't need to worry about that guy in the back. Izayoi smiled wryly, shook his head, and followed behind them. By the way, I'm Misaka Mikoto, how about you? Mikoto said suddenly. My name is Index. Index said while eating ice cream. My name is Kanzaki Kaori. Kanzaki nodded lightly. After watching the three people in front of them, Izayoi was quite speechless. The friendship between women is so strange. Misaka. Index said suddenly. Just call me Mikoto. Oh, Mikoto, are you twins? Index asked curiously. Twins? Mikoto wondered. No. Who's that over there? Index pointed to the side of the road. Which side? Mikoto turned around to look, and saw a petite girl squatting on the side of the road, just like Mikoto, but with goggles on her forehead. Mikoto's face sank when she saw this girl. It was with pain. Walking quickly to the side of the girl on the roadside, Mikoto put an arm around the girl's neck. Didn't I say, don't wander around here? Izayoi's eyes flickered. Seeing Mikoto like this, he knew that Mikoto should know about the plan of the Absolute Ability 1. After a moment of silence, Izayoi suddenly said, that's a replicator. Mikoto stiffened, then laughed dryly. How is that possible? I can't read it wrong. Izayoi shook his head. In fact, he didn't see anything, he just deduced it from the original book. Mikoto was silent, and after a while she said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I won't go with you. The mall is over there. Pointing to the direction of the mall, Mikoto hugged Sister Misaka and was about to leave. Sister Canon. Izayoi shouted, come to me if you have any difficulties, I believe I can still be of some help. Mikoto paused slightly. I see, thank you. Seeing Mikoto leave, Index asked curiously, what happened to Mikoto? Probably there is some secret that you don't want us to know. Kanzaki said. Secret? What secret? Boom. Izayoi gave her a brain break. It's all said to be a secret, how could we know? It hurts. Index exclaimed in pain. Izayoi ignored her. Let's go and buy maid clothes first. P.S. It's so deserted, I beg for a wave of collections and flowers, thank you. 13 New home. Well, yes, yes. Izayoi touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. Kanzaki's face brightened. Yoi, the maid outfit didn't feel inconsistent with her, her hands were pressing the short skirt. Yoi looked at Izayoi with a face, are you okay? Don't be so shy, You have to know that maid outfits are your daily outfit from now on. How can you be so shy? Izayoi laughed. I. Kanzaki grimaced, and she felt that the eyes around her were like needles, and she was flustered. Ha ha ha. Izayoi smiled innocently. However, it's not bad for you to be like this. I feel sorry for your shyness. Boss. Izayoi ignored Kanzaki because his words changed Yoi's face even more, and clapped his hands to summon the boss. It's such a maid outfit, give me 3 of the same style. Okay. The boss narrowed his eyes and smiled. Please wait a moment, we will prepare it for you right away. N. Izayoi nodded, then called to Index who was running around. Index, come here quickly, we're going back. Index ran over and pulled Izayoi's sleeve and said, Izayoi, I want to buy new clothes too. Don't you want this mobile church on you? Izayoi asked with a smile. Index's expression froze, and then she sighed in frustration. That's fine. Izayoi touched her head and was about to say something when the boss suddenly came over. Guest, we have prepared what you need. N. Izayoi nodded, walked aside and paid the money, then said to Kanzaki and Index, okay, let's go. Izayoi, where did you get the money? On the way, Kanzaki looked around awkwardly and asked suddenly. I asked Alistair for it. Izayoi turned over and took out a card. It was when I went out last night. N. Kanzaki nodded, not saying anything. She just felt that the sight around her was too piercing, so she just asked casually. Returning to the door of Teacher Xiaoman's apartment, Izayoi reached out and knocked on the door. Squeak. The door opened, and Teacher Xiaoman's petite figure appeared at the door. You guys are back. Then she saw Kanzaki behind Izayoi, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. Little Kanzaki, do you like cosplay? Cozy. Kanzaki frowned in confusion. What is that? Hey. Teacher Xiaomeng was surprised. If you don't like cosplay, then why are you wearing a maid outfit? The maid outfit. Kanzaki was stunned before he realized it, then he pointed at Izayoi and said, that guy made me wear it. Izayoi gave her a brain break when she heard the words, I want to be called the master. Yes. Kanzaki lowered his head and shouted helplessly, Master. Hey. Is that Izayoi? Teacher Xiaomeng was surprised. Izayoi, why did you make the little Kanzaki ship a maid? Do you have any interest in it? But, it's not okay, as a teacher, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Izayoi said helplessly, Mr. Xiaomeng, Kanzaki is my maid, of course I want her to wear a maid outfit. Hey, Kanzaki is a maid. Teacher Xiaomeng seemed incredulous, but Kanzaki cooks. Hearing that, Kanzaki's face was slightly UI, obviously thinking of the dark meal he cooked this morning. She's new, so she doesn't know how to cook. Izayoi said indifferently. Izayoi, I'm hungry. Index suddenly said. Izayoi could not laugh or cry. On the way back, Index had to buy and eat everything she saw. It can be said that her mouth never stopped. Why is she hungry now? With an embarrassed smile, Izayoi said to Teacher Xiaomeng, Mr. Xiaomeng, borrow the kitchen to use it. Hey. Teacher Xiaomeng shouted, Izayoi is going to cook again, that's great. Since she ate the meal made by Izayoi in the morning, she has been fond of it, and now that Izayoi is going to cook again, this is for her it's a huge temptation. That's right. The three followed Mr. Xiaomeng into the room, and Izayoi suddenly asked, where's Tuma? Kamajo said he couldn't live with me all the time, so I went back to see his house. Teacher Xiaomeng smiled. Izayoi nodded, he said with a smile, Mr. Xiaomeng, in fact, we also came to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry to bother you all the time. Don't worry about it. Teacher Xiaomeng said with a smile, it's no trouble, on the contrary, I'm very happy that you guys can come. Haha. Izayoi smiled. We're glad you said that, but we can't keep bothering you. Really? That's fine. Teacher Xiaomeng nodded, and then said, if you have any questions in the future, you must come to me. Yes. IZAYOI nodded with a smile. After having lunch at Teacher Xiaomeng's house, the three of IZAYOI said goodbye and left. IZAYOI, where are we going now? Index asked. Go to the new house. IZAYOI laughed. After he made a lot of trouble at Alistair, someone sent something over not long after, except for the card IZAYOI just showed Kanzaki, there was a Zhang real estate proved. That's right. IZAYOI stretched out 2 cards and handed them to Kanzaki and Index, this is Academy City's identification. Oh. The 2 of them reached out and took it, glanced at it and said nothing, obviously they didn't think this thing was of any use. Seeing this, IZAYOI didn't say much. His thoughts were the same as theirs. Obviously, he thought this thing was useless. Could Alistair still drive them out? The 3 of them came to a villa area, and after showing the identity certificate to the guard, the 3 of IZAYOI came to the villa area. Wow, we'll live here in the future, it's so beautiful. Index cried. Although Kanzaki didn't say anything, he was still satisfied by the look on her face. Yeah. IZAYOI nodded, the scenery is really good. The villa area is covered with grass, and the roadside is full of big trees. There are rockery towering around the villa area, and Izumi water flows on the rockery. The environment is very quiet and generally good. According to the house number, the 3 of IZAYOI stopped in front of a villa, looking at the 3-story single-family villa in front of them. IZAYOI squinted, obviously in a good mood. P.S. There are very few flowers and collections. 14 The Dragon King's Sigh. 3 days later, IZAYOI stood by the window, holding a thread-bound booklet with a mysterious halo in his hand, the Book of Magic of St. George's Sanctuary written by Indexmer. Is the magic of this world powered by faith and magic? But I don't believe in gods. IZAYOI frowned slightly, and it was a little difficult to do, can't it be used just by looking at it? Index. IZAYOI exclaimed suddenly. What's wrong? Do you have to believe in God to activate magic? IZAYOI asked. Of course. Index nodded and admitted without hesitation, the glory of the Lord will surely shine on the whole world. Index's face was full of piety, those who have no faith are all cultists and deserve to be punished by God. You gave me the magic book for food, and your beliefs are not so pious, right? IZAYOI laughed. Ah! Index's face froze, then she slapped haha, turned around and ran away. IZAYOI is a big idiot. IZAYOI shook his head speechlessly, and sure enough, discussing faith with a foodie nun was a brain cramp. Turning to look at Kanzaki, the maid who was cleaning the room, IZAYOI said, Kanzaki, do you need faith to activate magic? Kanzaki paused for a moment, then said after a while, actually, it's unnecessary. Faith is actually used to restrain believers. Oh. IZAYOI nodded knowingly, it's like the rules and regulations of those big companies. That's right. Kanzaki nodded. Looking at the book in his hand again, IZAYOI ignored the warning at the beginning that he needed faith to activate magic, and instead looked directly at the way to activate magic. I see. IZAYOI nodded, is it a beam of magic formed by converting the magic within the body and then compressing it? However, the formation of these spells is too troublesome. He frowned slightly. IZAYOI had never systematically studied magic before, and it was still too difficult for him to learn such powerful magic as soon as he came up. Index, come and teach me about magic. IZAYOI looked at Index, who was still sulking on the side. Humph. Index turned her head, IZAYOI is a big idiot, I won't teach you. Okay. IZAYOI shook his head and smiled, I'll make you something delicious today. Really? Index's eyes lit up, I'll teach you right away. 3 days later. Evening. Izayoi stood on the roof of the villa, his hands stretched slightly, the third perpetual motion mechanism in his body was running rapidly, milky white light emanated from the whole body, the air began to hum, and the magic circles spread out in front of Izayoi, dazzling light shines everywhere. Hum. The milky white magic beam shot straight out, streaked a long white line in the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Well, not bad. Izayoi accepted the magic circle and nodded with satisfaction, and then he saw Kanzaki in the courtyard below staring at him dumbfounded. What's wrong? Izayoi stepped down from the roof and landed in front of Kanzaki and asked curiously. No. Kanzaki stammered. Really? That's good. Izayoi nodded without looking into it. By the way, I'll go out for a walk, and you tell Index. N. Kanzaki nodded, looking at IZAYOI'S back in disbelief. She didn't expect Izayoi to learn the Dragon King's Sai in 3 days. You must know that it is the highest magic? Kanzaki now feels that all the guys in the church who are already gray-haired and haven't learned this magic have lived to a dog's age. After leaving the villa area, Izayoi was humming a little song, obviously in a good mood. The third perpetual motion mechanism can create energy out of nothing, and the energy absorbed can also be converted 100%, so the energy in IZAYOI'S body can never be exhausted, although these are very powerful. But in the past, Izayoi used fists and feet to fight. Although these can play some of the characteristics of the third perpetual motion mechanism, it is not enough. Izayoi has learned magic, and the inexhaustible energy in his body is now available. The more means he has, the stronger his strength will be. I heard that if you learn all the 103,000 magic books, you can become a demon. Izayoi touched his chin, but that's too time-consuming. As long as you learn more powerful magic, with my third type perpetual motion mechanism energy inexhaustible characteristics, then I can become an infinite cannon. Izayoi''s eyes lit up, then am I invincible? Izayoi? Just when Izayoi thought of the beauty, Tuma's voice suddenly came from the side. Izayoi turned his head to look, and saw Tuma holding a convenience bag in his right hand and a black cat in his left, looking at him curiously. What's the matter, Tuma? Izayoi laughed. If you don't go home and wander around here at night, is it possible that you're catching guys? Isn't it catching girls? No. Dangma's face was dark. I just wanted to ask you if you saw Bilibili's sister. 15 Sister Misaka, ask for flowers, collect. Sister. Izayoi frowned, and then glanced at the black cat in Tuma's hand. This scene was very familiar. The sister Tuma said should be Miss Misaka number 10,032, but by this time, Miss Misaka was already dead. Click. Just when Izayoi thought of this, a voice suddenly came from the alley next to the convenience store. Dangma raised his brows and ran in without thinking. Izayoi watched Tuma's back disappear into the back of the alley. It's going to be screaming right now. Ah! Before Izayoi could finish speaking, Toma's heartbreaking scream came from the alley, and then he saw Toma rushing out of the alley. 10. Izayoi. Seeing Izayoi on the side, Toma ran to his side as if he had found the backbone. Dead. Dead. Izayoi nodded. Go in and have a look. Entering the alley, Izayoi looked at the unrecognizable corpse in front of him, his brow furrowed fiercely. Accelerator's murder method was too violent, and the hands and feet of Misaka 10,032 in front of him were all broken irregularly, and his body was shriveled and sprayed with blood. Everywhere, the scene is disgusting. Shut up. When Ma couldn't help retching when he saw the sight in front of him, he was more frightened than his physical reaction before, but now he can't help it anymore. Accelerator is indeed a pervert. Izayoi secretly said, then looked into the depths of the alley. Come out, I have seen you. What? Someone else? Tuma was startled. Could it be the murderer? Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps came, and more than a dozen Misaka sisters wearing goggles slowly walked out from the darkness. What? Dangma was stunned. Why are there so many sisters? What the hell is going on? Tuma glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then glanced at the other sisters around him. He felt that his head was not enough. The password must be confirmed just in case. Misaka said it and put it into practice. Sister Misaka said, ZXC741ASD852QWE963, did Misaka test you above? Test. Dangmo looked puzzled. What test? Since the above password cannot be unlocked, you are not the relevant personnel of the experiment. Misaka made the above confirmation. Sister Misaka continued. Are you here to recover the corpse? Izayoi said suddenly. Yes, in order to avoid panic, the bodies associated with the experiment must be recovered, Misaka replied. Experiment? What experiment? Tuma asked. You're not the person involved in the experiment, so I can't tell you about the experiment, Misaka replied. The Misaka you have been in contact with in the past is Misaka number 10,032, which is the Misaka on the ground. Misaka said so. The voice of Sister Misaka came from behind. Misaka can use the ability of manipulating electricity to connect each other's brain waves synchronously. The other Misakas just share their memories with Misaka number 10,032. Misaka added this explanation. When Ma's face is full of confusion, it is too difficult for him to understand these instructions with the capacity of his brain, but he still asks, You? Who are you? There are only 7 level 5s in Academy City, and I am a military replica module mass-produced from the cells of Mikato's sister Misaka, that is, my sisters, Misaka replied. Experimental? Military? Dangmo looked puzzled. It's a replicator, Izayoi said. Misaka's sisters left after recovering the bodies. Tumo looked disappointed, apparently not recovering from the news just received. Let's go. Izayoi said suddenly, then patted Tuma on the shoulder. Where? Of course I went to Misaka Mikato. I don't believe you can rest assured, Izayoi said. Do you know where she is? Tuma asked. Of course. Izayoi nodded. If nothing else. Izayoi brought Tuma to the iron bridge where they met for the first time. Although the iron bridge was knocked down by IZAYOI'S punch, it has been repaired after so many days. When the two came to the iron bridge, they saw Misaka Mikato lying on the railing and didn't know what to think. Yo, Sister Gun, what are you doing here? Izayoi exclaimed from a distance. Mikato was taken aback. She turned her head. It's the two of you. Are you here for something? Of course there is something. Izayoi nodded and said, we came here specially to find you. That's right. Tuma nodded. Billy, what happened to that laboratory? Experiment. Mikato's face changed. How did you know? You really know? Dangma's mouth showed a smile. You. Mikato's head turned around. You blow me up. This is what Izayoi taught. Tuma sold Izayoi. He. Izayoi smiled and said to Mikato, can you tell the truth without blowing you up? Mikato was silent for a long time before slowly opening his mouth. Don't worry about this matter, I have a solution. You can't help it? Izayoi shook his head. If you had the means, you wouldn't be here, and this experiment should have stopped long ago. Mikato opened his mouth but said nothing. Let's talk about it. Where is the next experimental site? Maybe I have a way. Izayoi said. No way. Mikato shook his head. You can't beat him. Can't beat it? Izayoi raised his eyebrows with a half smile. You are the third in Academy City, and there are only 2 guys you can't beat, NIIS Virtuous Substance K-Kind Ito and the First Vector Manipulation Accelerator. Which one are you talking about? 16 Close the door, let it be hemp. Evening. On the iron bridge. Izayoi looked at Mikato in front of him and said slowly, which one are you talking about? What? Tuma said in surprise, you mean the first and the first NII? What, it's weird. Izayoi gave him a strange look. Tuma was stunned, no, just a little surprised. Izayoi nodded, then looked at Mikoto, who was also silent. Why, haven't you said it yet? Mikoto shook his head silently. No, I can't implicate you. Really? Izayoi nodded. But now we're implicated, right, Tuma? That's right. Izayoi spread his hands. Now we can't stay out of it. You. Mikoto calmly said, you don't need to do this. After a pause, she added, it's Accelerator, the pinnacle of Academy City. What happened to that plan? Tuma asked quickly when Mikoto spoke. The Absolute Ability Project. Mikoto continued, it is calculated from the tree design diagram that as long as Accelerator can kill me 128 times, I can evolve into a superpower, but there can't be 128 me, so the experiment is aimed at the sisters. According to the tree, as long as 20,000 battlefields and 20,000 sisters are prepared, the same goal can be achieved. Now the experiment is on number 10,032, which means that more than 10,000 sisters have been killed. It's maddening. Tuma bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth. I must not let him hurt my sisters. Where's the next lab? Izayoi asked. Western District. Now that he had said it, Mikoto didn't intend to continue to hide it. In the container in the Western District, the time is 8:30 p.m. Tuma, what time is it? It's 20 past 8. Really? Izayoi nodded. Looks like we don't have time to waste here. This is the West End, where the containers are stored. Izayoi suddenly appeared here with Tuma, standing on the container. Tuma asked, is it really here? Of course it's here. Izayoi nodded. Did you see that there's still lightning flashing there? Crackling. The electric light flickered, and Misaka number 10,032 was running for her life. She originally wanted to use the electric current to dissolve the ozone in the air to suffocate Accelerator, but Accelerator found out that Accelerator is now standing not far behind him and leisurely. She came, looking at her as if she was looking at slaughtered animals. Your battle just now was very good, and I almost got caught by this uncle. Accelerator showed a wicked smile. After being killed 10,000 times, is there something new? However, your battle has a major weakness, that is, as soon as you are caught up by this uncle, it will all be over. He stomped hard under his feet, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Accelerator's body burst out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Sister Misaka, and punched Sister Misaka, who was horrified. Boom. There was a dull sound in the air. Misaka's sister only felt severe pain in her hands, and then she flew out of her body involuntarily. Walking slowly in front of Sister Misaka, Accelerator said, do you know how to beat someone without feeling pain? I know. Suddenly a voice appeared beside him. Accelerator's pupils shrank, and then he saw a footprint enlarge in front of his eyes. Boom. The footprints landed on Accelerator's face, kicking him out, creating a huge ravine on the ground, hitting the container not far away, and the smoke and dust splashed everywhere. Izayoi slowly landed with Tuma, and the kicked foot was retracted. Just use your feet. It's okay. Izayoi glanced at Misaka's sister, who was lying on the ground. Struggling to get up, Sister Misaka looked at Izayoi with a puzzled look. Why are you here? Misaka is just a cheap replica. It will be automatically produced at the touch of a button. Why do you do this? Misaka asked mysteriously. Is it a mystery? Do you not understand it? Izayoi grinned. This is proof of intention, that's enough. Sister Misaka's body was shocked, her eyes were full of mystery. Misaka doesn't understand. Learn slowly. If you don't understand, it will take a long time in the future. Izayoi smiled. Now take a good rest. How is that possible? From the smoke and dust, Accelerator's unbelievable voice came, how could you break through my reflection circle? Nothing is impossible. IZAYOI shook his head indifferently, although the superpowers in the Academy City are powerful, they are at best the pinnacle of mortals. Even the legendary absolute powers are only able to reach the realm of gods. You are still far behind. He. Accelerator stood up, if you say that, you are a god. Almost. IZAYOI nodded. I really want to say that he is much more powerful than ordinary gods. In Hakoniwa, he can easily defeat the water god. He. Accelerator laughed, if you say that, I will be invincible as long as I defeat you, he. Want to beat me? IZAYOI laughed, then pushed Tuma, who was still in a stunned state. Let's beat him first. This is called, close the door and let it be hemp. 17 Impulse is the devil. Hey. When Ma was instantly stunned, weren't you so hacky just now, you kicked people away with one kick, what the hell is going on with me now? Hey what, just use your right hand well. IZAYOI ignored Tuma's resentful eyes and said directly. He. Accelerator glanced at Tuma, and immediately smiled when he found that none of the other 6 level 5s were there. Are you looking down on me? I don't look down on you. IZAYOI gave him a pitying look, on the contrary, you look down on him. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you lose carelessly. Accelerator's eyes squinted, he was arrogant doesn't mean he was stupid, just now he clearly felt that his reflex circle was shattered effortlessly with IZAYOI's kick, and there was no resistance at all, and now IZAYOI actually said that it looked like nothing. The non-threatening guy had the chance to beat him, and he couldn't be more careful. Really? Accelerator pursed his lips and smiled, then let me have a good experience. Boom. Accelerator stepped on, a big hole appeared on the ground, and the whole person suddenly appeared in front of Tuma. Ha, let this uncle come to see what you have to defeat this uncle. Boom. Accelerator punched Toma's abdomen with a punch. When Toma felt a pain in his abdomen, he spurted out a mouthful of sour water, and flew out involuntarily, hitting the container behind him without getting up for a long time. He. Accelerator laughed nervously, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you so weak, you still want to beat me like this? Stop kidding. With a tap on his feet, a fist laughing stone floated in front of his chest, and then with a bang landslide air, shot straight towards the place where Tuma was at a speed exceeding that of a bullet. Boom. The stone smashed into the place where Dangma was, making a deafening explosion. A large hole was also smashed into the container behind Dangma, and the flour inside also spread out, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Is that boy all right? Misaka asked nervously, looking at the scene in front of him. Misaka's sister looked at IZAYOI. IZAYOI's expression didn't change, don't worry, Tuma won't die so easily. Cough cough. Tuma's coughing sound came from the smoke, I'm not dead, but I'm coming soon. Look. IZAYOI said to Misaka's sister, he still has the strength to complain, which shows that he is in good shape. Bastard. The dust was slowly diluted, revealing a numb face. At this time, he looked very miserable, his body was tattered, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, obviously suffering from internal injuries. He. Accelerator looked at Tuma, did you change the trajectory of the stone? Are you really interesting? Humph. Dangma snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, don't be too proud, I will definitely defeat you. Really? As soon as Accelerator stepped on his feet, the rails on the ground burst into flames, dancing towards Tuma like a long snake, then come and defeat this uncle. When Ma's face changed, such an attack would kill him. If it weren't for the strong sense of danger that he had cultivated in the gang for many years, he would have died under the attack of the overwhelming railroad tracks. Clang. 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 The rails broke, turning into long spears, piercing the air, and heading straight for Tuma. Tuma's body kept dodging, and with his sensitive danger perception, he escaped the stabbing of the long spear at a critical moment. Splash. Oh. Accelerator raised his brows slightly. Have you escaped, but, can you still hide in this case? Accelerator shook his body, and the whole person shot towards Tuma like a lightning bolt. His white fist pierced the air, and smashed towards Tuma's face with a white wave. Boom. Accelerator punched out, but the touch didn't give him the feeling he wanted. He felt that his superpower had been erased. It wasn't IZAYOI'S kind of breaking with absolute power, but it was as if his superpower root didn't exist. What's going on? Accelerator asked in surprise. Now it's my turn to fight back. Tuma growled. Just now his right hand wiped out Accelerator's superpower. Boom. When Ma punched Accelerator's face, Accelerator's cheek that was visible to the naked eye began to twist, and the blood mixed with Kiba's teeth burst out, and Accelerator flew out involuntarily, hitting the ground heavily for a long time didn't get up. Accelerator's superpower is vector manipulation. In the past, he relied on superpower to fight, relying on superpower to have powerful punches and kicks, and the ordinary people would be instantly killed by him with one blow, and existences of the same level as him can't break his reflex circle. Therefore, Accelerator believes that the training of the physical body and combat skills is unnecessary, and they can't break the defense anyway, but now he has encountered Tuma. Tuma's right hand has the ability to erase all non-consciousness, so Accelerator's reliance is gone. Now the battle between the two is on the same level as the gangsters on the street, relying on the competition of physical fitness and fighting skills. Of course, Accelerator, a guy who hasn't been trained in the slightest, is of course no match for a guy like Tuma who often hangs around in the gang, and it makes sense to be hanged now. How is that possible? Although there was no expression on Miss Misaka's face, he could still feel incredible emotions from his tone. Accelerator killed more than 10,000 younger sisters. Of course, she shared the memory and knew the horror of Accelerator, but now Accelerator has been hanged and beaten, which is incredible no matter how you look at it. Nothing is impossible. IZAYOI shook his head indifferently. Accelerator has lost his mind. In fact, as long as he keeps attacking from a distance, Tuma cannot be his opponent at all. Impulse is the devil. 18 Poor Diozi and Gao Fusue. Bang. When Ma punched Accelerator's body, smashed it out, and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Damn. Accelerator was in tatters. What the hell is going on? You've never lost, right? Tuma came over. Dealing with any enemy is a one-hit kill, and any attack can be fully reflected. Guys like you don't know how to fight. Accelerator's face froze, and he said angrily, "Don't be complacent, you are a scumbag." With both hands raised, the direction of airflow was calculated by Accelerator's powerful calculations, and then compressed, and compressed between the hands to form a huge plasma sphere, the size of a house. Giggle cluck. Accelerator Drake laughing like a duck. What the hell? Thanks to what you said just now, I woke up. Why should I fight you in melee? When Ma's face stiffened, he knew that he had just gotten carried away, but he couldn't blame him. He was a level 0, and in this academy city, he was a poor dick, and Accelerator was a level 5, that is, Gao Fusue. But now he put this tall, rich, and handsome man has been beaten, so it is forgivable to be a little complacent. Aside, IZAYOI said to the worried sister Misaka, "Did you see, this incident tells us that it's not okay to get carried away." "But, is he alright?" Misaka asked worriedly. "Yeah." IZAYOI nodded. "Indeed, Tuma can't catch this blow now, it seems that it's my turn to play." Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI shook his body, his figure suddenly burst out, and he suddenly appeared in front of Accelerator across the sky, and slapped it down with a palm. Boom. Izayoi slapped it with the palm of his hand, the atmosphere began to collapse and distort, and the plasma controlled by accelerator began to shake irregularly, and finally exploded with a bang, turning into a gust of wind and sweeping the surroundings. Boom! After Izayoi slapped the plasma sphere with a single palm, he slapped accelerator on accelerator's body and slapped it away, rolling around on the ground like a broken sack. "You have already lost," Izayoi said in a deep voice as he appeared beside accelerator, who was still trying to get up. "Lose." Accelerator struggled to stand up, and punched Izayoi in front of him. "This uncle will not lose." Izayoi dodged the punch with a shake of his head, looked at accelerator's shaky body and shook his head. "Why are you doing this?" In a flash, Izayoi appeared behind accelerator, facing the back of his head with a palm knife, and accelerator's body softened with a bang. "Poor man." Shaking his head, Izayoi walked to Tuma's side. "Are you all right?" Tuma turned to Byakugan. "If you don't take action, I will die." "You can't die with me here." Izayoi shook his head with a smile, then looked behind the container not far away. "Since you're here, come out." After a while, Misaka Mikoto, who was behind the container, came out. His eyes were open to Yui, obviously he had just cried. After Izayoi and Tuma left, she was still uneasy, so she rushed over. As soon as she arrived, she saw Izayoi making a big deal of Kamui, and slapped accelerator with one palm. "Genin, couldn't stop crying?" "Came out." Izayoi stepped forward, looked Mikoto through Yui's eyes and sighed. "It's alright, it's over." "Yeah." Mikoto's eyes opened to Yui, and the tears could not help flowing in the end. Watching her sisters die one by one, she didn't know how guilty she was. Every night she had nightmares, and every moment she wanted to be a child. It's great not to promise that experiment. Now it's over, it's over. Izayoi walked up to Sister Misaka and helped her up, then said to Tuma, "Tuma, go and pick up accelerator, we're going to take them to the hospital." "Hey. Tuma Yaimen, why should I help him? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Izayoi looked disgusted. "Scumbag who sees fainted injured people who won't help them. I'm also a wounded, okay." When Ma wanted to cry but had no tears, he finally went to help accelerator. Unfortunate. In the hospital, the netherworld chasing soul of Frog Tai's face had a serious face. If Mikoto had seen the live Frog Taibeo in the past, Mikoto would have been more excited, but now she is not in that mood. "You mean, sisters are running out of life," Izayoi said. "That's right." Netherland pursuit of souls looked serious. In order to ensure the implementation of the Absolute Ability Plan, the sisters walked more than 10 years in 1 minute, which means that their lifespan is very serious. "You should have a way," Izayoi said. Netherworld chasing soul nodded. "I have a way to supplement their lifespan. Although it is still incomparable to normal people, it is still possible to live a little longer, but I may not have enough equipment here, and I need to transport them to the academy. Go for treatment outside the city." "Okay." Mikoto nodded hurriedly when he heard that the lifespan of the sisters could be supplemented. "Then I'll trouble you." "No trouble, who called me a doctor?" Netherworld chasing soul said with a smile. "Is it an artificial heaven?" Izayoi's eyes twinkled. "Looks like it's time to meet Alistair." 19 Laura, second update. Looking at the building in front of me, Izayoi had to admire the construction workers of Academy City. Their speed was too fast. It only took a long time. The building that was smashed by Izayoi's punch has been repaired, and even the style nothing has changed. It's just awesome. Brush. The space Vivi swayed, and a twin ponytail girl with bandages wrapped around her chest suddenly appeared. "Yo." Izayoi greeted. "I'm still working at such a late hour. I'm really dedicated. This is my job." Jibiao said indifferently, then disappeared with a swipe from Izayoi. Izayoi only felt that his eyes were blurred, and people appeared in the building, and then he nodded to the knot next to the gods. "I'm sorry to bother you." Yubio shook her head lightly, didn't say anything, and disappeared in a flash. She still hated this job. "What's the matter with you coming here?" Alistair asked indifferently when seeing the end of the sign disappeared. "Artificial heaven." Izayoi nodded. "I am here for artificial heaven." Alistair's pupils shrank, but she still said indifferently, "I don't know what you are talking about." "Don't be sloppy, since I'm here, it means I already know." Izayoi shook his head. After a long silence, Alistair said, "What do you want to do?" "I don't care if you want to destroy the magic side," Izayoi said solemnly, "but the safety of the sisters must be guaranteed. This is my bottom line." Alistair said slowly, "I didn't expect a strong man like you to be so soft-hearted. I just have principles." Izayoi said. "What about your answer?" "Don't worry, my sisters will be fine." Alistair nodded. "Hopefully." Izayoi nodded. With the sound of swipe, not Dangzi, who had just disappeared, reappeared and disappeared again with the sound of swipe from Izayoi. Seeing that Izayoi was taken away by Yubio Dangzi, a little golden light appeared in the void, and an ethereal human figure appeared. "Is that all right?" "No problem." Alistair shook his head. "Everything is planned." "Really?" The figure nodded lightly, turning into golden light and slowly dissipating. Back in the villa area, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening, but the room was still brightly lit. Seeing this, Izayoi Vivi shook his head. "I don't know how to save." Click. When I opened the door, before Izayoi could react, a petite body threw himself into his arms, and Index's voice came out, "Izayoi, where did you go so late? Don't you know I'm worried?" Hearing this, Izayoi was originally very moved, but then Index's stomach rumbled. "I think you're hungry." Hee hee. Index smiled awkwardly and got off Izayoi's body. "I'm worried about you too." "Yes, yes." Izayoi patted her head with a smile. "I know you're worried about me." Then Izayoi smiled at Kanzaki behind Index. "I'm back." Kanzaki's face Yoi said, "I'm not worried about you, it's just me as a maid to greet the master." Huh. Izayoi shook his head in horror. When did Kanzaki become Tsundere? Bastard. Kanzaki's face became big. Yoi, who is Tsundere? Ha ha ha. Izayoi smiled unscrupulously. "Okay, let's stop teasing you, let's go in." An Anglican, Steele is finally back here after a long journey of several days. In the big and splendid house of Eugeon, Steele stood by and looked at the blonde girl drinking coffee not far in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. "How can you pretend to be tender when you are old? You seem to be thinking of something rude." The blonde girl, the Puritan Bishop Laura, looked at Steele. "No." Steele shook his head quickly. If he admitted it, the sharks in the sea could have a full meal today. "Really?" Laura nodded, choked her coffee lightly, and behaved very elegantly, like the eldest lady in her boudoir, but the words she said were creepy. "If you let me know you're talking bad about me, I'll chop you up and feed the fish." "How dare I?" Steele smiled humbly. "Sir Bishop is always 16 years old." "Well." Laura nodded with satisfaction. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Steele was stunned, and then he remembered the purpose of his coming here, and said quickly, "Kanzaki was defeated by a guy named Izayoi, and now she is detained in Academy City. We must rescue her." "Oh, this matter?" Laura said calmly. "I already know about this matter, so you don't need to worry about it." "But..." Steele wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Laura. "Don't worry, Kanzaki will be fine." Seeing this, Steele sighed helplessly. "I see." After that, he walked out. After seeing Steele go out, Laura squinted and said, "Izayoi, I don't know where it came from. P.S., Ask for some flowers and collections, thank you. 20. The final work, 3 shifts. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The next day. Morning. While IZAYOI was dating Jo Gong's daughter, the doorbell rang suddenly, followed by the sound of Kanzaki gate of opening and the sound of a large group of people coming in. Boom. 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 First there was the sound of running upstairs, then the slamming of the door, and finally Index's cry, IZAYOI, IZAYOI, get up, someone's coming for you. What's the matter, Index? IZAYOI hit gate of opening and yawned. It was 12 o'clock when he came back last night, and finally he had to cook for Index. It's 2 o'clock, and I'm sleepy now. IZAYOI. Index grabbed IZAYOI and dragged him downstairs. Mikoto came to look for you, and Kamijo Tuma. Oh. IZAYOI nodded knowingly. When he left last night, he gave them the address. If he said anything, he could come here to find him. He didn't expect to come this morning. Going downstairs, IZAYOI picked up the egg roll on the table and took a bite. The taste was not bad. Kanzaki's cooking skills have improved in recent days. Glancing at Mikoto and Tuma sitting on the sofa, IZAYOI smiled and said, "Why, do you want to eat?" "No, I've eaten it." Tuma turned to Byakugan. "By the way, IZAYOI, you live in such a good place, why did you want to live with me in the first place?" "Hey." IZAYOI sighed, "It's a long story. I didn't have a place to live. I finally settled down with you, but I was attacked and your house was destroyed. I really had no choice, so I went to the chairman of Academy City to argue with reason, and finally found such a place." "Really?" Tuma was stunned for a moment, "But why don't I have such good treatment?" "He still lives in a cheap rental house. Probably your heart is not sincere enough." "Really?" Kanzaki kept twitching at the corners of his mouth. "What do you mean by fighting for it? It's clearly threatening others to grab it." IZAYOI ignored the boy Kamijo who was complaining about his treatment, but looked at Mikoto on the sofa and smiled. "Is there something wrong with you coming so early? It's good to say it first, thank me and I don't have to." "I don't want to make you thank you for doing these things." Mikoto opened his mouth and finally said, "The experiment has been stopped, and the sisters have also been sent to treatment. I believe they will have a good time." "Yes." IZAYOI nodded and smiled, "They will have a good time. Let me pass on a word to you when they leave, they are very grateful for everything you have done for them." Mikoto smiled, the sisters' affairs were resolved, and the smile on her face increased. "Really?" IZAYOI's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered something, but after glancing at Mikoto who was smiling, he still didn't say it. "By the way, IZAYOI," Tuma said suddenly, "Mr. Xiaomeng said today that we should go out to avoid the limelight." "To avoid the limelight? To avoid the limelight?" IZAYOI asked in surprise. "It's too big to say that a few of us who were no names defeated the first one. Let's go out and hide for a while and come back when the limelight passes." Tuma said, "Also, it's sea bathing." "Sea bathing?" Index was doing nothing at first, but her eyes lit up when she heard the sea bathing. I'm going, I haven't seen the sea yet." "Okay." Seeing Index so happy, IZAYOI smiled helplessly. "Well, let's go out and play for a while." "Yeah. That's great." Seeing IZAYOI's answer, Index exclaimed excitedly, "By the way, do you want Mikoto to go together?" IZAYOI asked. "Hey, me." Mikoto froze. "Yeah, just to relax." IZAYOI smiled. "You are tired after so many days." Mikoto pondered for a while, and finally nodded and said with a smile, "Okay then." "Yes." IZAYOI nodded, then looked at Tuma and asked, "Tuma, when are we leaving?" "Tomorrow." Tuma replied. "Well, that's fine, then let's gather tomorrow." Now everyone will go back and prepare things first. IZAYOI said with a smile. Okay. Mikoto and Tuma both nodded. After sending off Tuma and Mikoto, IZAYOI said to Kanzaki and Index, you two should go and prepare, like buying swimwear or something. IZAYOI, how about you? Aren't you going? Index asked. I still have something to do, I'm going out for a while. IZAYOI laughed. What's the matter? Kanzaki asked curiously. Although she didn't understand what Mikoto and Toma said to IZAYOI just now, she could see Mikoto's gratitude to IZAYOI from the tone, compared to when IZAYOI went out alone last night. What did she do to be like this, and now that IZAYOI is going out alone again, it's normal for her to be a little curious. A little thing. IZAYOI laughed. The last one. 21 One-Way Travel. Seeking Collection, Flowers. Evening. Accelerator was walking alone on the street, carrying a can of coffee he bought from a convenience store, which was his favorite drink. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the sound of messy footsteps came, and 5 or 6 people who looked like gangsters rushed out of the alley. They were wearing colorful shirts and their hair was dyed fancy. They looked at Accelerator with crazy eyes, and the corners of their mouths showed. Sick smile. Accelerator, die. The gangsters shouted, and rushed towards Accelerator who was walking slowly in front of them. Clang. An arc flashed across Accelerator's body, and the gangsters felt a huge anti-shock force coming. The weapons in their hands were bounced, and the people flew out involuntarily. Their wrists showed irregular distortions, obviously just after was broken by the anti-vibration force. Asshole. Unwilling to fail, the gangster raised his hand and shot a thermal beam towards Accelerator. Boom. The heat beam hit Accelerator's reflective circle, and was then reflected back with twice the power. It exploded in the frightened eyes of the gangsters, and the screams were drowned in the explosion's flames. Obviously nothing has changed. Accelerator ignored the sound of the explosion behind, these were just boring daily routines for him. Why did it become like this? Accelerator murmured, since it was rumored that I was defeated by level 0, these guys have been screaming even more. But obviously nothing has changed. Accelerator didn't understand, he just wanted to live a peaceful life. In order not to let his ability hurt more people, he wanted to make himself from the strongest to invincible, but why did it become like this? Of course your heart is not cruel enough. Suddenly a long voice came. Who? Yu Fangtong Xing shouted, and turned his head to look quickly, only to see a blonde boy standing in the wind in the building next to him. A headphone was pressed on the boy's dazzling blonde hair, and his bright eyes were looking at him with a smile. He, not who IZAYOI is. It's you. Accelerator narrowed his eyes, what are you doing here? IZAYOI ignored him, but said to himself, the strongest name is not determined by Academy City, but created. Defeat everyone who dares to provoke you, defeat every strong enemy, and forge you with your unparalleled reputation. Let the title of the strongest live up to its name, so that no one will provoke you again, and your wish will come true. Accelerator's pupils shrank, and he said with difficulty, do you know what my wish is? With a sneer, IZAYOI said lightly, isn't it just that I don't want to hurt others again? Then he shook his head sarcastically, what a stupid wish. IZAYOI has always had a problem that I can't figure out. Some guys have obtained great power by God, but they never use this power, but long for the life of ordinary people, and then they are discovered and feared by ordinary people. His family was ruined, his life was miserable, and he felt sorry for himself. These are very stupid things in IZAYOI's view. The human race is very exclusive by nature. If an abnormal individual is found in the group, their first reaction is definitely not to tolerate, but to completely destroy it. So when you have great power and want to integrate into the life of ordinary people, your life can only be a tragedy. Just like Accelerator in front of him, he has a powerful power, but he is afraid of this power and never wants to hurt others, but he has been hurting others. It is his contradictory psychology that makes him in this deformed situation. Going farther and farther on the road, he eventually became the devil in their eyes. It's so sad. IZAYOI shook his head. Bastard. Accelerator's eyeballs caught IZAYOI'S eyes, his body suddenly burst out, and he appeared in front of IZAYOI with a punch. IZAYOI'S expression continued, and Vivi stepped back to avoid the punch, and then took a step forward, and he appeared in Accelerator's arms. With a bang sound, Accelerator's body flew upside down like a bout shrimp, hitting the ground and smashing a big hole in the ground. What's the matter? IZAYOI retracted the punch he punched out. Have you been embarrassed by what I said about the pain? Cough cough. Accelerator coughed up blood, and stood up tremblingly, looking at IZAYOI with a fierce look in his eyes. You bastard, I will definitely kill you. You can't kill me. IZAYOI said lightly, ignoring Accelerator's fierce eyes. Bastard. Accelerator punched the ground and smashed a big hole in the ground. He had never felt so powerless before. IZAYOI'S words were like a sharp knife stabbing his heart, making him drenched in blood. Unwilling? Angry? Do you really want to kill me? IZAYOI spread his hands, but you are too weak, so you can't kill me, so you can only vent your anger and unwillingness by hammering the ground. See, I'm stronger than you, so you can only vent by hammering the ground and not at me, because you know it's just in vain, IZAYOI said. And, you can too. As long as any guy you can fight who dares to provoke you fears you from the bottom of your heart, and over time no one dares to provoke you again, your stupid wish will come true. Think about it. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI disappeared. Seeing IZAYOI disappearing, Accelerator stood up tremblingly, and limped towards his house, and there was a voice under the quiet night sky. Are you afraid? 22 Are you really Lolakan? Tianjing Yaxian feels very bad now. Originally, he encountered a bottleneck in the mass-produced superpower project, and the private institution Higuchi Pharmaceutical and 7th Pharmaceutical Research Center, which conducted the experiment, was also forced to close down, and he was burdened with huge debts. But fortunately, in the Absolute Ability Evolution project, he decided to use his sisters as substitutes and then transferred to the research team of the project, which also became Tianjing Yaxian's savior. But now the Absolute Ability Evolution plan has also been frozen, he is unable to repay the debt, and now he has to run away. Bastard. Tianjing Yaxian hid in his small yard, biting kiba and gnashing his teeth. Why did the experiment stop? Why? Bastard. He has been cornered by debt collectors these days, and his creditors are biting him like vampires, making him exhausted and unable to escape. What should I do now? Tianjing Yaxian's eyes were deep, and the creditor only gave him 3 days. If he couldn't find a way to repay the money, the creditor would sink him into the river and feed him to sharks. Mr. Tianjing Yaxian. Suddenly, other voices came from the room where he was supposed to be alone. Who? Although Tianjing Yaxian was a little surprised, he was not panicked at all. As a researcher of Academy City, he had seen a lot of superpowers, and he had also seen superpowers that were invisible to people. Don't panic. The voice continued, I'm here just to make a deal with you. What deal? Tianjing Yaxian took out the pistol from the drawer beside him, and started to look around. I heard that you are now cornered by your creditors, so I will find a way out for you. The voice continued to come, turning a blind eye to Tianjing Yaxian's actions, and the voice did not change in the slightest. What's the way out? Tianjing Yaxian narrowed his eyes. Now that he has nowhere to go, even if tempted by the devil, he will jump up and take a bite. As long as you judge Academy City. What? Tianjing Yaxian narrowed his eyes. You want me to judge Academy City? That's right. The voice returned, of course you need to submit a certificate. As long as you inject the virus into the body of the last work. Tianjing Yaxian was silent. What he was thinking about was not whether to inject the virus into the final work, but whether he should judge Academy City. Give me 3 days. After a long silence, Tianjing Yaxian said. Well, just 3 days. The voice said, I hope you don't disappoint me. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound. Tianjing Yaxian knew that the other party might have left, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Tianjing Yaxian secretly said, it seems that we have to go and see the situation of the last work. In the dim research room, Tianjing Yaxian walked alone, through corridors, and finally came to the room at the end. The room was full of nutrient tanks filled with green liquid, but everything inside was empty. Because of the termination of the Absolute Ability Plan, all the Misaka sisters in the room were transferred. Tianjing Yaxian did not take a look at these empty nutrition tanks, but went straight through the past to the end, and then opened a secret door. There was only a lonely nutrition tank, and inside the nutrition tank was a little girl of about 10 years old. The last work. Tianjing Yaxian walked in, glanced at the girl inside, Vivi's eyes flickered, and then walked to the console to the side, entered the administrator password, inserted the external connector, and then entered the virus code. Do you really want to do this? If you do it, there is no turning back. Tianjing Yaxian looked at the OK button, and he was at war in his heart. Forget it, let's think about it and talk about it. Tianjing Yaxian deleted the code, and finally decided to slow down. He hadn't made up his mind yet. I thought you could type. Suddenly a voice came. Tianjing Yaxian trembled with fright, and hurriedly shouted, Who? Back to IZAYOI. IZAYOI'S voice came faintly, and then Tianjing Yaxian saw the golden light slowly solidifying next to the nutrition tank of the last work, forming the figure of a blonde boy. Is this the last work? It's completely Mikato's little girl form, it's still kind of cute. IZAYOI clicked his lips. Then he turned to look at the horrified Tianjing Yaxian. For the sake of you helping me lead the way, I'll give you a treat. As soon as he stretched out his hand, IZAYOI grabbed Tianjing Yaxian's neck before he could react, and then with a click, Tianjing Yaxian's eyes turned white and he went limp. Throwing away Yaxian Tianjing's body, IZAYOI turned to look at the last work. Don't pretend, I know you are conscious, little Mikato. Yeah, Misaka was discovered, it's over, Misaka is about to be silenced, Misaka said in a panic. The last work opened his eyes, although he said that he was very scared, but his face showed no expression at all. When he came out, he was still excited. I won't kill you. IZAYOI laughed. But you killed that uncle, you are a bad guy, Misaka said with certainty. Yes. IZAYOI nodded and admitted, I never said I was a good person, but I certainly won't kill you. I was asked by your sister Misaka Mikato to save you. Hey, did your elder sister find you? That's great, Misaka said that he was very happy but still had some doubts in his heart. Yeah. IZAYOI nodded, I have Mikato's phone here if you don't believe me. It's called Mikato, your sister. You can't be your sister's lover, right? Misaka is very excited to find out a big secret. We're just friends. IZAYOI shook his head, okay, I'll let you out first. One shot at the nutrition tank, the vibration force exploded, and then the nutrition tank exploded into pieces with a click sound, and the last piece fell out completely naked. IZAYOI took out the prepared sheet and put it on her throw to cover the leaked spring. Taking the sheet, the last work looked at IZAYOI and said, Misaka thought you were a lolicon, but I didn't expect you to prepare a sheet for me. Misaka was very surprised. IZAYOI turned over Byakugan, I'm done, we should go. After saying that, he walked out first. Hey. Seeing that IZAYOI was about to leave, the last work quickly followed, are you really not lolicon? Misaka asked curiously. 23. It turns out that IZAYOI is not always abandoned. The last work has been placed in the nutrition tank since she was born. Although she can get some common sense knowledge from the Misaka internet, she has not seen the truth with her own eyes, so she was curious about everything along the way, and asked Dongqing from time to time. West, excited. The Academy City lights at night are bright. IZAYOI is, after all, a city dominated by technology, so it looks particularly beautiful under the fluorescent lights at night. Wow, the lights there are so beautiful, like a fish. The last work pointed to the bridge not far away. The lights on the bridge and the lights on the water really looked like a fish. Wow, and there, it's so shiny. And there. I looked around and looked around for the last work, but I never heard it in my mouth. I exclaimed from time to time. The corners of IZAYOI'S mouth twitched slightly. A little kid is trouble. I'll give her to Misaka Mikoto, so I don't have to wait all day. Nagging in the ear. Wow, IZAYOI, do you live here? I didn't expect you to be so rich, Misaka said in shock. Although the tone of the last work was shocked, IZAYOI did not see the slightest shock from her expression. Only excitement. IZAYOI flipped through Byakugan and ignored her. After hitting gate of opening, she saw Index and Kanzaki watching TV in the hall. When she heard the voice of gate of opening, Index stood up and ran to IZAYOI'S side. And then saw the last work, the original excited expression collapsed. IZAYOI, who is she? Misaka Mikoto's sister. IZAYOI said. Hey, Mikoto's sister, does Mikoto have such a small sister? Who knows? The last work looked at the nun lowly who was as tall as her, blinked curiously and said, Hello, I'm Misaka number 20001. Number 20001. Index blinked cutely, Hello, I'm Index, a great nun. Well, Sister Index, do you have any clothes? The last work pointed to the white sheet that he was still wearing, Can you lend me one? Misaka looked in front of me with a hopeful expression. The Index, who used to lend herself one of her clothes and free herself from IZAYOI'S scornful eyes. Hey! Only then did Index see that the last work was not wearing ordinary clothes but a white sheet, and suddenly asked strangely, Why don't you wear clothes? Misaka used to live in a nutrition tank and didn't need to wear clothes. Misaka hurriedly replied to Sister Index's words, and sincerely hoped that she could lend me her clothes soon, because Misaka finds that IZAYOI'S eyes are getting more and more dangerous, and Misaka is even more dangerous if he is not wearing clothes. Oh, alright, come with me. Although Index was curious about the way the last work spoke, she didn't ask any more, but went directly to her room to change clothes with the last work. Kanzaki. IZAYOI glanced at Kanzaki in the maid outfit. Does Index have any clothes other than the mobile church? Yes, I bought it when I went out today. Kanzaki nodded, then asked, Who was that little girl just now? A replica of the Mikoto Jean, IZAYOI said. Kanzaki's pupils narrowed, and she immediately thought of what IZAYOI did after she went out last night. What did you do yesterday has something to do with her. That's right. IZAYOI nodded and said meaningfully, the darkness in Academy City doesn't need to be less outside. Kanzaki nodded. She didn't ask the specific situation. As a saint on the magic side, of course she knew the darkness of the world. I think Academy City was doing some experiments with Misaka Mikoto's replicant, but IZAYOI found out and stopped it, so today Misaka Mikoto will come to thank you in the morning. After a while, the sound of messy footsteps came, and Index and the last work ran down alive. IZAYOI, look, this is my new dress today, is it beautiful? The first to speak was Index, who was wearing a white floral t-shirt and blue shorts underneath, looking full of vitality. Well, not bad. IZAYOI smiled. And me? Not to be outdone, the last work stood out. She was wearing a blue t-shirt, white shorts, and a white peaked cap on her head, unlike Index. Well, not bad. Izayoi nodded. I always feel that you are perfunctory, Misaka. Misaka said unhappily. No, you feel wrong. Izayoi clapped his hands. Okay, let's go to rest, we have to go out tomorrow. Go out, where are we going tomorrow? Misaka asked curiously. Go see your sister and give you to her. Hey, are you going to abandon me? Misaka is trying to win IZAYOI'S sympathy with her pitiful eyes. What do you mean by abandoning you? IZAYOI'S mouth twitched. It's just for you to meet your sister. Then you can go wherever you want. Well, Misaka was relieved after hearing IZAYOI'S words. It turns out that IZAYOI didn't want to give up. 24 Goodbye Sunspot. Early in the morning, IZAYOI was dragged out of bed by Index, who had been excited all night. IZAYOI, wake up soon, we're going to see Beth. Got it? IZAYOI yawned. It's only 6 o'clock, why are you in such a hurry? I think if I want to go out to play, I will be punished, Misaka said solemnly. Yes. IZAYOI sighed helplessly. Half an hour later, the four of IZAYOI came to the agreed place. Hey, I said you came too early. IZAYOI looked at Tuma and Mikoto in front of him and was speechless. Ahaha. Mikoto smiled embarrassedly. She couldn't say that because it was the first time she was invited by a friend to go out to play. She was very excited all night, so she got up early this morning. I came here earlier because there was nothing to do, but I found out that the middle school girl from the country had already arrived. I was also shocked. Tuma said. Bastard, who is the junior high school girl? Mikoto's forehead flickered and he was about to give this open-mouthed guy a shot. Is it my elder sister? Misaka's tone is a question, but I can be sure by seeing my elder sister's barren breasts. Just when Mikoto couldn't help it, a petite voice came into her ears, and let her the veins on the forehead jumped. Hey! Mikoto turned to look, and saw a teenage girl behind IZAYOI looking at her curiously. Who are you? Mikoto looked at the familiar young girl in front of him. I'm Misaka number 20001, big sister, Misaka replied. Misaka number 20001. Mikoto's pupils shrank, then looked up at IZAYOI in disbelief. That's right. IZAYOI nodded. This is the last one. The last work. Mikoto heard IZAYOI'S confirmation, her whole body sank instantly. She looked at the last work. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. If you want to apologize, please try to grow your breasts. Misaka shared her dream. Mikoto's face darkened, and subconsciously, a brain collapsed. Bastard, what are you talking about? Wow. The last thing exclaimed, is your elder sister feeling inferior for her breasts? Don't worry, according to hereditary genes, elder sister's breasts will also develop the same as her mother's. It will definitely happen, Misaka said. I have always hoped for it. Really? Mikoto was stunned for a moment, glanced at his barren breasts, and then remembered the huge size of his mother, and suddenly became confident. Mikoto, do you care so much about your breasts? Index asked curiously. Huh? Mikoto glanced at IZAYOI and Tuma, who were looking at her with a subtle expression, and his face turned UI's face. No. That's not the case. Really? Index nodded and didn't ask again. Mikoto, you are still young, you will develop in the future. Kanzaki made a merciless supplement. Haha. Mikoto glanced at the huge size in front of his split chest, and then he had an unlovable expression on his face. IZAYOI, when are we leaving? Index asked. IZAYOI nodded, we'll leave when the car arrives, probably a while longer. Before he finished speaking, A young girl's roar came from behind a group of people. Sister, sister. Where are you going? Kuriko. Mikato's body trembled, and his whole body stiffened, then turned to look at the girl with two ponytails behind him. Kuriko, why are you here? My elder sister has been absent-minded since she came back yesterday, and then I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at night. I disappeared early this morning. As my elder sister's roommate, of course I have to come out and have a look. Hiza looked proud. Said. So you're stalking me, right? Mikato blushed, electric lights flickering on his forehead. Ahaha. Hiza snorted. Hiza. Mikato roared, the electric light on his forehead crackling and cracking, and Kuriko turned into a mosaic. Ah, the whipping of my elder sister's love. The corners of IZAYOI'S mouth twitched. It was incredible that Tenten didn't turn into an idiot even with such a click. Mikato, who is she? Index asked curiously. She's my roommate, Kuriko Shirai. Mikato sighed. Oh, I thought she was the second child of my mother's life, Misaka said with a sigh of relief. Wow, the trumpet elder sister. Hiza looked at the last work with bright eyes, but he couldn't help but pounced on the last work. 10. IZAYOI, save me quickly. Misaka is huge and difficult. I hope IZAYOI will escape the clutches of this guy by himself. IZAYOI sighed helplessly, and led Kuriko's back leader to lift it up. Tell me, what's the matter with you here? Ah. Kuriko looked at IZAYOI and was shocked. It's you. Bastard ape, I haven't settled with you yet. You know each other? Mikato asked curiously. Have met once. IZAYOI nodded. Bastard ape, what does it mean to have met once? Kuriko was furious. It's clear that you fought against the rules, but the one who didn't accept the punishment ran away. Okay, these are all trivial matters. IZAYOI waved his hand. Now let's talk about why you are here. What's a trivial matter? Kuriko was about to retort in anger. IZAYOI interrupted her, then pointed to the approaching vehicle. If you don't say it, we're leaving. Kuriko was furious, and finally bit Kiba and said, of course I want to follow my elder sister. I will go wherever my elder sister goes. Really? IZAYOI nodded. Then follow along. The group got into the car and drove to the seaside hotel for this vacation. 25 Angel Falls, ask for flowers, collect. The seaside hotel. IZAYOI and his party went straight to this place. It is summer. There were originally many people in this seaside hotel, but who told them to be from Academy City, and they were ordered to travel, so they were booked. Wow, the sea. Wow, the beach. Wow, so beautiful. The two little loli, Index and Last Work, shouted and jumped for joy. Okay. IZAYOI picked up one in one hand. We still have to go to the hotel to release the ceremony. We will come to play later. After the two little loli stopped, IZAYOI asked, Tangma, are your parents coming tomorrow? Hey. Dangma was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I haven't seen them for a long time. I was surprised for a while when teacher Xiaomeng told me yesterday. Really? IZAYOI'S eyes flickered, and he secretly said, did the angel fall? I want to see what the angel is like. Why are you asking this? Kanzaki asked next to him, and she didn't believe IZAYOI would ask such a trivial question. It's okay. IZAYOI shook his head. Isho. Really? Kanzaki nodded suspiciously, but since IZAYOI didn't say anything, she didn't ask any more. A few people placed the line Li under the warm greeting of the innkeeper, and then went to the beach to play. The blue waters, sparkling beaches, and girls in bikinis, everything is full of youthful atmosphere. IZAYOI lay comfortably on the sun lounger, took a sip of the iced drink beside him and sighed comfortably, then said to Tuma, who was in the same state beside him, Tuma, why don't you play? Tuma shook his head. Let's rest for a while, then go later. IZAYOI nodded and glanced at Index, who was greeting him. Then you can rest here, I'll go play first. Swimming, diving, beach volleyball. After all the time to play was over, it was night time. Ah, I'm so tired. Mikoto stretched his waist and stretched his shin, and then smiled again, but I'm so happy. Ah, big sister is so charming when she is tired. Kuriko said that. Index and the last work were chatting aside and didn't know what to say, but they were very happy to see them jumping around. Kanzaki, how's it going? IZAYOI asked. Kanzaki was shocked, as if he didn't expect IZAYOI to ask her, but he nodded and said, it's okay. Really? IZAYOI nodded, okay, let's go back. When we got to the hotel, there was another round of jitters, and then we all went back to their rooms to rest. After playing all day, everyone was tired. It was quiet at night, and everyone in the hotel had already fallen asleep. In IZAYOI'S room, IZAYOI, who had closed his eyes and fell asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Are you coming? Under IZAYOI'S perception, an invisible wave spread out in the direction of the southwest, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the sky above the inn. Forbidden. IZAYOI let out a low voice, a white light flashed on his body, and a magic circle flashed across the night sky, wrapping the entire hotel. The invisible wave failed to break through the defense of IZAYOI'S magic circle, and continued to expand to the entire world. Under IZAYOI'S perception, a huge and sacred force came down from the unknown space above the world. Is it done? IZAYOI muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep here. In the silent night, only a slight voice flowed, Angel. The next day, IZAYOI got up early, and then he found Kanzaki in a maid costume coming to him with a confused face. What's wrong? IZAYOI quipped, do you want to perform the duties of a maid? IZAYOI, did you feel any weird fluctuations last night? Kanzaki ignored IZAYOI'S jokes and asked in a deep voice. Yeah. IZAYOI nodded and admitted, I still know what happened. What? Kanzaki was stunned. She also saw that IZAYOI had learned a lot of magic from Index in the past few days, so she came to ask, but she didn't expect to find out by accident. What's the matter? She demanded. The angel has come. What? Kanzaki was stunned, then looked at IZAYOI in disbelief. You mean? That's right. IZAYOI nodded. It was an angel who fell. What? Kanzaki was horrified, and then reacted, but why are we okay? Because I set up an isolated magic circle over the hotel, IZAYOI said. You. Kanzaki looked at IZAYOI in disbelief. She knew that IZAYOI learned magic very fast, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. It's only been a long time, since even a world-class big magic angel can be protected from falling. What's wrong? IZAYOI gave her a strange look. It's nothing. Kanzaki shook his head quickly, and then said as if thinking of something, so the whole world is in chaos now. No. IZAYOI shook his head, this spell is incomplete. Well. Kanzaki nodded, then we must find the caster and then destroy the cast. Why? You don't know whether it's true or false. I don't know if there are no abnormal people in the world now, only we are exposed to the broad daylight, and it's strange that the angels don't look for us after they come. Kanzaki said angrily, in order not to let the angels kill us, we must find the caster quickly to break the spell casting. No. IZAYOI shook his head, exactly, I also want to see how the angel's strength is. 26 Confess. Seeking collection, flowers. IZAYOI, what are you talking about? Index came over. It's nothing. IZAYOI shook his head with a smile, then glanced around and said strangely, why didn't you see Tuma? Who else? I don't know. Index shook her head. I know, he went outside. Misaka raised his hand and answered loudly. The last work said. Izayoi nodded and found Mikoto walking beside him. "Good morning, Izayoi." "Good morning." Izayoi nodded with a smile, then looked at Kuriko behind Mikoto. "Good morning." Kuriko glanced at Izayoi with the eyes of a class enemy, and then said with a cold snort, "Good morning, apes." Izayoi flipped through Byakugan and didn't know which of her tendons was wrong. Sure enough, he didn't understand the world of Lily. Several people ate breakfast and walked outside the hotel talking and laughing along the way. "Yo, Tuma, haven't your parents come yet?" Izayoi spotted Tuma waiting by the side. "It's Izayoi." Tuma nodded. "I haven't come yet, I don't know what they are doing, why haven't I come so late?" "It's not too late." Izayoi turned to Byakugan, "It's only 8 in the morning." "Ahaha." Tuma smiled awkwardly, "I haven't seen them for a long time, are you a little anxious?" "Yeah, Billy, you haven't seen your parents for a long time, haven't you?" When the mahjong conversation turned on Mikoto. "Bastard, you an ape." Kuriko flashed behind Mikoto, and he used his space ability to appear behind Tuma and kick Tuma flying. "What did you just call big sister?" "I'm sorry." Tuma, who was kicked and fell to the ground, said weakly. "Humph." Hiza snorted, raised his head and gave Izayoi a smug look, as if he was saying, "Look, you know how good I am." Izayoi flipped through Byakugan and ignored her. "I have a problem." Misaka raised his hand to try to get everyone's attention. The last work suddenly raised his hand. "What's the matter?" Izayoi asked. "I want to know the origin of Izayoi," Misaka said curiously. Izayoi was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that everyone around him was looking at him. "Speaking of which, we really don't know where you came from, Izayoi." Tuma nodded. "It suddenly appeared." "That's right." Kanzaki also nodded. "I don't know when it appeared, as if it jumped out of a stone, and its strength is so powerful." "Is this guy so mysterious?" Kuriko asked curiously. Index was also confused. "Although I don't know what you are talking about, I also want to know about IZAYOI'S life experience." Well, that's right." Mikoto also nodded sharply. "I want to know too." "Hey, didn't I tell you?" Izayoi looked surprised. "I'm not from this world." "Hey, what?" "I'm from another world," Izayoi said solemnly. "How is it possible? How can another world exist?" A group of people shook their heads vigorously. "Stop joking. Why can't it exist?" Izayoi shook his head and smiled. "K." Seeing Izayoi's confident look, Kanzaki couldn't help but say, "Then can you tell me about the situation in your world? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to believe it." "Yes, our world is called Heikaniwa. It is a world created by powerful gods and Buddhas. The people in it compete with gifts. It's a very interesting world." Izayoi laughed. Although he has not been to Heikaba, he can describe it a little bit through the memory of the past life. "What? Gods and Buddhas?" Kanzaki said in surprise. "Although there are legends of gods and Buddhas in this world, they are legends after all, and no one has ever seen them before." "That's right, gods and Buddhas, there are gods and gods flying everywhere in Heikotii." Izayoi laughed. "That's impossible." Index shook her head and said, "The world cannot withstand the mighty power of gods and Buddhas. That's because the world is too fragile." Izayoi shook his head. "Look." After speaking, Izayoi stretched out his fingers and poked at the empty air. Puff! A deep hole appeared in the space under the poke of Izayoi's finger, and there was a shishi sound around the hole, which looked very scary. "How is it possible that you broke through space so easily?" Kuriko, as a person with great ability to move in space, is of course very successful in the study of space, so he was so surprised to see Izayoi's actions. "I can still imprison the space." Izayoi smiled, then stretched out his hand to point at Kuriko, and the invisible waves spread out, covering the space around Kuriko. How? Kuriko tried to move in space, but there was no response. I can't move in space. Looking at the surprised eyes around, Izayoi smiled and retracted the outstretched hand. You are trying. Hearing this, Kuriko hurriedly began to calculate in his mind. When his body flashed again, he was behind Mikoto. He was relieved, and Kuriko said happily, I can move in space again. Seeing Kuriko's reaction, the group became suspicious. Are you really from another world? Mikoto couldn't help asking. If it's fake. Izayoi spread his hands and laughed. Then how did you get here? Tuma asked. Through a portal. Then can you go back? Misaka asked quickly. Yes, I can go back anytime. Then what is your strength in your world? Kanzaki asked. No ordinary god is my opponent. Then, Izayoi, are you more powerful than the gods, so why do you want to learn magic from me? Index asked curiously. Magic is a good shortcut for parsing the rules of the world. Izayoi laughed. But didn't you say that the gods can't come in this world, but why can you? Mikoto saw so many people asking, so she asked one. Because I'm a human, not a god. Izayoi laughed. As long as I don't take action, the energy won't leak out. Really? Mikoto was stunned, and fell silent like the others. Tuma, what's the matter with you? And is this your friend? At this moment, Tuma's father Kamijutoya and mother Kamijushina finally arrived, and they asked curiously when they saw the group of people who were sluggish. It's okay. Tuma glanced at her parents and shook her head, I want to be quiet. 27 Family Ethics Theater. When he first came to this world, Izayoi discovered the fragility of this world, just like fragile glass, and a slightly larger movement would make it collapse. In order to prevent the world from being broken, Izayoi has been restrained, and learning magic is also in order to have more ways to fight the enemy, just to avoid the world collapsing when he is too excited when he fights and then uses his power to exceed the limit of the world's tolerance. Of course, parsing the rules of the world is also his purpose. Izayoi's gift is that his body is unknown. Every punch and kick has the power to destroy the gods, but there is more destruction than creation. Strength improvement is very helpful. Just when Izayoi was thinking about this, something ridiculous happened to Tuma. Who are you? Tuma looked at the strange woman in front of his father. Where is my mother? Dangma, what are you talking about? I'm my mother. The strange woman looked at Dangma with a puzzled face. You're not my mother. Dangma yelled, how could my mother's ime be you? Kamijutoya couldn't stand it any longer, he walked over and slapped his son on the back of the head. Tuma, what are you talking about? Isn't he your mother? That's not it. Tuma shouted while covering her head, then looked at her father incredulously as if thinking of something. Could it be that you divorced your mother? Kamijutoya slapped again and said angrily, what nonsense. I have such a good relationship with your mother, how could it be possible to divorce? This. Tuma looked at his father's angry appearance, which didn't seem like a fake, which made him even more puzzled. What the hell is going on? Izayoi? Mikoto came over and touched Izayoi with his elbow. Do you know what's going on? The others were also full of curiosity, only Kanzaki looked thoughtful. That woman can be said to be Tuma's mother or not, Izayoi laughed. Why do you say that? Mikoto asked, her face full of excitement now, who made the scene in front of her look like an annual blockbuster, making people want to hold the popcorn and watch it? Yes, Misaka is also curious. Izayoi, hurry up. Index also urged. Bastard anthropoids, hurry up, don't make people appetite. Kuriko also shouted. The whole world is in chaos right now because of a spell. Izayoi said, this spell is called Angel Fall. Index, You should know it? Hey. Index said in surprise, Izayoi, are you saying that someone started Angel Fall? What is Angel Fall? Misaka asked curiously. It's magic, Kanzaki said, looking at Tuma's father Kamijutuya with an incredulous look. That's right, it's magic. Index replied, Angel Fall is a kind of magic that forcibly pulls the angel from the upper rank to the lower rank, and it is a great magic that affects the whole world. The side effect of Angel Fall is the role of the character replacement, which is embodied in the complete replacement of a person's inner and outer appearance. After a pause, Index continued, according to the concept of the tree of life in Kabbalah's thought, the number of humans and angels has already been determined, so under normal circumstances, humans absolutely cannot be upgraded to angels. Likewise, angels are not demoted to become human. And the fall of the great magic angel forced the angels who were originally in the sky to be reduced to human beings. And the complete replacement of people's inner and outer is like a game of wind blowing. Once the game starts, chair and sit, the person in the chair would change completely. But in this game, not everyone who takes part ends up with a chair. The only person who doesn't have a chair to sit on will be squeezed into the sky, to sit on the chair that the angel used to sit on. This is role replacement. Then Index pointed to Tuma and said, Tuma doesn't recognize his mother now because her mother's appearance and insides have completely changed. No, Index. Izayoi laughed, this angel's fall is done for completion, so Tuma's mother only changed her appearance, but she didn't change her inside at all. What? Index said in surprise, and then looked at Tuma's father Kamijutuya as if thinking of something. His father hasn't changed, isn't it? Is that the one? Izayoi laughed. Well, what are you talking about, what magic? Mikoto asked cautiously. Isn't magic non-existent? Yes, magic, those are superstitions. Kuriko said. I don't believe in the existence of magic either, Misaka said with certainty. There are existences in other worlds, so what is impossible for the existence of magic? Izayoi laughed. This. Mikoto then remembered Izayoi's identity as a person from another world, and sighed, well, is there any way to destroy this magic? Kill the caster? Izayoi laughed. That is Kamijutoya. Hey, Kamiju's father is the caster. The clan members were shocked and looked at Kamijutoya in disbelief. Do you really want to kill him? Don't listen to Izayoi's nonsense, the angel fall is not perfect now, as long as you destroy the casting site. Index said, however, I am curious about how an ordinary person Kamijutoya could activate such a big deal. Strictly. You'll find out if you ask. Kanzaki said, walking straight towards the Kamiju family where the family ethics theater was still taking place. Izayoi narrowed his eyes suddenly, turned to look behind him, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You guys go first, I'll go over there to see. 28 Archangel Power of God for Collection, Flowers. Leaving the group, Izayoi came alone to the path behind the hotel. Here, there are 3 people talking, 2 men and 1 woman. The man is Steel, who has a relationship with Izayoi, and the other is Tuma's friend Tsuchi Mikado Motoharu, and the woman is a petite girl with long blonde hair and a delicate body wrapped in a tight-fitting straight jacket. Izayoi knows this girl, she is Sasha Kuroyaizef, the girl who was possessed by the Archangel God power when the angel fell this time, and a fighting nun belonging to the Russian Orthodox Special Forces Annihilation White Book. Responsible for eradicating things that shouldn't exist outside of humanity. Question, is there a clue to the person who started Angel Fall? Sasha Kuroyaizef's emotionless voice came out. Yes. Tuyuman Yuanchun's slightly awe-inspiring voice came, and anyone would be in awe of the legendary angel, at least there must be some people here who were not affected by the fall of the angel. Question, who is that person? Additionally, is he the one who activated the spell? No. Tsuchimikado Yuan-chun shook his head. He's not from the magic side, he doesn't know the existence of magic. Personal opinion, whether it is or not, I have to confirm, you take me there. Okay. Tuyuman Yuan-chun sighed, then looked at Steele, who had been silent all the time. The eldest sister's head is also here. That's right. Steele shook his head, and that guy is there too. That guy? Tuyuman Yuan-chun asked suspiciously, is that the fake who told you to return to Izayoi? He is really so powerful that even the eldest sister can't beat him. Although IZAYOI'S record of defeating the saint was spread to the magic side, most people didn't believe it. Although Tsuchimikado Yuan-chun was an undercover agent on the science side, he still couldn't know this kind of news, so he still didn't dare believe. That's right, it's that guy. Steele gritted his teeth. Oh, are you talking about me? Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind them. Who? Both of them were shocked. They were all elites on the magic side. Someone had invaded behind them without being discovered. They couldn't help but be surprised. Aren't you still discussing me just now? In the early morning sun, a young man with fluttering blonde hair appeared in front of them in dazzling sunshine. It is Izayoi. When he was chatting with other people in front of the hotel, he suddenly felt a divine power appearing here, so he lied that he had something to come over to have a look, and as soon as he arrived, he heard Style and Tsuchimikado when Chuan was discussing him. He couldn't help but jokingly. It's you. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Steele not only felt a pain in Kiba. On the contrary, Tsuchimikado Yuan-chun looked curious. You will kill the one who claimed to have defeated the eldest sister, you know Izayoi. I didn't claim to be, I really defeated. Izayoi couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the soul in front of him was Tsuchimikado Yuan-chun, but his appearance was an unknown star. Yo. Izayoi greeted Steele, who was biting Kiba's teeth. Long time no see. Humph. Steele snorted coldly. You are the Archangel God Power. Izayoi turned to look at Sashikuro Izev. Question, are you the one who started the angel fall? Ad, but you don't have any traces of the spell on your body. Huh. Only after Sashikuro Izev reminded Styles and Tsuchimikado Motoharu did they react. Speaking of which, you really haven't changed. Steele said, could it be that you started the angel fall? Ad, why don't you have the aura of magic? What, this guy doesn't have magic power, could it be a superpower on the science side? Steele was surprised. When will the superpower user on the science side be able to activate magic? Impossible, there is no way for superpowers to activate magic. Tsuchimikado Yuan-chun shook his head. As a double agent on the magic side and the science side, as a magician, he redeveloped his superpowers, and then he found that he couldn't use it. Magic, this time the angel used magic when he fell, and his whole body began to fester, so he has the most say on this issue. But the magic this time is incomplete, and it can be activated without magic. Steele shook his head and expressed a different opinion. Excluded. Hearing this, Sashikuro Izufu looked indifferent, but she didn't hesitate at all, and slapped it with one palm. Call. The palm of the hand was so cold that the surrounding trees were all hung up and down, and the ground was plowed a layer. Hey, wait, I haven't decided yet, why did you start? Seeing that Sashikuro Izufu started without saying a word, Style and Tsuchimikado Motoharu hurriedly called out. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Izayoi laughed and greeted him with a palm. Interesting, interesting, let me see the power of the Archangel. Boom. The dull sound came, and the bodies of Izayoi and Sashikuro Izufu were shaken, the ground creaked, and a crack that was several meters long appeared on the ground under Sashikuro Izufu's feet. Interesting. Izayoi grinned Isho. When confronting Sashikuro Izufu, in order to avoid the power leaking to the hotel below and hurting innocent people, he endured all the power. On the other side, Sashikuro Yuzufo is different. As an angel, she never takes ordinary human beings seriously, so she is unscrupulous, so she unloads part of IZAYOI'S power, so there will be cracks in the ground. P.S. The grades are good and bad, ask for some comfort. Thanks. 29 The battle is in progress. Seeking collection, flowers. Looking at the Archangel God's power in front of him, IZAYOI smiled. Interesting, is this an angel? Let me see what the hell is going on with the existence of angels. IZAYOI laughed, and with a flick of his body, he disappeared immediately, and the Archangel here did not show weakness, and disappeared at the same time. Boom! In the sky, a dull sound came, the atmosphere began to roll violently, and the clouds in a radius of thousands of meters were shaken to pieces. Hey, do you want to be so hot? Steele's Kobo was hurting again. Tsuchimikado Yuenchun rolled his eyes at him. Now is not the time to say this. If the angels get angry later, the Earth-kun can't bear it? Steele's face froze. As long as he remembered the power of the legendary angel written in the Bible, he couldn't help shuddering. Yes, let's hurry up and find the caster. After taking 2 steps, Steele suddenly said, what if this angel's fall was caused by him? Probably not. Tuyuman Yuenchun said uncertainly, it doesn't matter, we can't do anything here anyway, let's go down and have a look first, eldest sister's head is below. Yeah. Steele nodded, that's all. The two discussed it and walked straight to the hotel down the mountain. In mid-air, IZAYOI floated in the air using the power of magic, and the opposite of him was Sasha possessed by an archangel. It's hard to do. IZAYOI secretly said, the archangel has no concept of good and evil at all, and this time he was suddenly pulled down. In order to return to the sky to serve his lord, this angel will definitely destroy the earth to achieve this goal. But IZAYOI is different. There are his friends in this world, in order not to hurt them, so he can't fight at will. Not only that, he also has to prevent the collapse of the Earth-kun due to the leakage of the power of the Archangel, so he is even more stretched. Although IZAYOI can destroy the Kamijo family to destroy the root of the warlock, and let the angel return to the sky to serve his master, but an angel finally came down to relieve his boredom, and IZAYOI did not want to end this hastily. It seems that the next spell must be arranged for defense first. IZAYOI did what he said. He shook his body, and the violent magic power radiated from his body, stirring up the entire celestial phenomenon, and the milky white magic beam shot up into the sky. Question, what are you doing? Asked the Archangel. Do you still need to ask? Of course you are creating a battlefield. IZAYOI laughed. His hands were continuously interspersed, like butterflies flying in the flowers. In the blink of an eye, he made hundreds of handprints. Disillusionment all over the body. Get up! IZAYOI shouted loudly, and the space around him suddenly became vivid, and the magic circle was not disillusioned. Suddenly, he was shocked, and a magic circle began to expand visible to the naked eye, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Magic, the formation is still being formed, covering the entire earth in a short period of time. Okay. IZAYOI withdrew his hand, and the magic circle covering the entire world flickered and disappeared. Now we can have a good fight. Question, are you the one who started the angel fall? What's the point of saying this now? IZAYOI shook his head. Your main task now is to fight with me. If it makes me happy, I can consider letting you go back. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI suddenly appeared in front of the Archangel with a punch. Looking at the punched fist, the Archangel raised his hand to block the punch with the same expression on his face. A dull sound came, the clouds began to roll, and the terrifying throbbing spread all over the place, and the defensive magic circle IZAYOI had just set up was also looming. Seeing this, IZAYOI roared into the sky, the magic circle appeared in his hand, and then suddenly burned, the raging flames wrapped his whole body, making him like a fire UIS meteor from the sky smashed towards the archangel. Seeing this, the archangel shook her body, an angel halo appeared on her head, and two huge wings appeared on her back, exuding a sacred aura, which made people inadvertently feel awe. Boom! The archangel exuded severe cold air, and a pure white magic circle appeared behind her. She stretched out her hand and shook her finger, and the pure white magic circle exuding intense cold air moved towards the flaming meteor that IZAYOI transformed into. Boom! Chi-chi! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by violent white air rising into the sky, which was the water vapor formed by the collision of flames and ice. Kaka! The magic circle used by the archangel made a rattling sound, and cracks were visible to the naked eye. Boom! The magic circle shattered, turning into a little white light and dissipating. Although IZAYOI'S flaming meteor broke through the magic circle, the flames around him were obviously dimmed a lot, but he still smashed towards the archangel unabated. With a flap of wings behind the archangel, the whole person soared into the sky to avoid IZAYOI'S attack. Boom! The flaming meteors transformed by IZAYOI fell on the magic circle he had arranged in advance, making a monstrous roar. In the fiercely flickering magic circle, IZAYOI waved away the flames entangled around him, squinted and glanced at the archangel above, with an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. P.S. Ask for some comfort. 30. The battle is in progress too. IZAYOI swayed suddenly, stepped on the magic circle, and shouted suddenly, only to see a terrifying sound wave burst out of his mouth. Roar! After the concentration of the magic circle, the sound wave formed a wave visible to the naked eye and went straight to the archangel. The air vibrated, terrifying sound waves swept the four directions, the archangel looked solemn, and the magic circle in front of him bloomed like a flower, blocking the front of IZAYOI'S sound waves. Crack! The magic circle was shaky under IZAYOI'S sonic attack, and it exploded with a bang, turning into ice crystals all over the sky and dissipating, which was beautiful. Huh! IZAYOI received the sonic attack and smiled with satisfaction at the scene in front of him. It feels good. This is the sonic magic he adapted from the magic of Index's blood, and the power is not bad now that he has tried it. Then try this trick again. IZAYOI laughed. He was going to try all the magic he has learned since this time on this angel. Meteor falls. IZAYOI stretched out his hand, a large number of magic circles suddenly appeared in the empty sky, the magic circle Vivi swayed, the meteorites floating in outer space were captured by the waves of the magic circle, and the huge energy of the carrier went straight to the place where the archangel was. IZAYOI ignited in the sky, and countless meteors cut through the sky. This is the magic that destroys the world. Now IZAYOI uses it only to deal with an angel, which is not terrible. Feeling this terrifying power, Vivi, the wings behind the archangel, fanned, and the whole person suddenly turned into a white streamer, constantly shuttled among the meteors, and a magic circle flickered in her hand from time to time. That was she was resisting the impact of the meteorite. Rumbling _. The archangel suddenly stopped in mid-air, she stretched out her hand, and a huge ice crystal magic formation formed in the sky, and then rapidly expanded, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Rumbling _. The meteorite hit the magic circle with a deafening explosion, followed by frost condensation on the magic circle, and the meteorite that hit the magic circle began to be frozen into an ice block at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a long time, everything stopped, and the meteorites that hit the magic circle were all frozen into small mountain-like ice blocks. Boom! The archangel stretched out his hand, and with a bang, the magic circle burst, and the frozen meteorite on it also turned into ice crystals and dissipated. Under the sunlight, it was as dazzling as a diamond star. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, IZAYOI burst out laughing. You really deserve to be an angel, this trick really can't help you. Although Sasha, who was possessed by the archangel, was expressionless, IZAYOI could still feel her anger. Reaching out a finger, a large number of magic circles appeared behind the archangel, and a long line of ice crystal arrows appeared on the magic circle. Vivi paused, and the long arrows cut through the air, and whizzed away towards IZAYOI with white waves. Looking at the ice crystal long arrow bursting in front of him, IZAYOI grinned, stepped on his foot, and suddenly a magic circle began to appear, and flame dragons appeared in the magic circle, roaring straight at the ice crystal long arrow fired by the archangel and go. Boom! The roar of the flame dragon collided violently with the whistling ice crystal long arrow, and the flame and the ice crystal burst, each rendering half the sky. Come again. IZAYOI laughed, turned into a golden streamer and went straight to the archangel in the sky. The sound of rumbling collisions kept coming. In an instant, the entire sky was covered with flames and ice crystals. The ice crystals and flames burst in mid-air, dragons and phoenixes danced wildly, and meteorites continued to fall, like the end of the world. And while IZAYOI was fighting the archangel, in the Anglican church, Bishop Laura stood at the window and glanced at the huge magic circle that shrouded Vivi in the air, and his eyes flickered. After a while, Laura beckoned, and a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the shadow behind her. Go get me all the information about IZAYOI. There can be no delay. Yes. Vivi, the man in black robe, bowed and disappeared silently. Back to IZAYOI. Laura muttered to herself. She heard the news that IZAYOI defeated Kanzaki from Aleister, but she didn't care much. Although the combat power of saints is not common, it is not rare, so she also planned to let Kanzaki follow IZAYOI to take a look, but she did not expect that IZAYOI would be so strong, and the world-class great magic could come easily. This is not only explained by the combat power of the saint. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Academy City. Building without windows. Aleister fell into the nutrient tank. Have you gotten stronger again? Roman Orthodox. The four people on the right seat of God also felt this terrifying fluctuation, and all looked at the place where IZAYOI and the Archangel fought. Go check and see who is fighting the Archangel. Boom. The sound of the explosion was deafening. IZAYOI collided with the streamer of the Archangel, and the magic circle continued to flicker, filling the entire sky. Ice crystals and flames spewed out from time to time, and there was a chee-chee sound from the torn gap in the space. Ha 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 ha. In mid-air, IZAYOI laughed. At this time, he used all the magic he had learned these days. The power of magic was not bad. Although there was no violence from punching and kicking, it was undeniable that IZAYOI was right. The enemy's means have increased, and learning magic has allowed him to make new progress in digging out his own power. Try my new trick with you now. IZAYOI squinted and smiled. P.S. Ask for flowers, collect. 31 Discover. Seeking collection, flowers. At the hotel at the foot of the mountain, Steel and Tuyuman Haru saw the scene when they came here. Kamijotuma's father, Kamijotuma, was sitting on the ground with a bewildered expression, while Kamijotuma's mother, Kamijoshina, was also spinning around in panic, while Kamijotuma himself stood between the two of them. A proud face. Kanzaki and the others surrounded the family of three. As for why this is the case, it turns out that Kamijotuma has been arguing with his parents about the fact that his mother is not his own mother. As a result, Kamijotoya got angry and almost got beaten, but at this time, Kanzaki and the others came and said it as soon as they came. Groundbreaking news. It turned out that Kamijotoya launched a big magic called Angel Fall, which made the whole world mess up. His mother was also a victim of this incident. Although the imperfection of the technique only changed the appearance, but the inside did not change, but still changed is not. Originally, Kanzaki didn't agree with Kamijotoya when he said that, and thought that Kamijotuma's friends were all insane. Kamijotoya had to believe it. So now they are in a state of depression, and in order to find out where Kamijutoya launched the magic, Kanzaki and the others are also constantly asking, but Kamijutoya bites and says that he does not know. This is really urgent. As for Kamijutoma's smug face, it was because he finally defeated his father, and now he is in the midst of a thrill, and Hashimoto didn't realize the danger of the matter. What are you doing? Steele and Tuyuman and Chun came over and asked curiously when they saw the situation. Steer, why are you here? Kanzaki looked at Steer and asked curiously. Yo, eldest sister. Tuyuman and Chun also said hello, then turned to look at Tuma in the crowd. Yo, long time no see Tuma. Tuyuman, why are you here? Tuma asked curiously, and you know them? Well, how should I put it, competition between companies requires the contribution of a certain person, and I am that person. Tsuchimikado Motoharu shrugged. So it's a spy? Hiza interjected, his face full of contempt. That's right. Tuyuman and Chun snapped his fingers in appreciation. I've never seen such an arrogant spy, Mikato said. Well, both parties know about my existence, so it doesn't matter. Tuyuman and Chun laughed. Eldest sister. Tuyuman and Chun turned around and asked, do you know the news of this incident? Is there anyone who is suspicious? Steele asked. Yes. Kanzaki nodded, and then turned his attention to Kamijutoya, who had a confused look on his face. Well, what's up? Steele and Tuyuman and Chun also turned their eyes and found that there was just an ordinary person without magic power. What happened to him? He is the caster of Angel Fall, Kanzaki said. How is that possible? Tuyuman and Chun looked incredulous. He's just an ordinary person. That's right. Kamijutoma nodded with a smug look on his face. My father is the caster. Hey, Tuma, since he's your father, are you so proud of yourself? Tuyuman and Chun looked surprised. If it doesn't work out, it will be fatal. Kamijutoma was stunned for a moment, and after Tuyuman and Chun's reminder, Kamijutoma also woke up from the pleasure, and said apologetically, sorry, I am too complacent. Is there a remedy for this technique? Yes. Index said beside him, find the caster to defeat him, and then ask him to say where the cast is to be destroyed, but your father doesn't say where it is. That's right. Kanzaki nodded as well. Mr. Kamiju, do you really not know where the venue is? I really don't know. Kamijutoya smiled bitterly. I even told me that I was the caster just now. Then Uncle Kamiju, have you noticed anything strange recently? Mikato asked. No. Kamijutoya slowly shook his head. Then what are your hobbies? Index asked. I like to collect some antiques. Kamijutoya replied. I know, he must have used antiques to build the magic circle. Misaka said his guess. The last work jumped out. There is no way to build a magic circle with antiques. Steele shook his head and said, because there is no magic on it. Really? Misaka lowered his head in frustration. No. Index shook her head in denial, expressing a different opinion. Maybe he bought some magical tools by chance, and then he turned it into an angel falling spell without comment. Hey, is there such a coincidence? Tuyuman and Chun shook his head. Let's go and have a look, anyway, we have no other way. Kanzaki shook his head, then set his eyes on Tuma. Just as he was about to say something, a huge pressure suddenly came from the air, and then he saw a magic beam. Soaring into the sky, the magic circle began to disillusion, and then with a loud shout in the air, a magic circle rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye, continuing to derive, and gradually cover the whole earth. This is hidden and disappeared. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. How powerful is that guy? I think I heard IZAYOI'S voice just now, Index said. Yes, It is indeed IZAYOI'S voice. Misaka confirmed Index's guess based on the sound wave identification. The last work also nodded. Why is IZAYOI'S voice coming from above? Mikoto asked curiously. And what is that thing that looks like a magic circle just now? Tuma also asked. That's a magic circle, and it's a defensive magic circle that can cover the entire earth. It can be said that if the person who arranged this magic circle wants to destroy the world, it only needs a thought. Steele said, as for why IZAYOI'S voice came out, because he arranged this magic circle. Ha! Everyone looked confused. Why did IZAYOI set up this magic circle? Because he is fighting against angels, he probably doesn't want to destroy the earth. Tsuchimikoto Yuenchan said, after all, angels are very powerful. Ha! Angel! Does that thing really exist? Exist. Index nodded. IZAYOI will be alright. Don't worry, then maybe it will be fine. Kanzaki nodded. At the same time, there was a deafening explosion from the sky surrounded by the magic circle, and IZAYOI'S happy laughter. Look, that guy is having fun right now. Kanzaki said with a smile, don't worry about him, let's go to Kamijo-tuma's house first, maybe we will find out. 32 The end. Midair. IZAYOI is opposed to the Archangel Void? With a smile on the corner of his mouth, IZAYOI looked at the Archangel opposite. I have always been curious, as angels, in what way do you exist, can you tell me? The answer to him was a strong blow from the Archangel incarnation of the streamer, Iceberg, who was formed by the ice magic with the blessing of the holy light, smashed IZAYOI on the head. Shaking his head and sneering, IZAYOI raised his hand and punched. Iceberg burst into ice crystals and dissipated. It's useless. The Archangel didn't say a word, and waved a few more icebergs, followed by Frost Bolt, Ice Dragon, and Ice Phoenix, but all of them were broken by IZAYOI'S wave. Ah, I'm not in the mood. IZAYOI looked disappointed. Looks like it's time to end the fight. Taking a deep breath, IZAYOI'S pale golden eyes were intertwined with light, and he was merging his understanding of the rules of this world with each other, gradually forming his own magic. Reaching out a finger, an inexplicable wave emanated from IZAYOI'S body, shrouding the Archangel's body. Done. As soon as he said that, the Archangel's rushing body stopped abruptly and was completely imprisoned in the air. IZAYOI walked out slowly, came to the Archangel's side, glanced at the expressionless eyes, and shook his head boringly. Drive. IZAYOI scratched the forehead of Sasha, who was possessed by the Archangel, and saw a figure glowing brightly drawn from the top of Sasha's head. Is this the Archangel? IZAYOI blinked curiously, looking at the figure emitting holy light in his hand, expressionless and without the slightest fear. I see, it's just a program without the slightest emotion. IZAYOI shook his head, you're useless. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI stretched out his hand and squeezed. The Archangel exploded with a bang, and the formed holy light was absorbed by IZAYOI, who was analyzing the Archangel's power equation. Absorbing the holy light formed by the bursting of the Archangel's body, IZAYOI'S eyes twinkled with vivi. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the void, only to see holy light intertwined and entangled not far in front of him, gradually forming a human shape composed of holy light. If there are religious people, they must think that this figure is the angel they believe in. Is this an angel? IZAYOI curled his lips and waved away the figure. It's just a product created by the devils. Looking at the sky, IZAYOI felt the holy light condensing in the time and space of another dimension, and his eyes flashed. It seems that the spell has not been eliminated. With a pop, IZAYOI snapped his fingers, and saw the huge magic circle Vivi that had enveloped the entire earth flickering, then shattered, and disappeared. Glancing at Sasha, who had fallen into a coma because he had deprived the angel, IZAYOI shook his body and disappeared with Sasha as a streamer. On the way to Kamijo-tuma's house, there were two cars walking side by side. In the car, Everyone in the car was silent, wondering if the formation would go smoothly this time, and whether Index's guess was correct. Huh. Kanzaki snorted suddenly. What's wrong? Everyone in the car looked over curiously. Kanzaki said softly, the defensive magic circle that Izayoi laid has disappeared. What? Index said in surprise, is Izayoi alright? Yeah, why did the magic circle suddenly cancel? Mikoto was also worried. Will something happen to Izayoi? Misaka said very worried. Humph. Seeing her elder sister's worried look, Hisa snorted unhappily, but she still comforted, that ape is so powerful, it will be alright. Oh. Suddenly there was a dazzling light in the free space in the car, and then it condensed into the appearance of Izayoi, holding the unconscious Sasha in his hand. Looking at the stunned crowd, Izayoi put Sasha on the seat and said with a smile, I'm back. Then he turned to look at Hisa next to him, I didn't expect you to have such confidence in me. Humph. Hazy, I snorted softly, I just don't want to make my elder sister sad. Still at Tsundere. Izayoi smiled and shook his head. Izayoi, why are you back? Kanzaki asked hurriedly, then glanced at Sasha who was placed in the back seat by Izayoi, and asked in confusion, why is she here? Is the spell lifted and the archangel returned to the heavenly realm? Already? The spell has not been lifted. Izayoi shook his head, as for the archangel, she was killed by me. What? Everyone was stunned, you killed the archangel. What's so surprising? Izayoi shook his head and smiled, although I killed the archangel, the fall of the angel has not disappeared. I have already sensed it, and another angel has been captured. I think there will be another in a short time. Angels are in the lower realm. Have you found the location of the angel's fall spell? Ah, oh. After hearing this, everyone quickly recovered from their shock. We guessed that the location of the surgery was at Kamijutuma's home in Kanagawa Prefecture, and now we are rushing over. Really? Izayoi nodded knowingly. Of course he knew the location of the spell, so he was just trying to cover up. Do you know the address? Izayoi asked. I know, Misaka hurriedly raised his hand, hoping to get Izayoi's attention. The last act raised his hand and said. Yeah. Izayoi nodded. Is there a map? Point it to me. Although everyone wondered why Izayoi did this, they still took out what Izayoi wanted. Here. Misaka quickly pointed out the location, hoping to get Izayoi's appreciation. The last work pointed to the map. Izayoi nodded, touched her head, then squinted his eyes to calculate the position, suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the void. A white light condensed between his fingers, and then shot into the void and disappeared in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. At the same time, a white light shot out from the sky above Kamijutuma's house in Kanagawa Prefecture, and with a bang, the small Western-style building was turned into ruins. Seeing Izayoi's magic beam shoot into the void and disappear, Index asked curiously, Izayoi, what are you doing? Izayoi retracted his fingers and smiled, I just blew up Tuma's house to rubble. 33 Every day, ask for flowers, collect. Academy City. In the villa area, Izayoi's home. Dendenden. The footsteps came, and then the door was slammed open, and Index's full-fledged voice entered her ears, Izayoi, get up, I'm hungry. That's right, Izayoi is about to get up. Misaka expresses contempt for Izayoi's stay in bed. The last work emerged from Index's back and said to Izayoi. Izayoi turned over and did it, gave her a brain break, and said to Index, go to Kanzaki when you're hungry. But Kanzaki's cooking is not as delicious as yours. Index pouted in dissatisfaction. Turning over, Izayoi waved his hand, anyway, as long as you can eat it, you will be fine. Ah! Index went mad and said to the last work behind her, let's wake him up together. Okay, seeing Izayoi lying down again, Misaka gladly agreed to Index's request. The last work was full of interest. Okay. Izayoi sighed and sat up. Let's go out to eat? Hey. Both Index and the last work were stunned for a while before they responded, okay, let's go out to eat? Let's go tell Kanzaki. After saying that, the two little guys sprinted down. Izayoi yawned and went downstairs. Kanzaki was standing at the table wearing a maid outfit. Index and last Matsuki were discussing what to eat. Let's go. Dressed in casual clothes, with blonde hair held down by headphones, Izayoi led the way out. Did you want something to eat? Izayoi asked casually without stopping. We want hamburgers. Index raised her hand. That's right, hamburger. Misaka doesn't drool just thinking about the taste of a hamburger. Izayoi's mouth twitched. He has always been insensitive to such fast food, but seeing them in such high interest, he couldn't refute their interest. Okay, let's go eat hamburgers. By the way, Kanzaki. Izayoi suddenly turned his head and said, you shouldn't like to eat such things. Before Huahai finished speaking, Izayoi saw the desire in Kanzaki's eyes, so he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Okay, let's go. No, no. Kanzaki's face turned yoi, and he hurriedly wanted to defend himself. Izayoi waved his hand. I understand that as a saint, you are usually busy with tasks and rarely have the opportunity to eat this kind of food, so I want to try it today. Kanzaki opened his mouth, but said nothing. Apparently Izayoi had a point. In the coffee shop, Misaka Mikoto took the last sip of coffee and stretched. Ah, the summer vacation also ends today. It's really peaceful. Holding his chin, Misaka Mikoto looked at the street where people came and went outside the coffee shop. It's like a dream to think about what happened yesterday, people from another world, angels, etc. It's really bad. Misaka, can you do me a favor? Huh. Mikoto turned his head to look and saw that it was Tuyuman Maxia. It's Maxia, what's the matter? Tsuchi Mikoto Maxia, dressed as a maid, said with a smile, can you buy this manga for me? I want that kind of comics that are not R-rated, but very emotional. Mikoto was taken aback. I don't remember you like BL manga. That's not it? Tuyuman Maxia said with a smile, I like that kind of forbidden brother-sister love comics. With black lines all over his head, Mikoto nodded helplessly and said, I see. After leaving the coffee shop, Mikoto was walking on the street alone. She was going to help Tsuchi Mikoto Mika buy comics. As the eldest lady of Tokiwada, since she promised others, she must do it. I don't know what happened to Izayoi and the others. Mikoto waited for UI's green light, but his mind was distracted. I didn't expect that guy to be from another world, it's incredible. Thinking of Izayoi's identity, Mikoto feels incredible, another world person? Isn't that something that only happens in the comics? Good morning, isn't this Misaka-san? Where are you going now? Can I go with you if possible? A refreshing voice came from beside him, and Mikoto subconsciously got goosebumps. Haiwan. Gwangui. Seeing Mikoto's stiff body, Mitsuki Uehara still looked enthusiastic. Misaka-san, don't tell me, are you in a bad mood? I was in a good mood, but I was in a bad mood when I met you. Mikoto secretly complained, but as a young lady, she would not say these words in front of the person involved. No, I just didn't expect to meet you here, I was a little surprised. Mikoto sneered. Really? I didn't expect to be surprised to meet Misaka-san here. Umehara Koki smiled and said, by the way, there is a fish restaurant nearby that is delicious. Shall we try it? Mikoto's head is full of black lines. She has just had breakfast, and now she is going to invite her to dinner. What is this person thinking? No need. I have other things to do. I'll go with you. Haiwan Guangui said with a smile, almost rushing to answer. This guy, don't you understand the meaning of rejection? Mikoto bit Kiba secretly. No, I'm going to the department store. I'll go with you. I'm going to the lingerie counter in a department store, boys would be uncomfortable there, so. I'll go with you. Looking at the smiling guy in front of him, Mikoto was completely speechless. Is this guy an idiot? Just when Mikoto was thinking about how to get rid of this guy, a voice from not far away caught her attention. Izayoi, I want a huge hamburger. I want to eat fried chicken wings, I want to drink Coke. Misaka said excitedly. Yes, I want to eat fried chicken wings with Coke. Yes, I must let you eat enough, and make you feel like vomiting next time you see it. Mikoto's eyes lit up when he looked at Izayoi and his group who came not far away. Isn't this a good way to get rid of this guy's entanglement? Yes, just make an appointment with someone else. After swallowing, Mikoto bit Kiba and ran towards Izayoi. Sorry for keeping you waiting, sorry. Huh. As soon as Izayoi looked up, he saw Mikoto running over with a smirk on his face, looking like he was about to fall on her. He raised his eyebrows, and he swung sideways, and Mikoto fluttered. Izayoi didn't dump her, and said to Index and the others who were also inexplicable, let's leave her alone, let's go. Bastard, didn't I tell you to wait for a long time? How dare you ignore me? Mikoto was furious, and a bolt of lightning struck. Izayoi swayed sideways, dodging the current. Tell me, which nerve did you miss today? Let's talk about it first, I'm not interested in the shielding thing. Hey. Mikoto was taken aback, how do you know? Izayoi pouted and glanced at Mitsuki Oeri who was standing beside him with a curious face. Isn't that obvious? For a while, Mikoto's face turned. Please, help, this guy has been pestering me since I came back yesterday, I don't know what to do anymore. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, Izayoi felt that the scene was familiar, and after a while he realized that this is the man played by the magician who came to destroy Kamiji's forces. With a playful smile on his lips, Izayoi walked up to Mitsuki Mihara. Well, we did have an appointment, so you can go now. Hey. Haiwan Guangui was stunned. Do you want to be so direct? Izayoi didn't dump him, and said to everyone behind him, let's go. A few people left Mitsuki Omihara's side, and Index looked at Mikoto curiously. Mikoto, who is that person? What's wrong with you? Mikoto sighed, that guy is Mitsuki Mihara, the grandson of our school chairman, and has been pestering me since yesterday. That guy is chasing after the elder sister is really popular, Misaka said with admiration. Haha. Mikoto smiled awkwardly, she changed the subject, where are we going? Go for a hamburger. Kanzaki replied, after a pause she added, it's Index and the last thing that want to eat it. Hey, is it? Mikoto gave her a suspicious look. Yes. Kanzaki nodded. Okay, here we are. Pushing the gate of opening, Izayoi they walked in with the clerk's welcome voice. I want a burger. I want fried chicken. I want Coke. Ordered a meal amid the chatter of Index and the last work. Izayoi and the others found a free table and made it. Delicious. Yummy. Index and the last work ate their mouths full of oil, exclaiming from time to time. Kanzaki also picked up a hamburger and carefully bit it down, his eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of enjoyment. Is this food so delicious? Mikoto asked in surprise. As a student of Academy City, she almost vomited after eating these things. She really couldn't imagine the expressions on Index and the others. Well, there's nothing strange about eating this for the first time. Izayoi picked up the chicken wings and ate the excuse, but he lost his appetite. He still likes to eat Chinese food for breakfast. Putting down the chicken wings that he had eaten, IZAYOI looked at the street outside with a twinkle in his eyes. You guys eat first, I'll go out. Hey. Mikoto was stunned, and followed IZAYOI'S gaze to look out. That's Mihara Mitsuki? What is he doing there? No, yes, that's not Uehara, light, expensive. Index said inarticulately, eating a hamburger in her mouth. The breath has changed. Kanzaki also said, it's a magician. It's Aztec magic, the magic of skinning people and disguising it as someone else, Index said. Rams. Mikoto was stunned. What did you say about the human skin? Take it off and wear it as clothes. Kanzaki took a bite of the hamburger. Huh. Mikoto stood up abruptly, so that guy from Highwind was skinned. Don't worry. Index drank a sip of Coke and swallowed her food. For that level of camouflage, you only need to cut off a little skin to make a charm. So the guy named Highwind is fine, Kanzaki said, it's just that he needs a cosmetic surgery, and he'll be fine soon. Then, is IZAYOI alright? Mikoto did it after hearing that Highwind was alright. Index shook her head, don't worry, IZAYOI is the one who defeated the angel. A magician of that level can't hurt him. While they were discussing, IZAYOI also walked outside, looking at the magician disguised as Mitsuki Uehara in front of him. He grinned. Isho, I don't care if you kill the magic side and the science side, but why do you find what about me? Uehara Guangui was stunned for a moment, and then a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as expected of the leader of the reverse forces. Have you seen through me? Reverse power? What the hell? Isn't it the upper force? 34 friends for collection, flowers. The moment I heard the reverse forces, IZAYOI was sluggish, and then he was dumbfounded. What the hell is a reverse force? It doesn't sound good at all, does it? Uehara Koki grinned, and slowly took out the dagger made of obsidian from behind him. You own 103,000 magic books, and you also have all kinds of talents like magician, my LV5 superpower. Under the banner, this has become a huge group called the Reverse Force. Reverse the power. IZAYOI couldn't help laughing and crying. I didn't expect that I would actually grab the honor of Tuma. What are you laughing at? Uehara Mitsuki said, you are an unstable but huge force that can threaten the balance of the world. My purpose is not you personally, but all the reverse forces, using the faces of acquaintances to destroy the relationship of trust between you, and let your forces begin to disintegrate from the inside. It's a pity that the face of Uehara Mitsuki was exposed. I have to get the next one. Yeah, what a pity. IZAYOI shook his head slowly, with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth. I originally wanted to have fun and let you do it, but I didn't think you were going to kill yourself, so I can't blame you. N. The expression of Highwind Guangui changed, and he felt a huge force locking him, making him tremble, not daring to make any changes. Okay. IZAYOI retracted his smile and stretched out his hand to grab Uehara Mitsuki. You can die. As IZAYOI stretched out his hand, Uehara Mitsuki began to tremble all over. He felt that he was invaded by a great fear, and only the extended palm was left in front of him. Move me. Uehara Guangui had a ferocious face and kept shouting, trying to release himself from this great fear. It's useless. IZAYOI shook his head indifferently, and in an instant his palm came to Uehara Mitsuki and squeezed lightly. Puff. After a slight noise, Highwind Guangui disappeared out of thin air, but the people around did not notice the scene at all. This is IZAYOI using space magic to distort the sight of people around him, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Boring. IZAYOI shook his head and walked towards the store with his hands in kabuto. IZAYOI, what are you doing here? At this moment, Tuma came over at an unknown time. Yo, Tuma. IZAYOI greeted, we are eating here, do you want to come? Hearing IZAYOI say this, Tuma didn't know what to think, and the whole person was devastated and muttered, "It's good, I don't have to do homework, it's good, why should I do homework?" "Because you are a student." IZAYOI pointed out the crux of the problem. "Okay, come in quickly, treat you to a meal, and then go back to wandering the bitter sea of that exercise." Haha. Tuma gave a wry smile and followed IZAYOI into the store. "Yo, Billy, Sister Loli, Kanzaki-san, and Misaka Trumpet, good morning." As soon as he entered the door, Tuma greeted him. "Who is Billy?" When Mei-chin heard the words, a current shot past him. Index looked confused. "What is Loli?" "Misaka Trumpet." Misaka is not a trumpet." The last work was furious. Only Kanzaki was expressionless, she was used to being called eldest sister. "As soon as you discharge it, it will beep." IZAYOI nodded and said, "This nickname is correct." "You." Mikoto was in a hurry and turned over Byakugan. "I don't want to, the sound of electricity is like this, what can I do?" "So what?" IZAYOI spread his hands, "You should recognize it." "IZAYOI, what is Loli?" Index asked curiously. IZAYOI touched his chin and pondered, "The so-called Loli is what someone with a special fetish calls a young girl." "Hey." Index looked at Tuma with a scumbag expression, "It's not enough that you are a pervert." "No." When Ma yelled and hurriedly denied it, but he saw that everyone except IZAYOI looked at him like scum, and he sighed speechlessly, "Unfortunate." "That's right." After joking for a while, Mikoto suddenly asked, "What about the magician who disguised as Haiwan?" "Kill." IZAYOI took a sip of coke and said casually. Mikoto was taken aback, Kill. Although IZAYOI killed an angel yesterday, it was a creature in myth and legend after all, so she had no real feeling, but today is different, IZAYOI killed a living person, which made her a little unacceptable for a while. "Yes, kill." IZAYOI nodded, then looked at Mikoto and Tuma who were horrified, "Do you think I'm cruel?" "No, not." Mikoto waved his hands hastily, "I'm just surprised. I'm not the savior, I only care about the people I care about." IZAYOI nodded indifferently, "To let me bypass the guy who shot me and the people I care about, sorry, that can't be done." Mikoto lowered his head, "I'm sorry." "It's okay." IZAYOI waved his hand, "I don't expect everyone to understand me." "I'm sorry." Mikoto lowered his head and muttered, "I didn't mean to." "I didn't tell you." IZAYOI shook his head and smiled, "We are friends, aren't we?" "Yeah." Mikoto nodded heavily. "We're friends." That. Tuma watched for a long time and didn't understand what happened. "What happened?" "IZAYOI killed a magician," Kanzaki said. "Just now." "Hey, magician." Tuma was surprised, "The magician has come to Academy City." "Aren't you surprised?" Index asked. "That's murder." "Hey." Tuma was taken aback. He touched his head and smiled and said, "Although I was a little surprised to hear that IZAYOI killed people, I believe that IZAYOI would not kill people indiscriminately. Otherwise, the defense of the magic circle would not have been deployed when he fought with the angel yesterday." "Well." Index smiled, "I didn't expect you to be a good person." "What do you mean I'm still a good person? I'm a good person in the first place." Dangma complained, and then looked at the last work that was still eating and drinking on the side, "Misaka Trumpet, aren't you afraid?" Misaka is not afraid. When IZAYOI came to rescue Misaka, he killed that bad researcher uncle. Misaka said. "Okay, hurry up and eat, and go back." IZAYOI clapped his hands, and Tuma, "Don't you still have homework to do?" Half an hour later, IZAYOI and his party left the restaurant. Mikoto was still a little gloomy. Seeing this, IZAYOI smiled and shook his head, "Mikoto, don't think so much, we are not familiar with me before, so you don't know me, just get used to it later. Aren't we friends now? Mikoto was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and smiled, well, we are friends. 35 Fengzhan Binghua 4 Flowers, Collection. Izayoi and his party walked out of the fast food restaurant amid the voices of the staff welcoming the next visit. As soon as he came out, Tuma hurriedly said goodbye and left. He had to go home to catch up with his homework. The life of a student was miserable. That. Mikoto said suddenly, I'm leaving first, my friend asked me to buy her comics. Hey. When Mikoto was leaving, Index pouted and said dissatisfiedly, is Mikoto leaving too? I still want to play with you. Haha. Mikoto smiled, it's not that I can't see you anymore, let's play next time. Goodbye, sis-sama. Misaka waved goodbye. Last Nook said waving his hand. Izayoi gave her a brain break, since you call her sister, why don't you go with her? It hurts. The last work covered his forehead, is Izayoi going to abandon me? Misaka has tears in her eyes, trying to win Izayoi's sympathy. Shaking his head speechlessly, Izayoi said, whatever you want. Haha. Mikoto smiled awkwardly, then I'll go first. Okay. Izayoi nodded, goodbye then. Goodbye. Mikoto waved his hand and walked towards the convenience store not far away. On the street, Izayoi and his party continued to stroll. They were going to go back directly, but Index wanted to stroll around for a long time. Izayoi thought about it too. Although they went to the sea a few days ago, it happened. A lot of things, and now I finally have free time, and it's not bad to go shopping. On the street, Index suddenly pointed to the cuboid object on the side of the road and said, what is that? I seem to have seen it on TV. That's a vending machine. Misaka said. Last Tsukuru answered with his hands up. Vending machine. Index's eyes lit up and she took Izayoi's arm and said, Izayoi, give me the money, I'm going to use it as a vending machine to buy things. Do you know how to use it? Izayoi took out a $10,000 bill and gave it to her. Humph. Index snorted and said triumphantly, of course I know, just put the money in and press the button. That's good. Izayoi nodded with a smile, then you can go. Then he turned to the last work and Kanzaki and said, none of us are going to help her. After a pause, Izayoi suddenly asked again, by the way, Kanzaki, do you know how to use a vending machine? Kanzaki was stunned when he heard the words, and then Yui's cheeks twitched, don't look away from him. Haha. The corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched slightly. Although Kanzaki didn't say anything, her expression was already revealed. Sure enough, the guys on the magic side don't know anything about the science side. Index held the $10,000 bill in her hand, and hopped in the direction of the vending machine, I don't need your help. Coming to the vending machine, Index first took a closer look, found a hole to put the money in, and put the money in carefully, and then she was blinded. The vending machine in Academy City has a touch screen, and Index, as a nun on the magic side, has lived in Academy City for a while, but the things she touches are raised buttons, so she is now facing this touch screen high-tech things, the whole person is blinded. What about the button, why is there no button? Index said anxiously, the money was swallowed, what should I do? Izayoi sat on a chair not far from the vending machine and looked at her amusingly, is that true? Just when he was about to ask the last work to help Index, Izayoi suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, interesting. I saw the originally empty place behind Index, and suddenly the space Vivi was distorted, and a girl with glasses and long brown hair suddenly appeared there. Izayoi turned his head to look, and found that Kanzaki and the last work were not surprised at the appearance of the girl. Do you know when that girl came over? Izayoi asked. Hearing Izayoi's question, the last work was the first to answer, I don't know, Misaka didn't see it. Is there anything strange about her? Misaka asked curiously. No. Kanzaki shook his head and said solemnly, I don't have the slightest impression of how that girl came here. If Izayoi hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed anything different. It's really strange. Izayoi smiled, it's really interesting. Next to the vending machine, the girl who appeared out of thin air seemed to be very curious about the surroundings, her eyes were full of surprise, she patted Index on the shoulder, this is to press the button. The girl's voice was very timid, like a bird frightened, as long as she was frightened a little, she would run away. Hey! Index was taken aback, she heard IZAYOI'S words that everyone should not help her, who is this person behind now? He turned his head quickly, and behind him was a girl who looked very weak, looking at her carefully at this time. Hey, hello, but there's no button on it. Index said. Seeing that Index didn't blame her, the girl seemed to be a little more courageous, and walked to the front of the vending machine. This light is the button, you see. The girl stretched out her hand and pressed the cancel button, and the $10,000 bill was withdrawn from the opening for refunding the bill. Reaching out to take the $10,000 bill, Index watched the girl's eyes light up. You are amazing. No. The girl smiled embarrassedly. By the way, my name is Index, how about you? Index asked. Hey. As if she didn't expect Index to ask her name, the girl stayed for a while before she responded, my name is Feng Zanbinghua. P.S. Ask for flowers, collect. 36 Shirley Cromwell, ask for flowers, collect. On the bench, after seeing Index and the girl chatting, Izayoi stood up first and said to Kanzaki and the last work, let's go and see. The three walked behind Index and the girl. Izayoi asked with a smile, Index, who is this? Kanzaki and the last work also looked at the girl curiously. Seeing three strangers, the girl Feng Zanbinghua hurriedly hid behind Index, Hello, my name is Feng Zanbinghua. Hello, my name is Nihua Izayoi. Izayoi laughed, then pointed to Kanzaki and the last work and said, this maid is Kanzaki Kaori, and this little guy is the last work. Hello. Feng Zanbinghua said cautiously, still hiding behind Index, showing his head. Binghua, don't be so afraid. Index pulled Feng Zanbinghua to her, Izayoi and the others are good people. Hey. Being pulled to the front by Index, Feng Zanbinghua was a little at a loss, and lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Izayoi and the others. You. Hello. Hello, may I ask you a question? Kanzaki said. What? Feng Zanbinghua looked at Kanzaki curiously. Kanzaki said, can you tell us when you got here? Hey. Hearing this, Feng Zanbinghua glanced at everyone uneasy, lowered his head and muttered, I don't know what happened, but it's here when I react. Really? Kanzaki nodded knowingly, but was interrupted by Izayoi when he wanted to ask again. Okay, let's stop asking questions, you see people are about to cry. Izayoi smiled and clapped his hands, stopping Kanzaki who wanted to ask again. He knew the identity of this girl, Feng Zanbinghua, the geometry of the AIM diffusion stand in Academy City, the main component of the artificial sky, and the production line that made the dragon take shape. Anyway, a poor girl. And when Izayoi and the others were in contact with Feng Zanbinghua, they were in the windowless building of Academy City. In the room covered with unidentified golden lines, the space Vivi shook, and Tsuchi Mikado, who was wrapped in cloth, appeared here out of thin air. I've been bothering you for a long time. Tsuchi Mikado Yuan-chun smiled lightly at the knot beside him. Yubiao Dangzi nodded indifferently when he heard the words, and disappeared in a flash. After Yubiao Dangzi disappeared and left, the smile on Yuman Yuan-chun's mouth disappeared suddenly. He strode to the edge of the nutrition tank in the middle of the house and looked at the figure in the white robe inside. His expression was full of anger. Hey, what's going on, to let the magician invade easily? Looking at Aleister, Tsuchimikado Yuan-chan asked in a deep voice. No problem. Aleister said lightly, this side is also tracking the location of the intruder. Humph. Tuyuman Yuan-chan snorted coldly. He didn't believe Aleister's nonsense, and slapped the paper in his hand on the nutrition tank. Shirley Cromwell, she is not an ordinary wandering magician. Teacher, she is a member of the Anglican Church of Necessary Evil. If this is not handled properly, it will cause a crack in the relationship between Academy City and the Anglican Church. After a pause, Tsuchimikado Yuan-chan continued, this is not a trivial matter. If you are not careful, a war between the science side and the magic side will break out. In short, I will deal with Shirley. I, who is also a magician, will come forward. The disturbance caused will be much smaller. You don't have to shoot. Aleister said lightly, because she provokes people she shouldn't provoke. What? Tuyuman Yuan-chan was taken aback. You mean Izayoi back? Aleister did not answer, but said indifferently, the Five Elements organization in the imaginary mathematics district has already contacted him. It's a lunatic. Tsuchimikado looked at Aleister in disbelief. Aren't you afraid that he will hinder your plan? It doesn't matter. Aleister said lightly, he lives in Academy City. Humph. Tuyuman snorted coldly in the distance, I hope so. After finishing speaking, he left under the leadership of Yubiao Dangzi who came here. Seeing Tsuchimikado Yuan-chan leave, Aleister looked at the void and said lightly, returning to Izayoi. What a horrible person. But he has weaknesses, and those who have weaknesses can take advantage of. On the street, Kuriko was wearing the armband of the discipline commissioner and holding a photo in his hand, looking for something in the crowd. The photo shows a woman in her 20s or 30s, with wavy curly hair, wearing a long black dress with frills. The woman in the photo is the intruder this time, Shirley Cromwell. I found it. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Hisa's mouth. She found the woman in the photo in the crowd, and then reached out and took out a flare gun and fired a cannon at the sky. With a bang, when the crowd heard the gunshot, they all looked terrified and ran away. This is an evacuation signal. Come on. After a while, the crowd was evacuated, and Kuriko walked up to Shirley Cromwell, who stood out from the crowd because everyone had dispersed. Do NT act rashly, you been arrested? I'm Kuriko Shirai, the disciplinary committee member responsible for maintaining public order in the city. As for the reason for your arrest, I don't need to say more. Shirley Cromwell looked at Hisa, then her face sank, and a piece of chalk suddenly appeared in her hand. How dare you waste my time? Before he finished speaking, Kuriko appeared in front of Shirley Cromwell. Didn't I tell you not to act rashly? As soon as he grabbed Shirley Cromwell's arm, Kuriko's body swayed, and the woman was placed directly on the ground. A chuckle appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Kuriko wiped the big tui, and the iron nails that had been placed there disappeared all at once, and then appeared in the sky and fell directly towards Shirley Cromwell's body. With a few soft clangs, Shirley Cromwell was fixed on the ground. Looking at Shirley Cromwell who was fixed on the ground, Kuriko showed a relaxed smile. Don't you understand human language? But what Kuriko didn't see was that although she fixed Shirley Cromwell to the ground, she didn't fix Shirley Cromwell's hand, so she was sad now. The ground on the right side of Shirley Cromwell did not know when there was an extra star of English letters, and the English letters emitted a ray of light, and then the ground under Sunspot's feet burst with a bang, and the cracked stones formed a huge stone arm. He grabbed the terrified Kuriko in one hand. Hisa was horrified. She suddenly thought of what happened when she was bathing in the sea, and her eyes changed to Shirley Cromwell. Are you a magician? Oh. Shirley Cromwell, who had wanted to leave, suddenly stopped when she heard the words, and looked at the captured Kuriko with a playful look. You actually know the existence of magicians. It seems that you are also an important person in the city. Will killing you cause a battle between Academy City and the magic side? Kaka. The ground was cracked, and a huge stone man climbed up from the ground. Shirley Cromwell stretched out his hand and wanted to control the stone giant to kill Hiza, but suddenly her face changed, and she turned around without thinking about killing Hiza. Just go. Boom. An orange-colored light beam whistled and hit the stone giant's arm, holding Hiza directly. In the roar, the stone giant turned into rubble on the ground, and smoke and dust splashed everywhere. Kuriko's body Vivi swayed in mid-air, and appeared in front of Mikoto, who didn't know when he appeared here using his space ability. After Mikoto went to the convenience store and sold the manga, he planned to go back, but he didn't expect to meet Kuriko here. Seeing that Kuriko was in crisis, Mikoto didn't even think about it. He just fired a railgun she and saved Kuriko in crisis. Down. It's all right, Kuriko, she's gone. Mikoto said. Who is she? It's a magician. Kuriko said solemnly. I heard that she wanted to trigger a battle between the science side and the magic side. Magician? Mikoto said in surprise. And cause a war. Don't worry, big sister. Hiza waved his hands indifferently. The sky is falling, and the chairman of the board is holding on, so we don't care about it so much, just do our own work. Let's talk about it? Kuriko cried and hugged Mikoto. I was really scared just now. Holding Mikoto, Kuriko first cried and grimaced, but then changed. First he laughed, and then rubbed against Mikoto's chest, sister's chest. Hiza. Mikoto's face turned black, and lightning flashed all over his body, and Kuriko turned into a black mosaic and twitched on the ground. And Shirley Cromwell, who left the first movie, looked very gloomy at this time. I didn't expect to meet LV5, it seems that we can only act according to the original plan. 37 Found it? Seeking collection, flowers. In the beginning, it was soil. God used the soil to shape it, infused it with life, and named it human. The fallen angels who fell to the ground have personally inherited the secret law to humans, but it is difficult for mortals to achieve this holy law, so the life created in my hands is only a puppet of rot. Iris, the stone giant with the smell of mud, smile and serve me to the death. On the empty street, Shirley Cromwell, who escaped from Kuriko's sniping, wrote the spell here. On the ground with a radius of 100 meters, the dense chalk characters look like that child is dealing with graffiti, but who would have thought that this is a technique described by a mysterious magician? Snapped. Looking at the dense spells in front of her, Shirley Cromwell clapped her hands, and the spells Vivi written in chalk on the ground were twisted and turned into eyeballs. The ground looks very permeable. Go ahead, don't make me wait too long, Ellis. As Shirley Cromwell's voice fell, the eyeballs covering the entire ground disappeared one by one. On the street, the two little girls, Index and the last work, chatted and laughed with Feng Zhan Binghua, and within half an hour, they became good friends with Feng Zhan Binghua. Hearing the chattering laughter of the three little girls in front, and after glancing at the silent Kanzaki beside him, IZAYOI shook his head. Kanzaki, you don't have any friends. Hey. Kanzaki was stunned. Why do you ask that? Because you don't know how to make friends. IZAYOI sighed, then pointed to the three people who were chatting and laughing in front of him. Look, they are the best at making friends, and it only takes a long time for them to become friends. A good friend to talk about. It's up to you. Kanzaki's face turned UI. She is one of the less than 20 saints in the world. Everyone is afraid of her power, so her friends are rarely excusable. Strong people always make people fear, just like IZAYOI himself. In the old world he was an alien, everyone feared his power, but at the same time wanted to control his power. It was full of lies, so he had no friends. Suddenly, IZAYOI and the others found that the dense crowd on the street had disappeared without knowing when. What's the matter? IZAYOI raised an eyebrow, somewhat baffled. In front of Index, they also slowed down. What happened to IZAYOI? I don't know. IZAYOI shook his head and glanced at the empty street. Probably some terrorists invaded again. Hey. The corners of Index's mouth shriveled, her face full of unhappiness. Are we going to evacuate? We won't be able to play. Yes. Kanzaki nodded. The security in Academy City is too bad. Misaka hasn't had enough. The last work also said. Just as Index and the others were complaining, a girl with an armband of the discipline commissioner ran over panting. The girl was gasping for breath, stuck with a group of people who were so leisurely and wandering, and said, You guys, why are you still hanging out here? Didn't I send an evacuation message? Evacuation information. The entire group was stunned. No. How is that possible? The girl was inexplicable. Didn't you receive telepathy? Seeing that IZAYOI and his party were still inexplicable, the girl said anxiously, That's it, can't you receive it? After she finished speaking, she lowered her head, and then UI's originally fair face swelled up, apparently concentrating on what to do. Are you constipated? IZAYOI asked suddenly. Constipation. The girl was stunned, and then became furious. You're just constipated, so don't you feel any spiritual information? Oh. IZAYOI suddenly realized, you mean the one who has been trying to drill into my head. Of course, things of unknown origin should be blocked. That's right. Kanzaki also nodded. In order to prevent the enemy's surprise attack, it must be shielded. Index also said, it failed to break through the defenses of the mobile church. Misaka is defending with electromagnetic waves? That. I heard a little bit. Feng Zanbinghua said cautiously, I thought it was an illusion. You. The disciplinary committee girl sighed helplessly, okay, I'll tell you verbally. Now there are terrorists mixed in here, the blockade is about to be opened here, please leave the refuge as soon as possible, understand? After speaking, the girl from the discipline committee ran away, obviously going to inform others. Looking at the disciplinary committee member who hurriedly ran away, IZAYOI smiled and said, the discipline committee member is really busy. Yeah. Index also nodded, who said that the law and order in Academy City is not good. Clearly she was still a little indignant. Okay. IZAYOI clapped his hands, let's go to evacuation too, we can't cause trouble to the ethics committee. After that, the group slowly went to evacuate. That. Feng Zanbinghua couldn't help asking when IZAYOI and the others were slow, is it really okay for us to walk so slowly? It's okay. IZAYOI waved his hand, even if you encounter terrorists, there is nothing to be afraid of. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI suddenly let out a small yawn and turned to look at the telephone pole not far away, where there was a black eyeball that stopped there, crowding the group of them. Found it? A woman's voice suddenly came from inside her eyes. Full of joy. Index changed when she heard her face, and hurriedly walked in front of her eyeballs. This is a human virtual image created from clay. It is a technique to forcibly replace the stone giant of the temple with a British guardian angel. Okay, the banquet has begun, let's cry to your heart's content in the muck tomb covered with earth and stones. The woman's voice came from her eyes again, but it was not the joyful voice in front of her, but full of fanaticism, like a mad believer. Magician. IZAYOI walked to the telephone pole with a smile, and suddenly reached out to grab the eyes that were rolling around. Boo! After a slight sound, the eyeballs burst and disappeared, and a trace of unknown gas remained on IZAYOI's fingertips. After carefully feeling the unknown gas on his fingertips, IZAYOI's eyes flashed Vivi, and after a while he said Vivi Isho, I found you. P.S. Ask for collections, flowers, and rewards. 38 Destruction. Seeking collection, flowers. In an alley not a few blocks away from IZAYOI, Shirley Cromwell opened her eyes, and she had found the target. Let's start now. Ellis, let me end your tragedy. Shirley Cromwell had a wild smile on her face, followed by a heavy slap on the ground. Ellis. The ground shook violently, and the huge stone giant burst out of the ground and roared in the sky. Ha ha ha. Shirley Cromwell looked up and smiled. Go, Ellis, kill her, I need the fire of war. Roar. The stone giant roared and walked in the direction of IZAYOI and his party with heavy steps. I found you. Suddenly, there was a soft sound in Shirley Cromwell's ear. Who? Shirley Cromwell's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted. There was no sound coming from the surrounding area. Just when she thought she heard it wrong, the ground suddenly shook, and then began to crack. The powerful heat began to rise, and a faint yellow color could be seen, which was magma rolling. Boom! The volcano erupted, and the magma rose into the sky, reaching an altitude of tens of meters. The surrounding houses melted under the high temperature and turned into flowing magma. Roar! The stone giant Ellis roared, trying to escape the invasion of the magma, but the eruption of the magma was too fast, which caught her off guard. After a while, the whole body began to melt and became a part of the magma. Shirley Cromwell wrote the earth spell at the moment when the magma erupted, forming a stone ball to protect her, but the high temperature of the magma was not something she could resist. The stone ball transformed by the power of the earth. It began to melt, and the high temperature made her face pale, and then she looked hideous. Who is it? Who is it that ruins my good? Huh! A sneer came into her ears, and then the surrounding magma that had calmed down rolled up again. Boom! The magma roared, the high temperature hit again, and the stone ball formed by the force of the earth slowly melted, revealing the pale Shirley Cromwell inside. She was pale, looking at the lava rolling in front of her slowly fascinated. I'm sorry, Ellis. Boom! The magma roared suddenly and rushed directly to the stone ball to cover and melt it. On the street, IZAYOI opened her eyes, feeling a little disappointed in Vivi. Shirley Cromwell is a hateful person, and she is also a pitiful person. In order to prevent the tragedy of her friend from happening again, she chose to create more tragedy. Is this the so-called hateful person must have its pitiful? IZAYOI sighed with a smile. IZAYOI, what were you doing just now? Index asked. They only saw IZAYOI scratching at the eyeball on the telephone pole, then the eyeball burst and disappeared, and finally closed his eyes and didn't know what he was doing. IZAYOI smiled. I just went and killed that magician. Hey! Index said in surprise, you killed that magician? How is that possible, IZAYOI, haven't you been standing here all the time? Misaka asked suspiciously. I followed the breath on my eyes to find the magician's location, and then used Marfa to kill him. IZAYOI explained with a smile, it's very simple. Kanzaki's mouth twitched. Very simple? Not simple at all, okay. It is indeed easy to find the spellcaster's breath in magic, but it is not easy to track it, let alone stand in place and wipe out the enemy without moving, and it is still when she, the saint, has not noticed the magic fluctuations. That. Feng Zanbinghua listened for a while, but still couldn't hear what happened. What the hell is going on here? Is there anything I can help? No more. IZAYOI laughed. It's all settled. Then IZAYOI turned to Kanzaki and Index, who were still in shock, and said, now that the enemy has been resolved, you haven't played enough, haven't you gone now? Yeah. The eyes of Index and the last work lit up, and they hurried over to pull Feng Zanbinghua. Let's go play. After taking 2 steps, they turned around and shouted, Kanzaki, come over quickly too. Hey! Kanzaki was stunned, as if she didn't expect them to call her. She waved her hand quickly. I don't need it anymore, You go. Hey. Index pouted, it's fun to have a lot of people, Kanzaki, are you really not coming? This. Kanzaki's face was IZAYOI'S, and he was a little overwhelmed. Go. IZAYOI gave her a funny look, aren't you friends? Kanzaki was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered the time he played with Index, okay. Seeing Kanzaki walking over, IZAYOI smiled and shook his head, you awkward person. Wow, that's great. Seeing Kanzaki finally agreeing, Index said happily, then let's think about where to play. Go to the playground. Go to the shopping street. Go to the snack street. Just as Index and the others were discussing where to play, a group of people greeted the place where IZAYOI activated the magma magic. They were wearing bulletproof suits and holding machine guns in their hands. They were like enemies. The leader was a woman with a long ponytail. She was Hwang Izumi Chuan Ihui. And these people with machine guns are the guards of Academy City. What's the matter? The guards were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them, only to see a mess not far away. The ground hundreds of meters in radius was covered with magma, and several houses that were originally here were also melted in half, a hell scene. This. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hwang Izumi Chuanai was also very surprised, is this LV5 fighting the invaders here? But Academy City has never heard of LV5 with magma ability. Hwang Izumi Chuanai was puzzled, and finally waved his hand, block this place and don't let irrelevant people in. I'm going to report it. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, monthly passes, rewards, and everything. 39 The 5 elements of the imaginary math area. Seeking collection, flowers. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for flowers, say important things 3 times, ask for everything. Academy City. Night. Feng Zhanbinghua stood at the top of the building being renovated and looked at the brightly lit Academy City. She was very happy. The first time she came outside from Mirage City, she made friends. It was something she could not imagine before. Wonderful thing. But, it's over. Feng Zhanbinghua murmured, because I'm not human. Because I don't belong here. When she was playing with Index and the others, she discovered that her body on which she lived in this world was slowly disappearing, and the mirage-like city was calling her. She had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye, because she didn't want to endure it. The pain of parting, she wanted to seal the good memory in her heart. Looking at the brightly lit city and the people laughing and laughing down the street, Feng Zhanbinghua's nose is sore, and her eyes are a little bit UI, but I don't want to leave. I finally made friends. Then don't leave. She was startled by a familiar voice coming from her side. Turning her head quickly, she saw a blond boy standing behind her, looking at her without saying a word. Mr. IZAYOI, why are you here? Feng Zhanbinghua was a little panicked. She didn't know if Index and the others had come. She was afraid that she would be sad for them to see. IZAYOI walked to Feng Zhanbinghua's side and looked at the dense crowd below. The 2 little girls Index and Last Seika realized that their friend had left without saying goodbye, so they hurriedly asked, I'm here to find it. Feng Zhanbinghua heard that Vivi was a little flustered, but she couldn't tell the fact that she was not human. She was afraid that her friends would be afraid and forget her existence after the truth that she was not human. In the end, she kept her head down and muttered. Said, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry. IZAYOI smiled and shook his head, I know your identity and the fact that you are not human. Ignoring Feng Zhanbinghua's panicked look, IZAYOI continued, but whether you are human or not, you are friends of Index and Last Work, and they will not alienate you because of your identity. IZAYOI shook his body and suddenly came to Feng Zhanbinghua, who was panicked, and pointed to her forehead. This is a gift from me. If you figure it out, it will help you when you figure it out. Having said that, Index and Last Work miss you so much. As soon as the voice fell, IZAYOI disappeared into a streamer. Feeling the cool unknown gas in his mind, and thinking of what IZAYOI said, Feng Zanbinghua Vivi was silent. "Thank you, Mr. IZAYOI." The breeze was blowing, and the sound of Feng Zanbinghua murmured in the night sky, and the figure on the roof disappeared into the void. "Ah!" Index shouted, "Why did Binghua disappear all of a sudden?" Misaka doesn't know either. "Did Binghua go home?" Misaka said in a guess. The last work was also full of doubts. But why didn't you tell us?" Index pouted. Kanzaki looked at the dejected look of the two little girls, and couldn't help but say, "Probably there is something urgent at home." "That's right. IZAYOI didn't know when he appeared here. I saw her just now, and she said she was in a hurry to go back suddenly. Let me apologize to you." Huh. Both Index and the last work heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. What trouble did I encounter because of Binghua?" "Okay." IZAYOI clapped his hands and said, "Since it's alright, let's go back." "Okay, go back." Index said, "I'm hungry, I want to eat IZAYOI'S food." Misaka also wants, and Misaka wants to eat mapo tofu. Misaka said expectantly. On the way, Index and the last two little girls walked in front, chatting and laughing, discussing what to eat tonight. "What happened to that girl?" Kanzaki asked suddenly. IZAYOI was stunned for a moment. What he said just now could only deceive Index and the last two little girls. If he wanted to deceive Kanzaki, the magic side saint, he was still a little short. After a while, IZAYOI smiled and said, "Let me tell you this, do you know the 5 elements of the imaginary math area?" Feng Zanbinghua is the true face of the 5 elements organization in the imaginary mathematics district, which means that she is not a human being. She is a collection of the AIM diffusion force field naturally emitted by the 2.3 million students of Academy City. I've heard of the 5 elements organization in the imaginary math district, but what is the AIM diffusion field? Kanzaki asked in confusion. IZAYOI froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "I forgot that you are a magician who knows nothing about technology. The so-called AIM diffusion position refers to the weak power released by superpowers in all directions unconsciously." "Yeah." Kanzaki nodded to show that she understood, but in fact only she knew whether she understood. IZAYOI didn't care whether she understood it or not, but said to herself, "The 5 elements of the imaginary math area exist in different phases of Academy City, that is, different dimensions. Originally, it was impossible for Feng Zanbinghua to contact us. But for some unknown reason, she came into contact with us from a different dimension. In other words, Feng Zanbinghua has returned to the dimension that belongs to her. Is there no way to come down again?" Kanzaki asked. IZAYOI shook his head and said, "It was originally like this, but I found her and sealed the power that belongs to me in her mind, which means that I am her coordinate in this world, and not only that, when she entered this world, my strength can also give her shelter, so that she can come into this world at any time. It won't be long before she will be able to meet Index and the others again." 40. God split. Before dawn. When Academy City was still asleep. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps came, and a squinting middle-aged man walked alone on the silent street. The squinting middle-aged man looked very formal, with a suit and tie, but it was very strange that the middle-aged man had a metal bow on his right wrist. Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Catalogue of Banned Books. On the silent street, the middle-aged man's murmured voice, "Vivi," disappeared into the morning breeze. In the villa area, a breeze swept past, and the figure of a squinting middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. "Is it here?" The middle-aged man looked at the 3-story villa in front of him, his eyes flashing Vivi. He raised his right hand, and after a loud sound, the metal bow on the middle-aged man's right wrist was wound, and he was about to pull the trigger facing the 3-story villa in front of him. "I advise you not to do this." Just when the middle-aged man was about to pull the trigger, a strange woman's voice came from behind him. "Who is it?" The middle-aged man looked horrified, his originally squinting eyes suddenly made a big profit, and he quickly turned to look behind him, but he didn't find any figure. "Here." The voice came again, but this time in front of him. "What?" The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he quickly flew back. The punching strings. The projectile formed by the wind slid behind her. Clang. After a snow-white knife light flashed, the wind bullet was chopped up and turned into a gust of wind, followed by a flash of the knife light, and the gust of wind was swept away, revealing the figure of Kanzaki in a maid outfit. Maid. The middle-aged man's head suddenly crashed, and his face was incredible. Kanzaki looked at the squinting middle-aged man in front of him with a serious expression. "You are here for the banned book catalog." Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man knew that this time things were going to be difficult. A maid was so elusive, one could imagine how powerful the owner of this mansion was, but he still had no plans to give up. For the sake of him, the woman he loves, he must get that magic book. Looking at Kanzaki, the middle-aged man said solemnly, "I must get that magic book." "There's nothing you're looking for here." Kanzaki shook his head and said, "The master said that if you want to lift the curse, you should go to Kamijatuma. He is an expert in this field." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was silent. His determination could not be dispelled by Kanzaki with a few words. He could solve the curse by finding a guy who didn't know whether it existed or not. "Do not make jokes." The devil's string. The sound of the machine sounded, and the tornado formed by the wind blade flew out of the air and went straight to the gods, and a gully was scraped on the ground. Clang. A snow-white sword light flashed again, the wind blade tornado was smashed into pieces, and the Kanzaki figure burst out, and a knife handle appeared in front of the middle-aged man and smashed his abdomen. Bang. Wow. If the middle-aged man was struck by lightning, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole body flew out involuntarily, smashing on the wall not far away, smashing a large hole in the wall, and the smoke and dust splashed everywhere. With the knife back in its sheath, Kanzaki turned and walked towards the house. "Go find Kamijatuma, this is not the place you should be." As soon as the sun rose, Kanzaki went out. She was going to buy the ingredients for the day. Looking at the gradually recovering street, Kanzaki Vivisho, she likes this feeling very much. Before, she was running around the world, and there was no place to stay, her heart was empty. But it's different here. Although she lost her freedom and was forced to be a maid, she didn't cheat here, and it was easy every day, so she liked it very much. In the shopping street, I bought enough ingredients for 10 people for one day, and then I bought the ingredients for 5 people again under the stunned gaze of a large group of people. Kanzaki was still thinking about whether it was enough, although there were only 4 people in the mansion. But there is a food nun who can eat 10 people for one person, so she can't be careless. With 15 servings of ingredients, Kanzaki pushed the cart and walked back. On the way back, when a dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of her eyes and turned her eyes away. "Izayoi, Kanzaki doesn't seem right today." Misaka said worriedly. The last at the dinner table looked at Kanzaki, who was in a trance, and said worriedly, "As for Index, this guy is burying his head in the mountain of food and eating wildly, with a pile of high dishes around him, there is not even a bit of oil stains left on it, and she is cleaner than washing." Did not pay attention to what the last work said. Izayoi looked up at Kanzaki and found that this guy looked dazed and didn't know what he was thinking. Vivi paused and said, "I don't know, it must be something on the magic side." Crack. Suddenly, Kanzaki slapped the knife and fork on the plate, making a crisp sound that startled the 3 people on the table. Index trembled in fright, looked up at Kanzaki from the mountain of food in front of her, and said in surprise, "Kanzaki, what's wrong?" Kanzaki Vivi paused, then glanced at Index embarrassedly, "Sorry." Then she said to Izayoi, who was looking at him curiously, "Master, I want to take a leave of absence." Ha! Izayoi Vivi was stunned, and then reacted again. "You met someone when you went out today, didn't you? What happened?" Misaka asked worriedly. As for Index, she continued to eat after Kanzaki apologized. For her, it is still the biggest thing to eat without her. No. Kanzaki shook his head, "It's my personal business." Really? Izayoi smiled, "I'm sure." "Well, thank you." Kanzaki stood up. She was a prisoner now, and she was very grateful that Izayoi allowed her to ask for leave. Going back to the room and putting on the clothes that were very affectionate before, Kanzaki nodded to Izayoi and the last one, "I'll be back as soon as I'm done." "Is Kanzaki alright?" Misaka said worriedly. Looking at Kanzaki's back, the last work asked. "Don't worry." Izayoi smiled and patted her head. With Kanzaki's strength, not many people in this world can hurt her. Looking out the window, Izayoi's mouth showed an excited smile. "Is it this time? Roman Orthodox, interesting." "Izayoi, you are smiling so evilly." "I don't know," when Index raised her head from the food Yamanaka and said to the smiling Izayoi. Izayoi's face turned dark, and he raised his hand and gave her a brain break. "Go eat your meal." 41 Orsola Aguilar. Seeking collection, flowers. Kamijotuma is very sad now. He was doing his homework well at home, but when he was about to finish it, a few wind blades shattered the window of his house, and then twisted the homework he finally completed into pieces under his dumbfounded gaze. Shards. Then a squinting middle-aged man jumped out of the broken window, claiming that he came to ask him for help, and the wind blade just now was a test to test his adequacy. Kamijotuma was angry at the time, and with the ability of his right hand, he beat the middle-aged man when he was caught off guard, and after the middle-aged man told the mastermind behind all this, he then more angry. After removing the curse of the middle-aged man's lover, Kamijotuma came here and came to the courtyard of this 3-story single-family villa. Back to Izayoi. "You come out for me." Squeak. The window on the second floor of the villa opened, revealing Izayoi's lazy face. "Oh, it's Tuma, what's wrong?" "Oh." Dangma's head was full of black lines, and his whole body was shaking. It was angry. "I ask you, did you let that squinting middle-aged man come to me?" Squinting. Izayoi touched his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly realized, "You're talking about the magician, right? Kanzaki told him to come look for you, even though it was my instructing." "It really is you." Tuma growled, "It really is you. Did you know that it was because of your advice that my summer homework was ruined?" "Ah. It's less than 10 hours before the new semester." "Unfortunate." "No way." Dangma looked fiercely at Izayoi by the window on the second floor. "You have to pay for my homework." "None of my business." Izayoi pouted and closed the window. When Ma almost went crazy and was about to say something, the window suddenly opened again, and Izayoi jumped from it. Looking at Izayoi who jumped down, Toma's face lit up with joy. "Izayoi, can't you see that Mr. Kamijo came down to save me so unfortunately?" "No." Izayoi broke his delusion without hesitation. "I just suddenly remembered that I had to go out for a while, and it was too troublesome to go downstairs, so I jumped out of the window." Do you want to see on the news tomorrow that Mr. Kamijo died suddenly on his desk because of his homework?" "Don't worry, even if you die suddenly on your desk, the news won't report you. At most, it will be about the inhumane education in your school." Izayoi shook his head. Tuma stopped at once. He knew what Izayoi said was the truth. Unfortunate. On the street, Tuma kept talking about his misfortune in Izayoi's ear, hoping to gain Izayoi's sympathy to help him complete his homework, but Izayoi didn't shake him, and in the end he couldn't bear the chattering in his ear, and kicked him in the air. Dang Ma kicked it off his ass, if you have time to chat with me here, why don't you hurry up and go back to your homework? Ah! Dangma screamed and was kicked out more than 10 meters. Izayoi, you devil! Looking at Izayoi, Tuma roared. Well, are you alright? Suddenly, a soft girl's voice came from behind. Tuma quickly got up from the ground. I'm fine. None. Tuma looked at the person behind him and found that it was a girl wearing a black nun's uniform. Although it was a different color from the one he saw Index was wearing, the style was the same. Izayoi also walked over and looked at the girl in the black nun's dress. Izayoi's eyes flashed. This dress, you are a nun of the Roman Orthodox Church. Hey underscore. Orsola? I'm Izayoi. Izayoi smiled. I heard about you, I heard that you analyzed the Book of Law. Orsola's eyes changed instantly, and he looked at Izayoi with vigilant eyes. Are you also here for the Book of Law? I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Izayoi waved his hand, and if Orsola's interpretation method is right, he doesn't mind taking a look at it, but who says her interpretation method is wrong? Really, that's great. Hearing this, Orsola was instantly relieved. Izayoi half smiled. You believe it so easily, aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Hey, are you lying to me? Orsola was horrified and backed away. Kamijutuma couldn't help covering his face. Is this the natural days? Izayoi couldn't help laughing too. Interesting guy. Interesting. Orsola was stunned, and finally couldn't help but look at Yui. Don't take me for a fool. Hee hee. Izayoi smiled and suddenly turned to look behind him. Someone is here. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind rolled up on the ground, bringing the three of them to the roof of the building next to them. Walking to the side of the railing, Izayoi looked down, and saw that some guys below who were obviously not Academy City were intensively searching for this or something. Who are they? When Maya came over, looking at the people below, he asked suspiciously. Orsola replied, they're Amakusa people and they're looking for me too. Izayoi glanced at her half-smile, and suddenly asked, why did you run away from them? Didn't you go to them for help? Hey. Orsola was taken aback. How do you know? Guess. Izayoi smiled. But now I know my guess is true. Ignoring Orsola, whose face turned into Yui because of his words, Izayoi continued, to be honest, there is no point in what you are doing, although I have not contacted them, but they can become my maid subordinates, presumably people. I still believe it. Because I trust my maid, your fear of them taking the Book of Laws is unfounded. You said yes, Kanzaki. 42 Janus Santis. Seeking collection, flowers. Yes. Void Vivi swayed, and not far behind the three of Izayoi, Kanzaki, holding 7 days and 7 knives, appeared there. Your business is settled. Izayoi turned to look at Kanzaki and smiled. Kanzaki nodded with a relaxed smile on his face. I'm glad to know that they didn't come for the Book of Laws. Really? That's good. Izayoi nodded, and then added, then you go and arrange them first, and come back after everything is done. No. Kanzaki shook his head with a lonely look on his face. I don't plan to see them anymore, their lives are up to them. Looking at Kanzaki looking lonely, Izayoi shook his head. Kanzaki, you can't do this, your mentality is wrong, you think they are weak, you look down on them somewhere in your heart, so you chose to leave, you can't entrust yourself to them. Can you? Kanzaki was stunned for a moment, and then his face was blank. No. No. I just didn't want to hurt them. So. That's why I left. Face your heart, Kanzaki, your companions are not as weak as you think. Izayoi shook his head. Aren't they still following your footsteps? Kanza was at a loss, and then smiled bitterly. Maybe I should go see them now. Yes. IZAYOI smiled. It's time for you to meet them. Then he looked at Orsola and was about to say something, when suddenly Orsola let out a surprised scream that spread throughout the night sky. You said that Amakusa Shiki is your maid subordinate, which means Kanzaki is your maid. IZAYOI'S mouth twitched. Hey, your reflex arc is too long. Besides, your voice is so loud that everyone below can hear it. Sure enough, a voice like this came from below. I heard Orsola's voice, above. Followed by the sound of footsteps. It was obvious that the Amakusa-style recovery team was coming here. Look. IZAYOI spread his hands. They came up. Yes. I'm sorry. Azula lowered her head and said embarrassedly, I'm just too surprised that a saint would actually be a maid or something. It's impossible to think about it. When Kanzaki heard the words, her face turned vivid. Yui. Although she was a maid, it was still a bit ashamed to be told by others, so she quickly interrupted, let me go down and talk to them, you all go first. I'm afraid this will not work. Tuma Vivi smiled bitterly. Azula's cry just now attracted not only your subordinates, but also other people. Yes. IZAYOI and Vivi sighed, the Roman Orthodox guys are here too. Looking around, I saw that the surrounding roofs were filled with nuns wearing the same nun clothes as Orsola at some point, all of them looking at the side with a serious face. Kanzaki also saw the Roman Orthodox nun on the roof. Her expression changed and she said to IZAYOI, I am an English Puritan, and I cannot manage the Roman Orthodox Church, otherwise it will cause the Roman Orthodox Church and the British the Puritan Wars. IZAYOI nodded knowingly, then you can go and see your subordinates first, just leave it to me. Sorry. Kanzaki Vivi nodded, and when he was about to leave, a strange voice suddenly came from the roof not far away. Anglicanism. On the roof, the Roman Orthodox nuns Vivi spread out, and a petite girl about 15 years old came out from behind, wearing a flat sandal that was 30 centimeters high. The girl walked up to the person, looked at Kanzaki and said, I'm Agnes Santis, captain of the Roman Orthodox Agnes Corps. This is an internal matter of our Roman Orthodox Church. Why is the Anglican Church here? A battle on the magic side? Kanzaki's footsteps paused, and he turned to the girl and said, I'm Kanzaki Kairi from the English Puritan Church. It's purely accidental here. I didn't want to interfere in your Roman Orthodox affairs, so I left. After she finished speaking, she swayed towards the stairs of the building, apparently to recall her subordinates. IZAYOI'S words gave him a great shock, and also made her feel at a loss for her previous actions, so she is thinking about it now. Go and see how your subordinates are doing. Hey. After seeing Kanzaki go, Yanis looked at IZAYOI and Tuma, why haven't you left yet? We're not English Puritans. IZAYOI spread his hands, also, I want to ask you a question, are you afraid of stinging your feet when you wear such high heels? Yanis's face darkened, and she roared, no road race, what shoes do I wear to you? Give us Orsola and you can go. It can't be done. IZAYOI shook his head and said, I have long heard that the Roman Orthodox Church is the largest religious organization in the world, and the right seat of God is also famous all over the world. I have long wanted to see it. Kill them. Hearing IZAYOI's outrageous words, Agnes was instantly angry, her face darkened and she waved the lotus staff in her hand, and all the nuns around rushed towards IZAYOI and them. Seeing so many fighting nuns rushing over, Orsola's expression changed, and she quickly stood in front of IZAYOI and Tuma, go away, I can't involve you because of my affairs. That won't do. Dangma said solemnly, although I don't know why they are chasing you, I can't leave you alone as a weak woman. Go to hell. Heretic maggots. The nuns who rushed over shouted angrily, and the wind, lightning, and ice balls all smashed towards IZAYOI. Yes. IZAYOI stretched out his hand, and a light film appeared in front of the three of them. The attacks of the Roman Orthodox nuns hit the light film with a deafening sound, but the light film did not tremble. I heard that analyzing the Book of Law can shake the rule of the Crusaders. In order to prevent this from happening, you will definitely die if you are caught back. Besides, as I just said, I am very interested in the strength of the right seat of the Roman Orthodox Church, so let's provoke a little here. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI pointed to the sky above the Roman Orthodox nuns, and a magic circle appeared out of nowhere, and then expanded violently, covering a radius of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. The magic circle emitted a ray of light, shining on the nuns of the Roman Orthodox Church. Suddenly, they felt as if they were being crushed by Mount Tai, and they couldn't help kneeling down, and the roof was crushed. What did you? Janice fell to her knees and looked at IZAYOI, her face full of disbelief. Just normal gravity magic. IZAYOI spread his hands. You can't break free, which means that your strength is too weak. You bastard. The nuns around Janice were in a hurry and tried to stand up, but the magic circle from IZAYOI was not something they could break free, so everything was useless, but the roof was pressed by them. Broken a lot. Oh yeah. IZAYOI suddenly narrowed his eyes and showed a smile of interest at the corners of his mouth. The gravity magic circle that was pressing over the nuns was suddenly invaded by another magic force. Because of the invasion of alien magic, the structure of the magic circle began to become unstable. And eventually collapsed into a little crystal light and disappeared. Oh, guess what I saw? Suddenly an unfamiliar voice came, and the tone was full of teasing. I didn't expect to find the target so quickly, you are really unlucky. Back to Mr. IZAYOI. 43 The wind ahead. Seeking collection, flowers. The voice is very sharp, and the tone is full of inexplicable malice, which makes people involuntarily hate the owner of the voice. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in the air, and everyone present except IZAYOI and Tuma rolled their eyes and fell down. What's the matter? Looking at the fallen Oscilla, Tuma was horrified, and his face was incredulous. Divine retribution technique. IZAYOI smiled, a spell activated by inciting malice. It's really interesting. What is the scourge technique? Tuma asked suspiciously. A spell to deprive all those who are hostile to her. IZAYOI smiled and said, the maliciousness in her tone just now provoked everyone's hostility to her, so they all fainted. Dang Ma nodded clearly, but he didn't ask why he and IZAYOI were all right, because he knew that IZAYOI's strength had killed even angels, and it was not difficult to escape a divine scourge. As for his own fantasy killer, he never did when you were hurt by any spell. Come out, the wind in front of the right seat of God. IZAYOI looked at not far away and smiled. Call. A breeze blew, and in front of the two of IZAYOI suddenly appeared a robed woman in the original shape of a one-piece dress, with a thin belt around the waist, removable sleeves from the wrist to the upper arm, and a dress on the head. A piece of cloth that hides all the hair. Although the clothes look like medieval women's clothing, the base color is bright huang, which is quite exaggerated in punk style. Looking at the woman in front of me, IZAYOI frowned. You have so many holes on your body, doesn't it hurt? It hurts when I look at it. No wonder he said that. The key point is that this woman's dress is too avant-garde. Her ears, nose, lips, and eyelids are all covered with iron rings, so much that the balance of her entire face is lost, and when she opens her eyes, she loses the sense of balance. When she opened her mouth, she could see a chain attached to her head with an imitation cross at the front, and the chain fell down to her waist. Pagan maggots, metal penetration is a very religious behavior in our cross religion. The front wind sneered, it's a sad maggot. IZAYOI waved his hand, don't use your shameful low-level provocation, the angelic spell is useless to us. Humph. The wind in front snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void, and she grabbed a huge mallet wrapped with barbed wire, and then waved it in the direction of IZAYOI and Tuma. With a bang, a huge tornado swept in, sending up countless smoke and dust along the way. Tuma. Looking at the tornado that swept in, IZAYOI threw Tuma behind him, and then he swayed behind Tuma and headed towards the wind in front of him. Wow ah ah ah. Suddenly being thrown out, Dangma screamed in fright. Looking at the tornado in front of him, Dangma stretched out his right hand without thinking, and with a ha, the tornado disappeared out of thin air, and then Dangma looked at it. A black shadow flashed to the side, and rushed towards the wind directly ahead. Seeing that the tornado she sent out disappeared without any warning, the wind in front of her changed her face and was about to attack again, but a shadow flashed in front of her, and a fist quickly enlarged in front of her, and then smashed it hard. Her face. Boom. The wind in front was smashed by IZAYOI with a punch, and the whole person flew out dozens of meters, hitting the house not far away, smashing a big hole in the house, and the smoke and dust splashed everywhere. Ha! IZAYOI retracted his fist, looked at Feng Feng who was smashed and flew out, and said with a smile, as expected, "It is the most comfortable to smash people with fists." Bastard IZAYOI. Tuma roared, "Why did you just throw me out to block the gun? What if I die? Isn't it dead?" IZAYOI waved his hand indifferently. Looking at IZAYOI who didn't care, when he bit Kiba gnashing his teeth, "You bastard. Ka ka ka." In the smoke and dust, the wind in front climbed up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at IZAYOI's eyes full of murder. "Bastard, you are dead." The big club wrapped with iron wire for a while, the air in front of the wind flowed rapidly, spinning on the ground to form a huge wind ball. The ball rotated violently, and then suddenly burst, turning into a gust of wind, straight running towards IZAYOI. The ground is cut to pieces along the way. "Do you really think I can't cure you without a fantasy killer?" IZAYOI shook his head Isho and pointed at the raging hurricane. Hum. A magic circle emerged from IZAYOI's fingertips, and then swelled violently, becoming 100 meters in size in the blink of an eye. Crackling. The sky blue light on the magic circle was shining brightly, and lightning bolts burst out of the sky. There was a loud bang, and the raging hurricane was shattered by the thunder and lightning. After the hurricane was shattered, the thunder and lightning went unabated, and went straight towards the wind ahead. The face of the wind in front changed slightly, and the big stick in his hand hit the ground with a pestle, and the ground suddenly shook, and a wall formed by the wind rose up in front of her, blocking the raging thunder and lightning. The wind wall disappeared one after another. 44 The end. Hee hee. The wind in front waved away the wind barrier, looking at IZAYOI's expression full of murderous intent. "I must chop you into flesh." Boom. The wind in front of her swayed, and a huge torrent of magic power surged from her petite body like a wave. The endless coercion and the oppression of magic power are coming in an instant. Like an earthquake, the ground for thousands of meters was shaking violently, the overwhelmed roof rattled, cracks filled the entire house, even the air was trembling, the space was hissing. Magic power infiltrated into every molecule and substance. With the majestic magic power, she fully demonstrated her ability to rank in the right seat of God. Hello. Just kidding. When Ma was stunned, he was frightened by this majestic magic. Although he was able to defeat the wind in front of him in the original book, it happened because the strength of the wind in front was suppressed by less than 10% of the artificial heaven. But now the wind ahead is all-powerful, and the power is like a demon. Boom. At the same time, the magic power in front of the wind surged rapidly, the majestic magic power began to compress, and the magic balls spun rapidly, and the rotating magic balls were injected with the wind element by the wind ahead, making the magic balls faster and more powerful. Stronger, streaking straight towards IZAYOI. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sound of breaking the air came, and the magic ball arrived in front of IZAYOI in the blink of an eye. In the face of the magic ball coming towards his face, IZAYOI's expression did not change, but he was a little disappointed. "Is this your full strength? It seems that I still think highly of you. This level is incomparable to an angel." Ah, I'm not in the mood, so I'll get rid of you earlier. What started out as a tone of disappointment turned into an icy declaration. Without seeing any movement from IZAYOI, the magic ball that was about to hit him immediately stopped in an instant. Then, the ground that IZAYOI stepped on suddenly sank with a sudden bang, as if his weight had suddenly increased by 1,000 times, the ground began to dent, and the house exploded as if it could not bear his weight, turning into a rubble. But IZAYOI and Tuma and Orsola, who were in a coma behind them, showed no signs of sinking. They were covered by IZAYOI'S magic and stagnated in mid-air. The torrent of magic power that had solidified around was torn apart in an instant, and it exploded like a glass. It was even stronger than the pressure of the wind in front, and it was even said to be the coercion of the crushing force. It was a sense of oppression that seemed to crush everything, just like the majesty of a wild beast, oppressing every nerve of the wind ahead. It made her tremble, unable to move. The entire Academy city was shrouded in this coercion. Everyone felt the majesty of the sky, and everyone was nervous, preventing the violent blow that would come in the next moment. Clatter! In midair, IZAYOI took a gentle step, making a clack as if stepping on the ground. The footsteps sounded like the murmur of death, and IZAYOI walked step by step to the wind in front of him, who was trembling all over. Looking at the unwilling face of the wind ahead, IZAYOI'S face was indifferent, and he pointed to the forehead of the wind ahead. Whoosh! The fingertips pierced the air and instantly touched the forehead of the wind in front of him. The wind in front of him was struck by lightning, and he spit out a mouthful of blood with visceral foam, and the whole person fell to the ground with a slap. Her internal organs completely collapsed under this finger and turned into a meat paste. Pat! The wind in front fell to the ground, and the blood infiltrated from her body, covering a radius of several meters, and the blood wafted out of the distance. Shaking his head, IZAYOI walked up to Tuma, who was dumbfounded. Okay, things are done, let's go. Tuma floated in the void, and beside him was the unconscious Orsola. IZAYOI glanced at the comatose Orsola and the other comatose nuns in the Roman Orthodox Church. After thinking about it, he waved his hand, and a magic force rolled up out of thin air, and the comatose nuns woke up one after another. Ignoring the dazed Roman Orthodox nuns, after IZAYOI for a while, the hurricane formed by magic rolled up out of thin air. Yanis rubbed her forehead and stood up, looking around blankly. What's going on here? Why did we faint? And what about those two and Orsola? Looking around, I saw no trace of IZAYOI and Orsola. She frowned and Yanis said to herself, it seems that we escaped when we fainted. Captain Janis. Suddenly, the screams of other nuns came from not far away, which startled the contemplative Yanis. What's going on? This. The nun's voice was full of horror, and her tone was full of incredulity. What the hell is going on? Yanis frowned and walked to the nuns who had formed a circle, and then she was covered in a circle. I saw that in the circle surrounded by these nuns, a person in a yellow dress was lying on the ground, blood eroded the ground several meters in a radius, and there was a big mallet wrapped with iron wire beside him. This is the wind ahead. Yanis was stunned, her face full of horror. Why is the wind ahead here? Also, why are you injured so badly? Quick! Let's see if the wind ahead is okay. Hurry up and contact the church. 45 Remnant Mukuro, seeking collection, flowers. IZAYOI did not know about the rioting of the Roman Orthodox nuns, but he could also imagine that, after all, it was a member of the right seat of God lying there who was able to suppress the existence of the Pope. After handing Orsola to Amakusashiki on the way, Tuma, who IZAYOI said goodbye to, returned to the mansion alone. IZAYOI, where did you go today? As soon as she entered the room, Index jumped up with Kiba dancing her claws. IZAYOI dodged Index's attack, walked into the living room on his own, and said indifferently, well, go out for a walk. Liar. Misaka said with certainty. I didn't lie. Izayoi gave her a brain break. I just went out for a walk, and then met some bastards who don't have long eyes, so I educated them. Just going out to fight. Index pouted. Izayoi nodded when he heard the words, you can say that. Squeak. The door suddenly opened, and Kanzaki's slender figure came out, looking more relaxed than before. Ah, Kanzaki, where have you been today? Seeing Kanzaki, Index asked in surprise. Kanzaki was stunned for a moment, glanced at Izayoi and the last masterpiece in surprise, then smiled and said, didn't you tell her? Forget it. Izayoi shrugged. Misaka thought Index knew, after all, Index was there when I said it. Misaka said. Really? Kanzaki nodded, then said to Index, who was full of doubts, I took a leave of absence today, because my former subordinates left, so I went to see them. Really? Index smiled, I thought you were gone like Binghua. Kanzaki was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently, don't worry, I won't leave without saying goodbye. N. Index nodded heavily. In the morning, the sky is clear. In the mansion, the four of Izayoi were sitting in the living room watching TV, the Hayama weather forecast on the TV. The weather forecast is not very accurate recently. Misaka expressed his opinion. That's right. The big sister's forecast is not accurate at all. Index also said. Izayoi nodded, as for the weather forecast, this thing has to be read backwards. But isn't Academy City a tech city? The weather forecast should be accurate. Kanzaki expressed a different opinion. That's right, the previous weather forecast was very accurate. It can also predict when it will rain, when it will stop, and the amount of water accumulated after it rains. Now I don't know why it is suddenly inaccurate. Misaka said. Yes. Izayoi frowned suspiciously. He remembered that the weather forecast of Academy City was based on the tree plan, so it was possible to be so precise, but the forecast for half a month was not. Not so precise anymore. What's going on here? Could it be? Izayoi glanced at Index, is the tree plan still destroyed by the Dragon King's Sai? In the original book, the tree design was destroyed by Index's Dragon King Sai, but that happened in Tuma's house, but this time it was in teacher Xiaoman's house, and the tree design was still destroyed. Now, could it be said that this is the corrective power of the world? Izayoi is not only mourning the fate of the tree plan's destruction. Yet. Suddenly the last work let out a groan. What's wrong? Everyone turned to look over. Izayoi, Misaka wants you to help. Misaka said solemnly. The last work walked up to Izayoi and said with a serious face. Izayoi was stunned when he heard the words, and said in surprise, what's the matter? Yet. What happened? The last one. Index was also worried. Kanzaki's eyes also looked over. Have you seen the news above? The last work pointed to the TV and said the news that the remnant Mukuro after the destruction of the tree plan was being recycled. Now someone wants to recycle this remnant Mukuro, and unfold it again. Absolutely capable person plan, Misaka said solemnly. Izayoi nodded knowingly, in other words, Mikoto is currently fighting against the organizations that reclaimed the remnant Mukuro. He wants to destroy the remnant Mukuro and completely prevent the development of the absolute ability plan. Yes. Misaka wants Izayoi to help my elder sister. Misaka said solemnly. Okay. Izayoi nodded, I'm fine now anyway. Yeah. That's great, thank you Izayoi. Misaka danced to express his gratitude. That. Index listened for a long time and still couldn't figure out what happened. She had no choice but to ask, what is the plan of the absolute ability? And why is Mikoto fighting? Kanzaki was also puzzled and looked at Izayoi curiously, apparently hoping Izayoi would clear up his confusion. The plan for the absolutely powerful is the God-making plan. IZAYOI said, it is a plan to allow the powerful to reach the realm of the gods. Okay. Seeing Index still looking puzzled, IZAYOI waved his hand and said, let the last work tell you about the next thing. Okay. IZAYOI stood up, I'm out. Before he finished speaking, IZAYOI had already turned into a little white light and disappeared. 46 I found you, ask for flowers, collect. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for flowers. Looking at the crowded street, IZAYOI remembered that he didn't know where Mikoto was. He took out his phone and made a call, but it showed that he was on a call. It seems only luck. IZAYOI Vivi sighed and wandered the street with Kabuto's hands in it. Shirai Kuriko feels very unhappy now. She finally had the opportunity to go shopping with her elder sister, but she was notified that there were terrorists making trouble. She had to leave her beloved elder sister and come here to deal with these hateful robbers. After a few times, these robbers were defeated, and after taking back the things, I was thinking of doing shameful things with my elder sister at night, when a hateful woman with a bandage wrapped around her chest suddenly appeared and hit her with her ability to move with coordinates. I was caught off guard. Not only was my thing stolen, but I was also injured. Damn. Hiza was full of anger and looked at the very arrogant and hateful woman in front of him. Who are you? Yubiao Dangzi threw the flashlight in his hand, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm Yubiao Dangzi, a LV4 high-powered person, just like you, from the space system, but the difference is that my ability does not require touching with your hands is not comparable to your half-assed ability. Humph. Hiza snorted coldly, who the hell are you, why are you robbing that thing? Oh yeah. Yubiao Dangzi was a little surprised, it seems that Misaka Mikoto didn't tell you anything. Sister. Kuriko was startled, what does this have to do with my elder sister? Haha. Yubiao Dangzi chuckled lightly, just as she was about to say something, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her, which made her complexion change drastically, and her activation ability disappeared without even thinking. Oh, looks like I'm late. IZAYOI came to this alley at some point, and he is also a little depressed now. Originally, he wanted to ruin Mikuro, but he didn't expect Yubiao Dangzi to hear his voice and ran away without any hesitation. So that he was also a little unresponsive. Running really fast. IZAYOI Vivi clicked his tongue, looks like I'll have to pay more attention next time. Walking to Kuriko, IZAYOI helped her up, I'm not dead. Why are you here? Hiza asked in surprise. IZAYOI shrugged, I was asked by the last work to do something. I'm looking for Mikoto now, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you know where Mikoto is? Mikoto. Hearing IZAYOI Mikoto's cry, Kuriko's string called rationality was completely broken. You bastard ape, don't call Mikoto so affectionately, I will not give you my elder sister. Huh. IZAYOI had black lines all over her head, and she had the heart to throw her here, but after all, she was an acquaintance, so it was a bit bad to do so IZAYOI just slapped Kuriko's ass. Don't rant, you need to know now you can't escape my palm. Yeah. Kuriko looked at IZAYOI in disbelief, you dare to spank me. Snapped. IZAYOI hit Kuriko's ass again, well, I dare. Ah. Kuriko screamed frantically, broke free from IZAYOI's support, and disappeared in an instant. Her frantic voice came from the air, bastard ape, when I'm healed, I won't let you go. Huh. IZAYOI shook his head, even if you're injured, you can't beat me. Evening. IZAYOI came out of a restaurant and looked at the sky. He also found traces of Mikuro when he met Kuriko today, and there was nothing to gain for the next day. It's so boring. IZAYOI sighed, where the hell is it? Boom. Suddenly, A roar not far away caught IZAYOI'S attention. "I found it!" IZAYOI'S, not only the roar, but also this crackling electric light came from a distance. The sisters were rescued with great difficulty, and the tree-shaped design was destroyed by unknown reasons. This time, Misaka Mikoto was relieved. Without the calculation of the tree-shaped design, the absolute ability plan is also a rootless grass, and only death is this. One way to go. But this morning's news shattered Misaka Mikoto's fantasy and made her heart beat again after she finally settled down. The remnant Myakuro of the tree plan is actually being recycled. In the process of recycling, it was also snatched by unknown guys. This is simply unbearable. The tree-shaped design is the core of the absolute ability plan. Only when the tree-shaped design is completely destroyed can the absolute ability plan completely stop. So Mikoto decides to find the disabled Myakuro and destroy it so that the safety of the sisters will be guaranteed. Now, Mikoto looked at the woman in front of her with her breasts wrapped, and her bad mood was even worse. How can it be repaired? Big boobs. Still wrapped. Simply unbearable. Vivi's discoloration changed at the end of the label. There are 7 LV5s in Academy City. She still knows Misaka Mikoto. Originally, she was going to leave after she got the crippled Myakuro, but the delivery staff of the agency she cooperated with has not yet come, so she had to wander around here to attract other people's attention, but she didn't expect to attract Misaka Mikoto. "Leave what you have and you can go," Mikoto said solemnly. Jubiao Dangzi sneered when he heard the words, "That's not possible. This thing is an important part of realizing my dream, so I can't give it to you. Do you think you can escape?" The electric light flickered on his forehead, and Mikoto looked at Jubiao with a calm expression. "Of course, I can't escape from you as LV5, but can you do it?" Jubiao Dangzi waved the torch in his hand, and a large crowd suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Misaka Mikoto's sight. "Can you go down and collect it? There are many innocent people here." "You." Mikoto was furious. She really couldn't do it, but she wasn't willing to let Jubiao Dangzi escape just like that. Just as she was in chaos, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. "I found you." 47 Mikoto. Seeking collection, flowers. Jubiao Dangzi heard the words with chills all over her body, but she didn't dare to make any changes, because she found that she was locked by an inexplicable air force, and the surrounding space was also imprisoned, which means that her superpower of coordinate movement was blocked. Abandoned, now a lamb to be slaughtered. "You can't escape this time." The voice continued to come, but this time it was by her side. Jubiao Dangzi was dripping with cold sweat on his forehead, looking at the young man with short blonde hair in front of him. Why do you care about this? Isn't it a happy ending, because you have helped me lead the way? Put down the suitcase in your hand and go." IZAYOI didn't answer, but said to himself. Jubiao Dangzi's face was gloomy and uncertain. As Alistair's guide, although she didn't know IZAYOI'S identity, the guy who was able to smash the windowless building where Alistair was located was fine. Of course she couldn't afford it, but she was a little unwilling to let her give up like this. And just as he was thinking about it, Mikoto also came over. "IZAYOI, do you know her?" "Yeah." IZAYOI nodded. There was a relationship. Then IZAYOI turned his head to the contemplative Jubiao Dangzi and said, "How are you? Have you made up your mind?" He opened his mouth, and Jubiao said unwillingly, "Is there no other choice?" "No." "That's good." Jubiao Dangzi finally decided to give up. She put down the box in her hand, and then found that the imprisoned space around her had returned to a flowing state, and she disappeared in a flash. Seeing the teleportation disappear of Jubiao Dangzi, IZAYOI chuckled. "It's a man who understands." Then he looked at the box left in place, stretched out his hand, and saw a white light shoot out from his fingertips, and the box shattered into a pile of pieces. "This Seeing the box shattered, Mikoto felt lost for a while. His goal had finally been achieved, and now he found that he felt a little empty in his heart. "Thank you, Izayoi." Mikoto looked at Izayoi and smiled. "No thanks, aren't we friends?" Izayoi shook his head and smiled. "Ask, we are friends." Mikoto nodded to Isho, but he didn't know why he was not so happy. "Are you friends?" Izayoi didn't notice Mikoto's strangeness, but turned to the container not far away and said, "Since you're here, come out." "What?" Mikoto was startled and turned to look. "I saw a figure in the container, Vivi, and then came out a familiar figure." "He's a..." Mikoto was taken aback. "Why are you here?" "Sister, elder sister." Kuriko laughed shyly, then changed his tone, pointed at Izayoi and said angrily, "Sister, hurry up and leave that pervert." He actually hit Kuriko. Hits Kuriko. At the end of the speech, she was ashamed of Yui, but she also said that she was subordinate. "What's wrong? What happened?" Mikoto asked with a puzzled face. "Nothing, just spanking her a few times." Izayoi shook his head. Said nonchalantly. "What?" Mikoto was stunned. "Spanked, spanked, spanked. Asshole." Hiza was also furious. "You actually. What? Can't tell?" Izayoi said curiously and innocently, "You never said that you were not allowed to tell other people." "No. Hiza spoke incoherently, looking at Izayoi's innocent and curious expression. He was so angry that he wanted to kill. And Mikoto stood there alone. His face was Yui's face, and he muttered, "Span, ass, span, ass." "Okay." Izayoi clapped his hands and brought Mikoto and the furious Kuriko back to reality in a state of absent-mindedness. "Now that Mikuro has broken things, and things are done, we will go back to our own homes and find our mothers. See you tomorrow." As soon as the voice fell, Izayoi turned into a streamer and disappeared. "Hey." Seeing Izayoi saying go away, Mikoto opened his mouth to say something when he found that Izayoi had disappeared. With a wry smile, Mikoto muttered, "I haven't thanked you yet." After calming down, Mikoto turned to Kuriko and said, "Kuriko, let's go back to..." "Okay, my elder sister." Kuriko walked to Mikoto's side, stretched out his hand to hold Mikoto's shoulder, and then disappeared in a flash. Only a slight voice came from the night sky. "Sister, let us sleep together after we go back." "Go-hee. Go-hee." After leaving Mikoto and the others, Izayoi did not return to the mansion, but went straight to the Kiera laboratory. The main planners of the Absolute Ability Plan are the Kiera clan, which means that as long as the Kiera clan exists, the Absolute Ability Plan will not stop, so they must disappear. What's more, the Kiera clan are all perverts, and there is no burden to destroy them. Izayoi. Just as Izayoi was thinking about it, a deafening explosion sounded not far away, along with a sickly arrogant laughter. "Hee hee hee hee. Kiera-san, how do you want to die? Hee 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 hee. 48 long time no see. Seeking collection, flowers. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for flowers, say important things 3 times. Raising his brows, Izayoi walked in the direction of the sound, landed on the roof not far away, and stared down. I saw that on the road not far below, several armored vehicles rolled over on the road, the flames were raging, and the smoke was billowing. Moreover, on the ground not far from the overturned armored vehicles, there were still several figures wearing body armor. There is blood all over his body, and he thinks it is more fortunate and less fortunate. Looking at the overturned armored vehicle, Izayoi found 2 figures facing each other in the thick smoke, a tall, middle-aged man in a white coat with tattoos on his face. At first glance, it was the Scientific Research of Academy City. Person L, a small, white-haired teenager, he is Accelerator. At this time, Accelerator looked very grim, with a morbid smile on his face, looking at the figure in the white coat not far in front of him. Kiera-san, are you bringing these people to die? Get carried away, Accelerator. Kiera Shiduo sneered, don't forget who helped you develop your abilities. Oh. Accelerator laughed weirdly, do you want me to be grateful by saying this? Stop joking. Clang. Kiera Shiduo collided with two fists, and his hands with full metal sets made a crisp slamming sound. He grinned, I want you to know that I am your second parent. Children who are disrespectful to their parents will be beaten. Before he finished speaking, Kiera Kudo turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over, hitting Accelerator's head with a punch. Heh, Kiera-san, is your head broken? Looking at the punch that came straight at him, Accelerator didn't dodge or evade, letting the punch hit him, and as a result, he was knocked out. How is that possible? Accelerator's face was full of disbelief, he touched his still aching cheek, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Did you develop superpowers on yourself? That kind of thing can only be developed by guinea pigs. Kiera Shidu burst into laughter, waving his fists and rushing over again. Don't underestimate me. This uncle is Accelerator. Accelerator roared, and when he stepped on it, a lot of cracks appeared on the ground, and the whole person went straight to Kiera like a cannonball. Looking at the battle between Accelerator and Kiera Kudos below, Izayoi frowned in confusion. He didn't understand why Kiera Kudos fought with Accelerator. Although there is such a scene in the original book, it was because Accelerator was an obstacle in the operation to recover the last work, and Accelerator's brain was also damaged, so they gave it up. But what's going on now? Yu Fangtong's brain is intact, and his strength has not been weakened at all. The last game is under the protection of Izayoi. As long as Alister's head does not cramp, he will not start the last game. But now why is there a lot of Kiera and Yaitongtong? Woke up? Wait. Izayoi raised his brows suddenly, with a half-smiling look on his face. I see. Don't scientists need disobedient guinea pigs? With a chuckle, Izayoi jumped off the roof and landed where he and Kiera Kahara were fighting with Accelerator's dull eyes. Kiera Shiduo looked at Izayoi who fell from the sky, and his tone was full of helplessness. Hey, what's going on? Why are there unrelated people coming here? Although his tone was full of helplessness, his expression was very cold. He waved his hand behind him, and the hounds came over. Then he pointed to Izayoi and said casually, kill him. Yes. The hounds complied with a bang, raising their machine guns and heading towards Izayoi. Bang bang bang. The gunshots roared, and within a moment, the place where Izayoi was flying at any time, and the smoke was billowing. After a long time, the gunfire stopped, and the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the Izayoi inside. At this time, Izayoi was injured, not to mention whether the clothes were not damaged at all. Tisk. Seeing that Izayoi was unscathed, Kiera Shiduo tooted his mouth. Is he another ability person? It's really troublesome. He waved and threw out a tape recorder, which played harsh music, and then looked at Izayoi with a playful look. Have you felt it, the feeling of a lump in your head? Is it that you can't use your abilities? Izayoi looked at the tape recorder flying in the air, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand, and saw a white light from his fingertips flying out of the air, shooting straight at the top of the tape recorder. With a snap, the tape recorder shattered. The harsh music suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? Kiera's many throats seemed to be strangled. How can you still use your abilities? Shaking his head and laughing, Izayoi said lightly, who told you that I am a capable person? Before he finished speaking, Izayoi suddenly appeared in front of Kiera Kudo, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. You are the number of Kiera. The people of the Kiera clan are really disgusting. Vivi shook his head. Izayoi pushed hard on his hand, and Kiera stopped struggling. He killed Chief Kiera. Seeing that Kiera's shuttle stopped struggling in IZAYOI'S hands, the people of the Hound unit were all stunned, and looked at IZAYOI with incredible eyes. Next. IZAYOI looked around. It's time to take care of you now. With a wave of his hand, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky, covering a radius of several hundred meters, so the people of the Hound troop were all within the shrouded range of the magic circle. What is that? Looking at the magic circle shrouded in the sky, the people of the Hound unit were full of disbelief. Snapped. IZAYOI snapped his fingers, and the magic circle shrouded in the sky suddenly shone brightly, and icicles shot down from the sky, piercing his body in the dull eyes of the hounds. After taking care of the Hound unit and his party, IZAYOI turned to look at Accelerator, who had been silent since he came. Accelerator, long time no see, can you tell me where the laboratory of the Kiera clan is? 49 Invitation. Accelerator was silent, looking at IZAYOI with indifferent eyes. After a pause, he suddenly grinned and said, returning to IZAYOI, I haven't had a good time yet? Since Kiera-san was killed by you, I'll let you come and let me have a good time. Before he finished speaking, Accelerator stepped on the ground, and there were a lot of cracks on the ground, and the whole person rushed towards IZAYOI with a morbid laughter. Looking at Accelerator with a sickly smile on his face, IZAYOI put Kabuto's hands in his hands and sighed helplessly, why do you want to kill yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, IZAYOI turned over and kicked Accelerator, who was rushing in. Boom! Accelerator was kicked away, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. A huge ravine was drawn on the ground, and then it hit the armored vehicle not far behind him. With a bang, the armored vehicle exploded and the flame rolled up. IZAYOI put Kabuto in both hands, walked slowly to the side of the exploding armored car, and looked at Accelerator, who was lying on his back in the flames. You are still too weak, the weakness of your superpowers is too obvious, it would be best if you were hanged by Kiera, as many as possible. Evidence that without superpowers, you are like a child without the power of a chicken, vulnerable to a single blow. He 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 he. Accelerator laughed hard, covered in blood, like a ghost. This uncle is Accelerator. Reaching out his hand to pat the ground, Accelerator rolled over, and then the gust of wind condensed around him, forming a huge tornado that swept towards IZAYOI. Hoo-ah! The wind howled, heading straight for IZAYOI. With blonde hair fluttering and looking at the whistling tornado, IZAYOI shook his head. I said you were too weak. He stretched out his hand and patted it at will, and the whistling tornado was scattered. Looking at Accelerator with a dull expression, IZAYOI slowly shook his head. Now you can tell me where the laboratory of the Kiera clan is. Accelerator laughed awkwardly when he heard the words, why did this uncle tell you? IZAYOI shook his head speechlessly, you're a villain. Shaking his head helplessly, looking at Accelerator with a nasty smile on his face, IZAYOI said lightly, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't rely too much on superpowers. After speaking, he left without looking at Accelerator's eyes. Wait. Accelerator's hideous face calmed down inconceivably. He watched IZAYOI, who had stopped and slowly reported a place name. The main characters of the Kiera clan are all there. IZAYOI nodded when he heard the words, and then disappeared as a streamer. The next day, there was a message from Academy City. Have you heard? A fire broke out in the very famous laboratory in Academy City. It looks like everyone inside is dead. It's terrifying. Wait for the rumors, and so on. In the mansion of the villa. In the spacious living room, the story of the Big Star Matsuri is playing on the TV. IZAYOI, what's up with the Big Star Matsuri? Looking at the TV, Index asked curiously. IZAYOI was stunned when he heard the words, thought for a while and then replied, I don't know very well, maybe it's a large event, and the last work should be protecting the Deo. As he said that, he turned his attention to the last work. He was also watching TV. The last work smiled proudly, Of course Misaka knows, the so-called Big Star Matsuri is the super large-scale comprehensive sports Matsuri that is held by all schools in Academy City for 7 days every year. 1.8 million people, and it is also one of the few special days that Academy City is open to the public a few times a year. After a pause, she continued, so when the Big Star Matsuri starts, there will be many foreigners entering Academy City, which is very lively. And all the competitions are based on the competition between people with abilities, so it is a very common sports event, but because the use of superpowers is recommended, it almost becomes a gorgeous superpower battle. Misaka said proudly. Oh! Index exclaimed, it's amazing, Izayoi, let's go too. No way. Izayoi broke her delusion without hesitation. The contestants of the Big Star Matsuri are all students of Academy City, and none of us are students of Academy City, so we didn't participate. Hey, what's the matter? Index stopped all of a sudden. Izayoi smiled and shook his head. Don't be so depressed, although we can't participate, it doesn't prevent us from enjoying this lively event. Yeah. Index's eyes lit up, let's go out and play. Dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the group of people in the room who were excitedly discussing jumped down. Kanzaki walked over and opened them, and when he came in, a girl with short brown hair followed behind. Seeing this girl, both Index and the last work ran over. Mikato, why are you here? Sister, are you here to see Misaka? Misaka said with a smile. Hello. Mikato smiled, then took out a few chapter invitations from behind him. I'm here to invite you to our school's Big Star Matsuri. That's great. Index laughed, and hurriedly got the invitation card from Mikato's hand. We will definitely go cheer. 50 Misaka smiling. Seeking collection, flowers. Ask for collection, ask for collection, ask for collection, say the important thing 3 times. Today is September 19th, the opening day of the Big Star Matsuri. Many people rushed in from outside Academy City early in the morning. Most of them were parents of students in Academy City, taking this opportunity to see their children. After watching the unremarkable opening ceremony, Izayoi and his party wandered the streets. Index and the last 2 little girls jumped along the way, buying this one and buying that one at a time, screaming in surprise from time to time, typical of playing crazy. Oops! The jumping finale suddenly bumped into a rushing figure, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Misaka does it on purpose from time to time. Misaka bowed his head and apologized. Misaka. The person who was hit was a mature woman with a familiar face. After hearing the last words, she wondered, your surname is Misaka? Hey. The last one raised his head suspiciously, looking at this mature woman. A surprised smile suddenly appeared on his face. Mother. She pounced on it, her face full of surprise. Hey. Misaka smiling expressed her confusion. Although I am the mother of a girl, I only have one daughter, and she is already a middle school student. Yes, Misaka is the younger sister of the elder sister, and the mother of the elder sister is of course Misaka's mother. Misaka said solemnly. Misaka smiling had been dazed, and looked at Izayoi, Kanzaki, and Index who seemed to be watching a play for help. Izayoi walked over with a smile, and was about to say something when a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Izayoi, and Mom, why are you here? Mikato. Misaka smiling's eyes lit up when she saw her daughter coming over. When she was about to ask for help, she saw the little girl who was holding her suddenly let go, and ran to her daughter sweetly. Called out, Sir elder sister. Then Misaka smiling was confused, and she hurriedly came to her daughter. Mikato, when did mother have a daughter? Ah, this. Mikato's face froze, she didn't know how to answer, and she didn't want her mother to know what happened in Academy City. Well, you should be like this. Why do I take it like this? Misaka Myling was very speechless, but Mikoto didn't give her a chance to ask, and dragged her away. Let's go, the big star Matsuri is about to start, let's go first. Hey hey hey. Misaka Myling was pushed away by Mikoto. When she was leaving, Mikoto said to the four Izayoi behind her, you guys come quickly too. Izayoi nodded with a smile and followed. On the way, Index asked with some doubts, Mikoto, is she really your mother? Not your sister? Misaka Myling heard the words and said with a smile, I hate it, of course I am Mikoto's mother. Liar. Index curled her lips, how could Mikoto's mother be so young? Era, it won't do you any good to please me like this. Misaka Myling poked Index's cheek with a smile. Mikoto grabbed the trickster Misaka Myling and said to Index, this guy is indeed my mother. Yes, there is a record in Misaka's database that she is indeed Misaka's mother. Misaka said solemnly. Okay, I see. Index sighed helplessly. Then he recovered in a blink of an eye, grabbed the last work and filled it up alive, buying things he liked in the surrounding stores. By the way, Mikoto, you haven't introduced your friend to me yet. Misaka Myling said suddenly. Hey. Mikoto was stunned for a moment, then pointed to Izayoi with a smile and said, this is the retrograde Izayoi, my friend. Then she pointed to Kanzaki who was absent-minded next to Izayoi and said, this is Izayoi's maid, Kanzaki Kaori-san. The one you just called your mother is the last one, and that none is Index. Oh. Misaka Myling wasn't interested in anyone else, she just kept staring at Izayoi, and then she rubbed Mikoto's shoulder wretchedly, Mikoto, do you like that boy? Huh. Mikoto was stunned for a moment, and then his face became UI's face, and he said in a hurry, how is it possible? How could I possibly like him? Haha. Misaka Myling smiled unscrupulously, just kidding, Mikoto, you are really not funny. Mikoto's face turned UI's face, looking at his unscrupulous mother, don't make fun of it. Sorry. Misaka Myling waved her hands insincerely, then looked at Izayoi curiously and asked, which family's eldest son are you? Why are there still maids? Izayoi waved his hand with a smile, I'm not the young master of any big family. As for why Kanzaki is my maid, it's because of a promise. Promise? Misaka Myling blinked curiously, what promise? Mikoto also looked over curiously, and it was the first time she knew that Kanzaki became Izayoi's maid because of this. As soon as I let her companion die, she became my maid, Izayoi laughed. To let her mates die? And then force others to be their maids? What a bastard, how could Mikoto have such a friend? Misaka Myling's expression changed instantly, looking at Izayoi as if she was looking at some kind of wild beast. Mikoto's face also darkened, although she didn't know what happened, but Kanzaki didn't look dissatisfied, she knew that Izayoi was lying to herself, so she gave Izayoi a fierce look, don't scare my mother. Izayoi shrugged. If he knew what Mikoto was thinking, he would have said that you think too much girl, I'm telling the truth. After comforting his mother, Mikoto suddenly looked at Kanzaki and asked, Sister Kanzaki, what happened? Why haven't you spoken? Yeah. Misaka Myling, who had recovered in a blink of an eye, also ran over to join in the fun, you are proud of Kanzaki, why don't you speak? Is this protection bullying you? Don't worry, if he bullies you if so, I'll ask my Mikoto to teach him a lesson. Saying that she pointed to Izayoi. Kanzaki was stunned for a while before he reacted, shook his head and said, that's not the case, I just remembered some things before I was in a daze. Izayoi narrowed his eyes and said suddenly, it's the stabbing hangji-on. Hey. Mikoto was stunned, what is a stabbing sword? A spiritual outfit. Izayoi smiled with an inexplicable expression, a sword that can kill a saint with one blow. That means it's Kanzaki's nemesis.